Alpha Team? It's DJ AlphaTyler, and we are back with another community stream. Let me turn that thing on off because it's getting a little bit bright. Hey, y'all know the drill. We voted for this in the Discord. Y'all said y'all just wanted to chill and chat tonight. And so right here is a link if you guys want to get up in the discussion. About time. Move this over here. Put me center stage. What up, Erland? What up, LOD? Alan G? How y'all doing? Welcome to the stream. My friends, my family, my countrymen. Somebody else jump in here and talk for a minute so that I can AFK for a second. Who we got? We got Jason John Vic. What up, brother?
Yo, what's going on?
Not much. We're bridging my mustache right now. You see this right here? I like the little dip right there. That's all that's hanging out between us right now. We're like the different strands of it.
Oh, so we're like two sides of the same coin, or what?
Oh, we're two sides of the same mustache, man. Keep with the conversation. Come on now.
Dude, I was trying to make a reference and comparison, my guy. Being that we're both comic book nerds, I figured you would join me on that. But you had to go and ruin that.
No, I feel it. Two sides of the same coin. I got you, man. You're trying to be Harvey up in this mug. Let's go.
Okay. Oh, confirmation on the a certain goal for Mad Hatter. It's going to happen.
Word.
Yup.
Got some liquid.
Somebody's going to be chewing on a gummy.
Dang. I'll chew on a gummy for free if you send me one. I'm just saying. Shit's got some
it's
good
just
flavor
a piece
for
of
real.
It's just a piece of candy,
It's
right?
a piece of candy. Come on now.
It's all it is. Piece of candy. Ain't no shame in that.
Up Alan G. Messing up my days. Well, to be fair, Jess, so me and AlphaBot are usually going live on Tuesdays. And so AlphaBot couldn't make it because he had some things going on. And so I was like, well, I have all this extra time. I don't really know what I'm going to do. And then I asked in the Discord, what are we going to do? To which everybody apparently just wanted another community stream. So here we are, just hanging out, chatting, chilling, all that stuff. Probably won't last too long just because, I mean, it's flipping Tuesday, you know. But hey, we here, we hanging out. But
hey, it's that Tuesday. Hey, it's that Tuesday cruise day community stream.
Tuesday cruise day.
Yeah,
I should have named it that, shouldn't I? What up,
Yeah.
LOD and LNG? I don't think either of you have said anything since you got here.
Did anyone interrupt you guys when you guys are talking?
Look, man,
Hasn't stopped you before, LOD.
I'm drinking girl coffee. You see this?
I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. That's what I'm trying to do.
What is girl coffee?
Girl coffee is like iced coffee with all that sugar and shit in it.
Oh, God, iced coffee.
I still want that video from... Which video? Which video do you know about, Jess?
The shower one.
The shower one. Wait,
No,
what?
His eyes, what?
Whoa, hey now.
Hey,
now.
Alan.
Oh,
Now,
was
what
that
y'all
not,
talking about?
was that
Yeah,
not
Alan.
a Patreon VIP thing?
They ain't no
Maybe it's just
shower.
me. I don't know.
To my knowledge, there is no shower Patreon VIP video.
Oh, must have.
Y'all got a Patreon VIP video of me in the shower. We got to be talking. I'm told to record the nut punch. She probably did. With me the first time. Listen, the boys get abused sometimes in this house. Like and I'm standing against it, like for real. Let's see, sorry, I'm trying.
I think I play some background music for your little rant there.
Little rant, yeah. Going off the rails about it.
Yep.
Well, right there.
Doc, how you doing?
Yeah. Living the dream, brother. How about you?
Going off doing good. I think you got an echo coming in.
Oh, you got to mute the YouTube.
I'm sorry.
Doc, how you doing?
Living the dream, brother. How about There you go. I'm sorry about that. I forgot to turn off the YouTube side before I clicked into StreamYard.
Not good. Oh man, so how's everybody's week starting off though?
All right, I guess. I finally hit that JMP cipher.
Oh yeah, I saw your reaction come up. I started it. I haven't gotten to finish it. Where'd you settle at the end?
I thought overall it was good. I mean, if anything, I kind of have a little nitpick with Gatsby's verse. I thought that when he was making the part where he was saying something about snakes and vipers, I was like, okay, well, a viper is a type of snake. Why not, add in a different type of snake? You know what I mean? To kind of make that go a little bit better.
Sure.
Like you could have done like pythons and vipers, and either way, you got the snake reference thing going there.
I feel that. Taking that word play up to the next level. I feel you. I mean, I thought Gatsby had a dope verse on the track though. Like, but I didn't slow it down a bunch and listen to really the lyrics again. I mean, me and AlphaBot did it kind of in that live take, and that was.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking Gatsby verse. I thought overall it was a solid verse. I just wish had he just done that little change, I think it would have made it better.
Sure. Erlen says, "Can you do a stream mixing music?" Sure. I mean, I'd like to. Yeah. I think that'd be cool. I think that's something we've talked about before. I mean, it'd be a little bit different just because like you guys would just be looking at my desktop and like listening to me just play like 5 seconds of a song. I'd probably have to do it with one of my songs because I wouldn't want to do it in like a song that I'm doing for somebody else. So it'll have to be like the next time that I'm working on one of mine. And those are usually my shittiest mixes just because I'm not too good at mixing my own music. But yeah. I mean, I think it'd be a cool stream.
Yeah, that was a cool stream you did the other day. Saturday night, man.
Listen, man, that was a painful day. Okay, like, like that was just. It was fun. It was a good time. I mean, we all had fun with it. Everything was great. I mean, but like, most people were cleared out near the end and everything, and so like. It was what it was, but I mean, I know, there were complaints about the audio quality and everything. The way that the audio was running in the venue, I couldn't really make it any better for the stream, but it was a fun stream. Yeah. I really enjoyed, the time that we had and everything.
I watched the whole thing from start to finish.
I was a little bit pissed off when me, Wayne, and Jay from Slow Kill, we tried to go to IHOP after we left, and it turns out like every IHOP is closed at like 10 p.m. now.
What? That sucks.
Well, at least in Kentucky. I don't know about outside of Kentucky, but in Kentucky, all the IHOPs close at 10
That's
p.m.
When you need to go to Waffle House, man.
Well, we went across the road to Waffle House, and they also are closed at 10 p.m. Well, they're not closed. You can still get things to go. You just can't sit down and eat. And we were like, man, I want to sit down and eat. Like,
yeah, and talk.
Exactly.
Dang. Just see, our Waffle Houses don't even close.
Yeah. Well, I don't think the one in my town does either, but I mean, I might be wrong. I don't know.
I know nationwide most places are closed by 10 p.m. Nationwide inside, but takeout until like 5 or 6 a.m.
Yeah, I think that's that. I think that's the way Waffle House and IHOP are doing in Louisville.
I mean, that was the thing to do at the end of the bar, man. Once you close down the bar at 2 o'clock, you go to Waffle House and fill your belly full of waffles to soak up some of that beer you've been drinking.
Exactly, like that's what you're supposed to be doing. I do want to talk about. Jess says, by the way, I gave her some tips on how to wake you up the next time. They worked on my ex-husband, but he is my ex-husband. Well, I'd rather my wife not become my ex-wife, so don't give her too many of those tips. Gabe will be here in 15 minutes. Hey, Gabe. Let's see. Gabe, how you doing, Gabe? LOD, how are you, Jess? I'm a badass bitch, and I'm living my best life. God bless. Jess came.
Damn, I didn't even see that yet.
Law Dispute. I do need to check out some more Law Dispute soon. We Scheme says, did you see the very important political video on my political channel? Maybe. Now I'm questioning. Let me go look at what videos you have up real quick to see what the
what's
answer
up,
to that
Simple?
is. LOD hasn't watched it yet for sure. Confirmed. What up, Simple? How you doing?
What up, Simple?
Let's see. We speak. We speak. The greatest threat to our society revealed. Is that the one?
Oh yeah,
Is that the one that you're talking
fat
about?
people. That's it, fat old people.
We can barely hear you, Pete.
Sorry. I don't know who I am, was over the speaker or not, or if I'm just not speaking up enough.
You definitely need to
Can you
watch
hear me
it.
better now?
It's very important information.
Yeah, we can hear you, Pi.
Now we can hear you.
That's the one. Okay. Hang on. So let's check out this very important information. Scheme apparently has a PSA that we all need to know. So let's.
The more you know.
Skeeves should hop in here
Fat
too.
old people are the issue.
Oh God, hang on. Don't start playing yet. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. All right, let's.
He wasn't ready.
I wasn't ready. All right, let's see.
Are you ready?
Share screen, application window, or no, Chrome tab. There we go. Share audio. Boom! Y'all ready? Let's see what we got. Greatest threat. According to We Scheme, this is the greatest threat to our society revealed.
Feminism.
Apparently,
iPods.
Ashley says it's very important as well. That's the one. Ashley gets it. I'm doing good, simple. Also, anybody that wants to jump in, there's a link pinned at the top of the chat. Feel free to jump in. But we're going to find out what Scheme says is the most important issue hitting our society. I'm sorry, this isn't We Scheme. This is We Speak, even though his mask still says We Scheme.
Well, I swear it's about Philly cheesesteaks. I swear.
If it is about Philly cheesesteaks, that would only magnify my appreciation for the message, honestly. I know that Scheme has a very astute view on Philly cheesesteaks, and he is not wrong about that. So let's see where we're going.
Hello, welcome back to the channel. So today we're going to talk about something very, very important. Recently, I started going back to the gym, and it's been a long time since I've been in the gym, like a decade, but something has stayed exactly the same.
You are very much cool enough, Jess. Come in if you would like. Something has stayed the same, though. Okay.
And that is, gym locker rooms have an oddly large amount of random naked old men.
Facts!
Now, this phenomenon I am starting to realize is a much bigger issue than I originally thought. And I'm going to kind of break that down for you here. We're not going to talk about what's going on in the ladies' locker rooms because I can already set that stage for you, okay? It's going to be a bunch of ladies, and the old ladies are going to look at the young ladies and be like, oh, you have a nice and...
Okay, so I don't like that I didn't get the shadow visual of the ladies like I did the men, but I do like, some of the other visuals that are happening while we're discussing the ladies. So I guess that's a 50-50 split.
Perky bosom, blah, 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 and then everyone's going to be uncomfortable, and then the other old lady's going to come in and say, Martha, I heard about this surgery to do that, and then the other old lady's going to come in, no, Betsy, you don't do the surgery, you use these essential oils. And then it turns out that the young lady they were ogling over having the most perky bosom is actually, some millennial Gen Zer who actually slings essential oils as part of a pyramid scheme.
Yes.
And she ropes in all of the ladies and they share it on their Facebook groups. And
do you guys know these people, by the way? These women who are, and I'm from my experience, they are exclusively women who are like peddling the essential oils. And they I have a cousin who legit is like giving her like 2-year-old granddaughter friggin' essential oils to like heal the flu and stuff like that. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure you're poisoning her.
They're always part of some pyramid scheme.
It's crazy, man.
It's like selling Herbalife.
That paint drink that's supposed to make you lose weight or whatever. Yes. That was a big one too.
Avon's starting to end up that way. My mom used to work for Avon, and it started to go that way. Like,
Fucking cat was
well, Avon was always.
What?
What just happened there?
My cat ran out. Tried to run outside.
I'm pretty sure Avon was always a pyramid scheme. Just nobody in the 90s realized it.
And now we're on that CBD pyramid scheme.
I wouldn't say it's a pyramid scheme. CBD is a solid product. I'm just saying, like, I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are about it, but if you enjoy the product, go to coolahawaii.com and use promo code AlphaTyler to get 25% off, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I got a Skywalker one the other day. It was pretty good.
You get the what?
No, the
Or promo
Skywalker.
code Jason JV.
There's a Delta 8 Skywalker.
My channel.
Yeah, I won't pull that card. No prospect.
All right, let's see where we're going with this though. The ladies' locker room. Sorry, we got sidetracked there.
Girl
Of course.
gets, wealthy on essential oils that apparently make your boobs perkier. You cannot tell me something else goes on in women's locker rooms. That's what's happening.
Truth.
Let's go ahead and get to the more important issue. What is with all the naked old men in men's locker rooms? Now, you might be thinking it's a locker room.
It's not even just that they're naked too. It's how proud they are of what they have, regardless of what they have. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a foot long or like an inch long. They are proud as hell about what they are propping them feet up and rocking.
Rocking out with a cock out.
Man, I'm lucky. I have not come across this phenomenon.
Oh,
Really?
I
Not once,
have.
No.
What was the last time you went to a gym? Because I swear it's everywhere.
It was beginning of last year. It was a 24-hour gym. Both of them were 24 hours. I went to Planet Fitness a few years back.
Did you only go at like 3 a.m. in a town that
Yeah.
goes at 1?
Yeah, it was early in the morning.
Okay.
That's why.
The only thing I saw was this one hot, like, Central American chick kept coming into the sauna with me. That was always nice. Like, really short and really stacked. Yeah, that was nice.
Okay.
Well,
Hey now.
Hey
now.
the gyms with the pools as well. It's even worse.
Yeah, this had a pool.
Listen, the gyms where I'm at, like, all the women that are there are only there to take selfies in the bathroom, and they take their selfie and then they come out and like they walk on the treadmill for 5 minutes and then they leave. And then like all the dudes are roided out, like yelling every time they do a rep, like, "Ah! Ah!" And then they go to the bathroom. And again, like Scheme is talking about, it's the old dudes that are just like propped up somewhere, like they're posted up. They are talking to everybody that walks by. They're ready to tell their damn story. And
Leg
then
up, walking together.
yeah, leg up, and it's just whatever they got. It doesn't matter if it's or like it's there.
Now,
And
these are the same people that you probably see at like beaches that aren't supposed to be nude, but they take it the wrong way. And they're just walking junk out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That was cool.
every time I went to the nude beach, man, it's like I was always looking at somebody that looked like my high school principal. You think you're gonna see a hot chick, and you're like, "Oh no, Granny, put it away."
Yep. Don't fall for it.
In men's locker rooms. Now, you might be thinking it's a locker room. You're supposed to be naked. But hold on a minute. I'm not talking about nudity with purpose. Nudity with purpose is like you're changing clothes. You're about to go into the shower or coming out of the shower. Any of those things. Maybe you're in the sauna if it's a locker room with the sauna. We're talking about nudity without purpose. We're talking about just
hanging out,
like brushing your teeth in the gym.
Brushing your
naked,
teeth.
walking around like laps as if this is a track.
What are you doing,
And every old naked man is the same.
Check out my
looking
eelskin
man.
watch.
They're overweight, and
Oh,
they have
dude.
genitalia so small that your
I told
eyes
you,
are
high school
drawn
principal.
to it. Like your mind, your peripheral vision,
Your eyes are
No-
drawn.
Wait, what did he say?
He says your eyes are drawn to it because it's so small.
small. That your eyes are drawn to it. Like your mind, your peripheral vision notices something is wrong with how small, proportionally speaking, these genitals are on these men. And you like dart for a second, then dart away, going, "Oh my goodness!" And then as sometimes you just start thinking, like, is it just that when you're old, your junk
Pete.
shrinks? It's like,
What
No.
the hell is this, Pete?
What the fuck?
I'm
You're
not
making
reading
me
that.
feel uncomfortable.
I'm not reading that out loud. Everyone can read it on their own.
Pete's an odd
Pete.
bird.
Pete, man.
Wow.
The more you know about Pete,
Wow.
makes you wonder.
I mean,
You have now
Steam
become the
is-
most awkwardest person I know.
That's-
Steam is shaming the growers.
that's a
Not the showers.
play. That's a play. I'm just not sure what your end game is.
Yeah.
And like Skee's calling us out, says nobody's reading that.
Devil's Triangle.
Most people read that. I mean, I'm just saying.
Jess is like,
Jess,
He deleted
Jess is
it.
laughing her
Jess
ass off.
definitely read it. Oh man,
Hey, Alley Cat.
that is okay.
On these men, and you like dart for a second, then dart away, going, "Oh my goodness!" And then sometimes you just start thinking, like, is it just that when you're old, your junk shrinks? Is like every old dude have like tiny shriveled things? Is that going to happen to me? And then you're at the gym and you were feeling good.
Why would you put those thoughts into my head?
I
Hang
know.
on a second. Like, I've never had this thought before.
It's I've not heard that. as
Reality
being a
flash.
thing.
We're going to get old
It's
one
a
day.
thing because a lot of old dudes like they do, and it's like I mean they come in like it's almost just like a little acorn sitting on top of like a rubber band or something, like.
Oh dang!
Well, how many old dicks have you seen?
Bro, I was in the Army for 8 years. You know how many?
Yeah, but
dudes
you saw
I've
the
showered
young.
with?
You saw the young dicks, not the old.
I saw
dicks.
young and old dicks. Like you
Really?
it's not like there's a separation.
discriminate.
Everybody showers in the same place.
Oh,
Like,
so all the old generals, huh? Yeah, I'm sure.
those guys have no shame. Either.
I like Jess's comment to you, Alpha.
Let's see. Jess says, "I have no idea what you're talking about, Alpha. I'm an innocent angel. Y'all corrupt me."
Mhm.
Right. Keep watching. Don't worry. All is clear. Okay. We've got some reassurance in the future, boys.
Okay.
Shriveled things. Is that going to happen to me? And then you're at the gym and you were feeling good, and now you're just like really worried about aging and shrinking penises. And then you just realize, no, we got to stay focused. What the hell is up with all the random naked old dudes?
Yep.
They're never in the gym. It could be the smallest gym ever. Like there's 2 treadmills and a bench. And there will be at least 1 or 2 randomly naked old dudes in the locker room not doing anything.
pause for a minute? Can we pause for a minute? All right.
2 treadmills and a bench.
All right. If you go to your local firehouse, okay, you do get the older firemen that are there. They do that. I'm not gonna lie. I agree on scheme with this one. Like the local firehouse, you have the old men there that just have all their shit out, and the firehouse locker room.
Yeah,
Next
but they
door.
probably
Why
got
are you
more
in the
than
firehouse
fucking
locker room?
You treadmills
I
in a
was
bag.
when I was my youth years. I was a
Oh.
cadet. So
Are
I thought
these the guys he's talking about who go in to like brush their teeth and shit there? Like, is that who you're talking about?
oh yeah, they do. Like they
I think those people exist because I never see them lifting weights either.
What I'm hearing is when LOD was a youth, he liked hanging out in firehouse locker rooms and showers.
No, I used to freaking use the gym for free. Damn.
I mean, if the shoe fits,
How do you use that?
All right, I want to see. I want to be reassured. So let's go.
2 randomly naked old dudes in the locker room not doing anything that requires nudity, and they'll never be in the actual gym. It's like they exist in the locker room. They appear in the locker room and then
Their
they
native
disappear
environment.
into the ether. They are never visible in the actual gym. They
That's
only
true.
exist randomly naked in the locker room. And I finally figured it out. This is the greatest conspiracy of our day. What is happening is there is an elite organization of old men with small penises, and their sole purpose is to infiltrate locker rooms
Hang on.
where young.
Hang on. What is this?
I love this.
Always
game.
naked, tiny incels causing heavy reduction in strong testosterone and
Antichrist.
Antichrist.
I love this acronym.
Let's go scheme, bro.
oh man.
Small penises, and their sole purpose is to infiltrate locker rooms where young men would go and work out and just be randomly naked with their small penis. The reason is that will reinforce in young healthy men that no matter what they do in their life now, they will be an old fat man with a small penis. This will demotivate young men from going to the gym, lowering overall testosterone. Men with lower testosterone are easier to manipulate and control. Therefore, these fat, naked, tiny penis men have been hired by the other elites of the government to infiltrate and just basically demasculinize our men. That's why
I feel
you see men
attacked.
who are less assertive.
Wait, what? Why do you
said that. You said that.
It's a conspiracy.
Who do you feel attacked by, Alan?
Scheme is attacking me. No, it's a joke.
Are you
Asshole.
one of these? Are you one of these tiny penis men?
That was the joke. Come on,
So
keep up.
You don't really feel attacked, right?
Well, if the shoe fits what the scheme says.
I like how you just giggled off on that when you did not say no. I don't.
I did say no.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
Oh, okay. No.
Demasculinize our men. That's why you see men who are less assertive, soy boys,
Yes.
all of these men who
Oh my
don't
God.
do anything and are easily manipulated. This is where we get all of the radical left religion that we're getting, everything that is leading to the death of a society that operates in a sense of dignity, respect, bravery, things that the chemical of testosterone have helped our societies achieve in the past, has all been undermined by fat, small penis men naked in gym bathrooms.
Dude, that guy's not even
Finally
fat.
cracked the code.
Yeah, but according
That
to
is the explanation for
it's bound to
everything
happen.
that has been happening in our world. I will expect my Nobel Peace Prize to be arriving very shortly, and I'll be preparing my speech.
Oh, I see what you did there. Very shortly. Got it.
Yep.
There's a link in the chat for you guys who haven't seen it already. Make sure you guys go and give it a like.
I
Watch
see what
it.
he's saying though.
Watch time as well.
I don't.
But here's the thing. Number one, I want to point out that I think my man Scheme has upped the recreational game, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
But number two, I also want to tell you that I'm very upset at you for telling me that I should check that out during this community stream where Alan is here, where Alan already
I know. God.
already has plans of winning you over to the right.
Yeah, you fucked it up, man.
I see his point. He's saying that the government is demasculate. What the fuck's the word? I'm trying to think of the word for it.
Come on, Pete. Get it out.
Emasculating.
Demasculating, yes, there you go. Demasculating the younger generation to bow down to their will.
Well, he's not wrong on any of these points,
Well,
except the ones that are obviously exaggerated. Like,
Yeah, like using
I mean,
little dicked old guys. I don't think that's part of it, but
there's no one paying little dick to old guys to take over the world or
Hey,
anything
you
like
never
that.
know.
But
you've heard the conspiracy theory about the birth control in the water.
we are demasculating society to create more soy boys. So, you know.
Well, you also have Dr. Evil over there who tried to take over the world, you know. He was small.
You're talking about Simple?
Pinky
Is
in
that
the
why he's
brain.
Also, Simple, has
Pinky in the brain.
your murder scene gotten more elaborate since the last time I saw you?
It did. Thank you for noticing.
Okay. You're welcome.
Wow.
Hey, what 6-7 people did you kill now to add on to this team?
You can't be saying that, LOD. Jeez.
What up, Namson? How you doing? Get woke. They are. They're not.
Get woke, go broke.
Get woke, go broke.
I'm with you on it, Scheme. I believe in it.
Yo, what's up, Namson? How you doing? I'm
Wait,
gonna jump in here.
Let me make this video public.
It's definitely a conspiracy by the government. They're plants.
I should probably add end cards.
And if you don't think
all
any
that stuff.
random NPC old man with his dick hanging out ain't an NPC fucking plant, then I don't know. It's weird. They literally just walk in there
product
to
of
hang
the
out, bro.
Matrix.
It's weird.
Schemes like, hold up. Who's trying to run me over to the right? Question mark.
Wait, what?
I think this is one of those exaggerations we were talking about.
Agreed. And then Hal said, by looking at you guys who's actually going to the gym,
Oh,
other
yeah.
than Doc, nothing to worry about, y'all.
No. Hang on. Alan did say he was going to win you over to the right.
No, I didn't.
You're welcome to jump in. You're welcome
I
to
didn't
jump
ever
in
said-
and discuss with him.
I never said
I'm
I'd
down
win
with
to the
that
right. I
conversation.
said some of his videos sound more right. Like they do.
I'm doing
Because you got me to start watching some of his like commentaries.
Yeah, I
Whatever.
did. I'm always plugging Scheme. You see that, Scheme? Give your boy a shout out every now and then, because
Which
I'm
one was
even
it?
shouting you out behind the scenes. You see that?
Tyler, which one was it? It was oh god.
The
Which
one
was it?
about ableism, I think. was the
Yes,
first
yeah,
one
because I
that
made a
seen.
comment and he Scheme replied to my comment. I asked if yelling at a basketball ref that he needs glasses if that was ableism. And he said yes, and I said good.
Yes. Helen wants you in Browntown. Wait, what? Let's see. What up, hell? How are you doing? By looking at you guys, who's actually going to the gym other than Doc? Nothing to worry about, y'all. Well,
That's rough.
I mean, but Doc's got like those tiny stringy guy like muscles. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying he's not going to the gym. I'm just saying like it's that thing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
he ain't stocky.
Doc got a good metabolism.
Mm-hmm.
For a 46-year-old, right?
Huh?
For a 46-year-old,
you got a strong metabolism, man.
Well, I mean, I didn't even join the army until I was 30. So
I mean, you could be old, fat with a small penis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would identify as a woman and then go in the woman's locker room to hang out naked.
Wow.
Okay.
They just say you have a big clit.
Hey, compared to some of the women that I've seen on testosterone, yeah, probably right.
Hey, Apex Predator, did you put any more Randy Orton Randy Orton RKO stuff out there?
We are looking for more Randy Orton stuff.
That was a transition right there.
Butt stuff. This is not like a dedicated reaction stream. No, I mean, like, I'm open to throwing some things on and checking it out, but for the most part, no.
I want to hear what Namson's got going on. He said that he's been working on the beat and he's got some stuff written down.
Where did
I want to know? Hey, Namson, did you ever get a hold of Leroy after I gave you his email?
Leroy who?
Biggs.
Leroy Jordan.
Yo, never mind. I'm not going to talk about that here. Never mind.
Okay.
Leroy might be coming up soon. Like, I'm just saying, like,
that's what's up.
Ago was Namson's last.
But no, I already got both of them paid halfway, and then finish up on once they're done with it. I'll pay them for the rest of the production and the features. But I'm looking forward to see what they got going on.
We still hung up on that, yeah.
Apex, I'm a diehard WWE fan from old era, so yeah, I'm still hung up on that.
That's what's up. I saw you in the comment there, Namson.
The chat is jumping so much at one time. Haven't had the chance to hit him up yet. I'll do that soon. Okay, Jess. Damn, Pete. Wait, what? My hemorrhoids make my asshole feel like it has a painful clip. Wow.
I was wondering when you were going to get back to that one.
Damn.
I skipped around it for a minute there. I was going to say something.
I get my girlfriend to scratch mine.
Pete, like that's some honesty.
Now, is it long nails or short nails?
Hey Pete, how many pints of Guinness did you have so far?
Are they rounded or squared?
I don't think Pete drinks.
I think he's into fingernails.
Well, he's from northern Britain, so he's like right there where Guinness is.
I'm drinking Guinness Baltimore Blondes.
Nice.
Did the bubbles still go the wrong way?
Smoking, buddy.
Do they what?
Do the bubbles still go the wrong way?
No, like this is like wholly Americanized Guinness, and I bought it because like I can't find Harp anywhere. You remember Harp? Does anybody else remember?
One of my two favorites, man.
Yeah, so I can't find Harp anywhere ever, and I was under the impression that this might be the new Harp because it said blonde, and I'm like, well, maybe it's like their new thing, and it's not. Like it's trash.
Nah. I'm a one-woman kind of guy.
Doc always on that Bud Light gang. I can't drink light beer, man. Like I don't enjoy it. You know what I mean? Like let me rephrase. I can drink some Coors Light every now and then. I can get down with it, but it's like for the most part, I'm just not with light beer. Like I want to have some flavor when I drink a beer.
Yeah, I had my fill of that when I was in Germany, man. I was stationed there for 3 years, and I killed every kind of beer you can imagine. The Hefeweizens, the Crystal Weissens, all that jazz.
I do like a good Hefeweizen. I actually the other day tried to find a Gordon beer restaurant in Louisville. I failed pretty miraculously and couldn't get their Hefeweizen, but they have a really great Hefeweizen if you can ever find it.
Yeah. Like, what? Bitburger and all those? Bitburger's pretty good.
I don't know, Bitburger.
That's like, if you go to Germany, that's like their version of a Budweiser. Because you always throw up one thumb and you go, Bitte ein Bitte. One bit, please. That's like, one bud, please. So Bitte ein Bitte, that's how you get a beer at the bar real quick.
Right. No one drinks to enjoy. You drink to regret your actions when you wake up like I'm doing tonight. No. I don't regret a ton of actions personally.
No regrets.
What up, Simba? Look at Simba coming out of the cage. He's just coming in. What up? Hey, fuckers.
Simba.
Doesn't even say hi. He used to just come in and be like with the lion face and everything. And then eventually he was like, hi, lion face. And now he's just like, hey, fuckers.
So he stalks his prey.
We're changing.
All cutesy, like, hey, guys.
We're morphing him.
Yeah, now he just comes in, fucking claws out. He's like, what up?
Light beer better be cold.
Hey.
Outside with a fishing pole. Hey, it's got to be cold for real. If you're going to drink light beer, like at least drink it ice cold. I'm just saying.
Hey, Roxy can hang out with me anytime, man.
B.
I love fishing and drinking beer.
I'll fish and drink beer. Where are you at?
South Georgia, man. I live like right next to a pond.
All right. I'm in New Hampshire.
Simba says, "Now I'm family." That's right. You figured it out. You figured out the rules. Like we ain't all touchy feely and everything in this community. Got you.
Get up in here, Simba.
Yeah,
Come on in, Simba. Links at the top of the chat.
The wild is fine.
Also, everyone in chat and everyone here, may the 4th be with you.
Yes, it is May the 4th. May the 4th be with you.
4th be with you. It may.
Well, you better get that nonsense on up out of here. I'm just kidding. Don't take it personal. Roxy, you're talking to me.
I thought you fuck you must.
Fishy and Panda in the house.
That beer better be cold. Yep. Let's see.
Panda in here too? Let's go.
Hello, everyone. Yes, you are Simba. Is she? Sorry, I had to.
Oichi!
Bestie!
Hey, Ishi. Hey, Panda.
Bestie!
God bless. Why does this chat keep just jumping on me?
Panda.
Operator error.
Oh, there we go.
Well, since Scheme was afraid to come in and talk about the real issues with Alan,
what?
Don't take shots at Scheme like that. He may be lurking in chat. He might just pop in here.
He probably is.
He knows I'm not afraid if he's lurking in chat. Scheme's my homie. He knows I love him. Let's see. What do you mean ideas, Roxy Panda? What the fuck?
Yeah, I misspelled it.
I think LD's afraid that I think LD is afraid that Scheme might come back in here and have a little chat about how to make a real Philly cheesesteak.
Yes, I am.
Probably is. I mean,
from a Philly boy, you're telling a Philly boy how to make a freaking Philly
we all
cheesesteak.
know telling a Philly boy how to make a Philly cheesesteak. Well, if you make it wrong, it don't fucking matter where you're from.
I'll make it right.
Listen to this. Anybody who was not there for the discussion, this motherfucker thinks that you're supposed to put cheese whiz on a damn Philly cheesesteak. And
That's how it's served.
That's how it's served at Pino's.
No.
In chat. And in a stadium.
No.
Yes.
And at the airport. I went to the airport and they put cheese whiz on it. Before I flew to Dallas, Texas.
You know what? They need to rip that shit the fuck down and rebuild it because they just fucking tainted the shit out of it. That's gross.
That's the way it's done.
Yep.
It's like the cheap
doesn't make it right.
Philly way of doing it, but that's the way they do it.
Garbage.
They don't make it right.
Well,
we're
not arguing arguing what tastes better. We're arguing what is actually done in Philadelphia.
That is true.
Did you see that one video I shared on your Discord, Alpha, the mustard pizza?
Yeah, I saw that. That sounds interesting.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's not too far from where I used to grow up at.
Thank you, Scheme.
Hey, Tyler, do you eat those like mustard pretzels? Those like pretzel bites that taste like honey mustard or mustard?
No, I like beer cheese with pretzel bites.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know Scheme, but they're making it that way now.
It's because Philly does their own sandwich wrong now. Doesn't make it any better. Up the original cheese was not included in sales. Exactly. You know how many times I've had this? I've had to have this conversation with my wife, like letting her know the original did not have Cheese Whiz. Like, get the fuck over it. Like,
oh, it was adapted in later on though when the Cheese Whiz came out.
I'm going full white girl right now. I'm drinking iced coffee. I'm saying like every other word. Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
I have a huge crush on the Evanescence chick.
What?
Scheme's lurking. That's fine. That's fine. He doesn't want to get rocked by Alan's logic.
Oh God, you're just trying to pick a fight, make your stream interesting.
I am trying to make it interesting. Y'all voted in the fucking.
Watch some fucking mad.
Wanted to have a community stream. We're in here having a community stream. Nobody's even talking about shit. Like, we coming back to damn Philly cheesesteaks. It's an improved recipe.
I don't know. I kind of feel like after that very important message that I need an adult present.
Wait, which one?
You can agree to disagree on that comment there. You can agree to disagree.
It's an improved recipe. It's not an improved recipe. It's shit. Only reason Philly became popular outside of Philly,
it's not. No.
Just because Philly is now the worst place to get one doesn't make it more right. Exactly. Like, come on now.
Up here, they make it the same way.
No, it's shit. Like, if you're putting Cheese Whiz on it, come on. That's
I'm outside of Philly, and they still do it the way Philly does it with Cheese Whiz.
It is shit.
Isn't it Geno's? Is it Geno's? And then there's one across the street.
Pat's. Yeah, Geno's and Pat's. They both do it similar.
Alan, why are you defending Cheese Whiz on the Philly cheesesteak? You're smarter than that.
The funny thing, he's a Dallas fan.
I wouldn't actually eat the Cheese Whiz. Probably. I'm just telling you that's just.
You can't help it if they slather the whole thing with Cheese Whiz.
That's
you know how Cheese Whiz works.
You say with or without. That's how you order. I'm a weird foodie. Like, I learn how to order when in the places I go. Like, when I went to LA, I figured out the secret menu of In-N-Out and exactly how to order it. And all my friends were asking me to order for them. It's just, you just learn the local way when in Rome. So with or without, you got to order with or without. And then also, is it peppers or what is also an option?
You better have peppers and onions. If you don't, it's not real.
No, yeah, I agree.
Just because my whole political system, my state's broken, does not mean the whole state's broken. All right.
Philly cheesesteaks. Philly cheesesteaks
that thing is very much broken.
Philly cheesesteaks in Texas have jalapenos in the peppers.
No, I need something like. Look at this. So we're talking. Never mind. I can't show this here. This is Discord only stuff. Never mind.
Yeah.
I want something like integrated.
Yeah,
so
this ain't Discord.
Around. It is wrapped around. No, that is not wrapped around.
You want its tail longer than its body?
I want the tail wrapped the fuck around that bitch.
Why?
Why? You know what? You could even use the one that looks like it has a spear coming down, so that's stabbing it. I just need the blood splatters coming up.
You want me to do blood on it for real?
If it's stabbing it, yeah.
Simba, just get the hell in here. Wolverine.
Wait, we get
this one go like 10?
Yeah,
we can have 10.
Napson and Scheme.
Wait, Napson is Scheme. What?
No, I say Napson and Scheme.
Napson is not Scheme.
Well, I know that. I know Napson and Scheme.
I know Wolverine will jump in.
Of course not, because LOD is Scheme.
For legal reasons, LOD is not Scheme. For legal reasons, LOD is not Scheme.
What up, Buckshot? How you doing? Simba, your jawline has become a major topic around here. That is true, but I mean, it's just because it's so fucking chiseled. Just because the whole state is broken. Yes, Philadelphia is dumb.
Cheese Whiz wasn't even made for America, so I don't know. Like,
what do you mean? It's American cheese.
No.
What do you mean?
Cheese Whiz was made for the British market.
Kraft made Cheese Whiz.
But I mean, it is an American cheese. It's a cheese product.
It wasn't made for our palate. Yeah, but it wasn't made for our palates. Like, I don't know.
It's made in America.
It's gross. It's gross.
I don't need that. I need the same picture of an alligator with the same picture of my logo, okay? Just different.
Sierra, share your concept on
Tater.
Discord. Hey, Tater. Glad to see you in chat today.
It's not only the jawline, let's be honest. It's the whole package.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh,
Hive mind is why SJWs exist. You are disgusting. I think Scheme just called you disgusting, LOD.
It's fine, but I'm not an SJW. Social justice warriors.
You're still giving into the hive mind. You're going to become one if you're not careful.
I'm not going to become one. Fuck that shit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Resistance is futile.
What up, Wolverine? There's a link at the top of the chat if you want to jump in.
See, in Texas, we make fun of Aggies from A&M, one of the most conservative schools, and they have hive mind. So it has nothing to do with SJWs. If you're fucking indoctrinated and part of the hive, it doesn't matter what end of the political spectrum you're on.
Mm-hmm.
We actually call them Aggie, AGGY, just to point that out, that they're not individual Aggies. They're just one giant group think.
We don't know pick on you if we love you. I know I like it. Hang on now. This is getting dirty. Simba.
Oh, God.
Simba.
Get a room, you two.
You calm down there, Simba.
Hey,
Simba,
he was supposed to start an OnlyFans, and I'm kind of waiting to hear what happened with all that.
Yeah, I was supposed to promote him out there as well. You know, put his OnlyFans out there to like multiple web pages that I may or may not be part of.
Oh, Jesus.
Discords, trust me.
Simba, just
Tater.
put a picture of your jawline. You'll get followers.
Tater, what have you done to me? I actually ordered some of your CBD and CBG stuff.
How are you, Tater? Let's see. What up, AlphaTeam? What up, Shane? How you doing? Just saw you were live. About to punch that clock. Appreciate you stopping by, brother. AlphaTyler has the same jawline. He just hides it. No.
No.
What up, Shanester?
I don't know.
I've zero chin, so like there's no jawline hidden here. Okay.
That's a lie.
You go watch it.
It's more of a jaw curve.
That's a lie.
Videos, you tell me that kid
Just a round
should be
face.
Superman. I'm telling you. Even just from the neck up.
So you want the tail to do this?
I want the tail. I don't care what the tail does if the logo is stabbing it.
Stabbing it now, not just wrapped around it.
The tail can be wrapped around it. Then that's fine.
Hell, OnlyFans, you can't purchase all those slots. It's limitless.
Oni fans?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you pushing Simba's OnlyFans so hard, LOD?
Because he wants
I can make him some cash. Is what I'm doing.
He will give him some cash.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna give him
First member.
I purchased all slots for OnlyFans. It's now OnlyFan me. Damn. Since the accident, low outtater. Who asked about the gummies? Sorry, it's crazy around here. Nah, so Alan was saying that he had ordered some. There it is.
Jackson Pierce.
Jackson, do you have an OnlyFans? I can make you some cash too.
Make me some cash full. JP, plug the OnlyFans. Apparently, LOD knows everybody with every kink. So there's got to be a kink out there for some
Told
guy
you
with a goatee.
LOD's house. It's probably got a wall for every person.
Bald guy with goatee singing, "If you're happy and you know it, then you really."
Wow.
I guess me and
hell
LOD supposed to box.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Anyway, me and who?
Oh,
No,
yeah.
we're supposed to box?
LOD
Oh,
wants to box everybody. Why?
I don't want to. That was never
You-
part of the agreement.
I
Do you
remember
know
that
though,
conversation.
Wolverine, that LOD is low key like 6'5" and fucking like he's tall
He
as
dragged
fuck.
his knuckles too. He's like an ape.
He does actually.
I watched him do squats the other day.
I
guys
watched-
I bet you did.
If you
I
guys
watched
haven't
John
actually
live.
seen LOD, be careful about challenging him this shit because he's got reach. Okay.
I'm down for it.
What kind of reach do you
And
want?
hell may LOD do squats shirtless.
What?
What
Where-
kind of
Yeah, we don't talk about that. But
I'm glad I missed that one.
Oh, I got time stamps.
Man,
Yeah,
even
4
Ashley
rolls,
wants to
jelly
box
rolls.
him. She's pretty confident.
Actually, we all knew that, Simba. Everybody who was here last night for JMP Takeover not knew that. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
they.
I'm just saying.
Somebody had
I
to
knew
you were on it.
Thanks for letting me
Mine's
know.
been even longer, Scheme. I think I was in high school.
I'll box him. I'll win for sure. Look at that. Scheme, last time I was in a fight was in college. Where just jump in the fucking chat. Like, come on. Dude was 6'4" or so, sprinter guy, Jack, got wrecked in 2 seconds, broke his collarbone. Yeet. Wow.
Damn, that you fucked up that dude pretty
What'd
well.
you do? Did you hit him with a pop? Like, cause you ain't that big.
Are you saying Scheme
Swear.
swinging that pipe?
Yeah.
That's why he's worried about being one of those old dudes.
I know.
The difference, he's like,
Oh my
wait a
God.
second, we're gonna shrink that much?
He's like, I don't know if I can take that much inside. If it draws up.
She's alive. Grandbaby is grand. No marks, bruises, nothing. That's awesome, Tater. Glad to hear
Nice,
that.
Tater.
Is that the grand talk?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Size doesn't matter. Proven again. I don't know what proved that here.
What is she talking about?
There's more than one thing.
Hello, Mr. Masked Man. How are you?
I'm fine. Y'all being all bitchy.
Game joints.
No, look. Why would you punch a dude in the collarbone? You'll break your fingers. Have none of you ever been in a fight?
Actually, that's why I asked
human body to break.
Maybe he punched him so hard in the chest it broke.
Let's think about this logically. I'm just gonna see if any of you know anything about fighting. How would someone's collarbone break in a fight realistically?
If you threw him down.
There you go.
Hammer fist it.
You threw him down. Come on. Simple as the only one in here who seems to know anything about fighting at that
If you
point.
hammer fist in the right spot, it could happen. I'm just
Okay,
It's the easiest bone in the human
okay,
body to
you're
break.
saying hammer fisting this, bro.
He's 6'4".
He's 6'4", I'm 5'9". How's that gonna work? The dude is also a
Damn, he's
jacked
shorter than me, Scheme.
sprinter. I'm not
Unless he's
jacked.
like the
You know how I'm
slowest
a
mother
distance,
effer ever.
mid-distance runner. This dude's
Be like
jacked. That's
Jackie
not gonna
Chan.
work.
Sprinters are jacked, yeah.
that's
saying,
fair.
bro.
That's why I asked if you slung a pop at him.
Fucking-
Because
No, I
it's
threw him on the
like-
ground. What the? That's the only way you're gonna get that done is throw him on the ground.
So, Scheme,
Well-
you're the 400, 800 meter guy?
This
Alright, so I got a question, though.
I did everything.
How'd you throw him on the ground?
How did I throw him on the ground?
Yeah.
probably tripped him.
It was basic Aikido shit. Essentially, the dude broadcasted his punch. Like he was being a dude to the runner girls. Like he was being that guy.
Mhm.
And
Nobody likes that kid.
yeah, I wasn't cool with it, so I was just like, nah. And the dude, I think he was hungover or something too. And so he like literally reared his arm back like he was
Whoops.
cocking back a punch in slow motion. So I was like, okay. So I was just waiting for him to like throw this punch. Very easy to just kind of move away from it.
Scheme just went
Like
ultra
it
instinct.
wasn't even like a talented dodge. Like it was so easy to dodge. And then I grabbed the back of his forearm since he had left it extended long enough. So I gripped onto that. He started trying to jerk back. And then I threw an elbow towards his face because I had him from the back of the bicep. So I was able to just huck an elbow up towards his face because I was just going to knock him in the jaw. He grabbed the back of my elbow, which is the dumbest thing he could do because then I grabbed the back of his elbow and twisted. That flipped him right onto his collarbone, onto the concrete, and broke it.
So it was like 2 seconds. He threw a punch. I pulled from the bicep, pulled up an elbow. He grabbed me, so I grabbed his elbow and just twisted. Stuff that you learn in Aikido is just whatever the Aikido, the concept is whatever the energy of the fight is, you're just kind of taking instead of giving. So he threw a punch. I took the force of the punch to propel my my elbow into his face. So I wasn't really using the force. I was taking his force into him. And then when he grabbed my elbow, I took the force of that and just twisted. So now I'm able to throw someone twice my weight practically onto the ground because I'm using the inertia
momentum.
he's sending at me instead of my own. Which Aikido is the perfect type of martial art if you're a small dude, because basically you're using the force of the bigger dudes against them.
I'm still
That's
going
why
with
that's
Ken,
why
so-
Aikido was what I went towards, because I'm a small dude. So I was like, well, if some giant dude's coming at me, as long as I can dodge it and maneuver, then I'm just going to use that energy against them.
I'm just gonna kick you in the balls.
I mean, that's the Bobby Hill method. That's my
Bobby Hill.
I don't know you. Bam.
Remember, Bobby?
I thought you supposed to use your opponent's body weight against them. That's
Well,
your
yeah,
advantage.
They usually use more terms, at least my senseis use terms of energy, not weight.
I just want to
Energy,
practice
force, inertia, those were usually the terms that they used.
I got to practice my left hook, because if you punch someone in the liver, they're going down. There's nothing they can do about it.
Agreed.
I mean,
but you also as well. You also you got some pressure points you can use against them as well. Like once they
in the
miss,
liver,
you can take
the little bit of that liver
back.
the little bit of the liver that hangs below the rib cage on the left, on their right side, it has the vagus nerve, and that's why you see them when you catch them right there, they just collapse.
I mean, not for nothing.
Crumble, buckle over.
My brother's about the size of Wolverine. I don't know if you've seen him. And I used to take back shots, boxing with him all the time, man. And it doesn't bother me at all. You know,
the back.
Maybe it just never came across the person that it doesn't bother.
My brother's taller than me, and
it's not a back shot; it's in the front.
I mean, you're talking anywhere from
That's
anywhere
your kidney,
in here.
bro.
That's kidneys back there. In the front, right underneath your ribs, your liver hangs down just a little bit right there.
Yeah.
And if you catch it right,
actually, it's on my right. It's on the right.
Yeah, you see like UFC guys, they go down immediately. It's just the
liver pickle shuts you down. You stimulate that vagal,
it drops there.
You're sending so much information up and down your motor sensory, setup. You're just going to shut down.
It actually drops your blood pressure and your arteries dilate. So that means you have to go down so the blood can reach the brain to keep you
in a fight
awake.
like that. In an instance like that, you got two people, two muscular masses that are moving, right? Like Scheme said, moving energy. So in those certain instances, I'm sure there's some people that take the punch and it doesn't hurt them. I'm sure there's, you know what I mean? It's
like if it doesn't
was
connect,
he tensing?
Of course.
You know what I mean? Was he? I don't know. I agree with you though. Yeah, most people would most likely fall to a punch like that, but most people probably wouldn't expect it either.
There's LOD in the chat. Shout out to the PA men and women. Not until you learn how to make a fucking sandwich.
Nah. We got this. We got our coal and steel industries. We're fine.
Thank you.
Steel industries.
Pennsylvania.
Bethlehem Steel was number one at one time, along with Pittsburg Steel.
Look, you've got
at one time.
You've got one good football team at least.
Is it the Steelers?
That's the Steelers, yeah.
One decent football team. Frick the Steelers. AFC.
Man,
dude, you're an Eagles fan.
Yeah, I'm an Eagles guy. Born and raised Philly guy.
What is-
Philadelphia Eagles, Philadelphia Phillies.
That might be even worse than Steelers.
Yes.
I can't say much. I grew up in New England. Tom Brady
What is
back my whole
Tater?
life.
What is Tater talking about? JJV's from Cali, Allen's from Texas. What was?
I was gonna say I'm from Maine, so I've been a Patriots fan my whole life, so I'm used to hate.
So wait, was there supposedly someone that was going to try to convert me or something while I'm here? Or
yes,
no.
That was Alan.
No, they're just trying to get us talking, so
well,
they'll have something to argue about.
Did I ever go to Lake Cumberland? I lived near Lake Cumberland. Yes, Simba. Yes. There was something I was going to ask while you were here. I cannot remember for the life of me what it was.
I think what I told Tyler, yeah, he's talking to you, Scheme. I told Tyler that I'm not the kind of person who does try to convert people, because if you don't believe the way I do, I just don't give a shit about you, and I'll just walk out. I'm not a debater. I don't debate people. I don't spend my effort on it. Because the only thing that's going to change someone's mind is life experience, and I can't give you that in a 30-minute debate.
Well, yeah, debates don't change minds. They're
exactly.
Just
like
they're a game. I don't really debate very often. Usually, if you've heard me debate anyone where I'm not just toying with them, I'm more have them debate their own positions than present too much of alternatives.
Yeah, use the Socratic method.
Yeah, a little bit. Not just as generic as why, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you make them ponder, their own understanding.
Yeah, usually if I disagree with someone, I'm usually going to try to have them justify what they're saying to me rather than me tell them why they're wrong, right?
A lot of people can't.
Tyler knows this first
feelings.
AlphaTyler knows this firsthand when we talked about gun control. Like I don't try to like very often input, here's what I think. I'll do it in little snippets, but most of my conversation is, okay, what do you think about this part? Why do you think this? Okay,
what do you think about gun control?
It just depends.
I was gonna say, when are we gonna have that conversation?
Oh God, we always have that
Or when are you
conversation.
two guys gonna get together for that? Because that was
we've had it like twice. It's not gonna go anywhere.
Yeah,
I thought there was supposed to be like an interview.
We
or something.
disagree,
Like,
but the problem is we disagree, but we are both willing to disagree, and so the conversation never goes further than
heat up. Because for me, like I feel like arguments heat up when people are insecure about what they think, or insecure about themselves, or when they are just an aggressive person in that regard.
Oh, yeah, they have to use their emotions because facts hurt their feelings.
Yeah. So and that's true of like everyone I've ever seen in political spheres. For me, like I don't know, I haven't felt truly challenged on something I'm versed in probably in over a decade. So I don't like get insecure about things that I think. And usually if it's something that my mind's going to change, it's not something that I would consider myself well versed in anyway.
Yeah.
And so it's not
But
like
where do you stand though? I mean, we haven't even gotten that. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't care what guns people have or how. I just am a firm believer we have to do something about the unregulated masses of criminal guns that we have.
Yeah, let me have my guns.
I don't care if you have your
guns.
I don't give a shit about law-abiding citizens having guns, nor do I care what type of guns they have. But I also think that if you're a law-abiding citizen with a gun, then just like I know that we can know what car you have registered, all of your guns should be registered.
Nope.
Exactly. And there's the funny thing about
to know what I have.
Well, the reason this argument never goes anywhere is because there's no argument to support not registering guns. So it's just a pointless emotional argument from the other side. So that's why I don't like it.
Well, see, the thing is like, I have an issue with like, people trying to regulate the ghost gun industry, about what they're trying to do. Because, when I got out of the Army, I used my GI Bill and I went and got a machine tool degree, and I learned a G code, and I 3D print stuff. And I don't 3D print, I design it, and then I give my designs away. But I mean, I've designed 3D printed bombs that are deliverable by, like drones, like lower receivers out of
certain. And this stream's getting shut down.
Huh?
Yeah, let's not go into a lot of depth on that.
But I mean,
yeah,
I have one question.
Well, I mean, it's not against law to design it. It's against the law to make it.
Is it for like civilian use? You're sending this stuff to like people that actually have a
we kind of got it
to be able to own it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
see, it's one of those things.
I have a
like,
question.
Yeah, what's up? I don't know who you asked the question to, but you asked so politely.
Last time you did that, we gotta ruin TikTok. Okay,
Oh yeah, go.
Okay. My thing, I'm all about owning guns, but why are people so against registering them? You have to register your car, you have to
It's an
register your
emotional-
boat, you have to
Nick
register
can answer that
everything.
for you.
Those aren't
It's an
right.
emotional reaction. It's a fear-based reaction that's emotionally rooted. There's
Well,
not
it's
a
based on the Second
logical.
Amendment.
That has nothing to do with the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment supports
Actually,
your
it
right
does.
to have it, not to have it secretly. Your only
Well,
right is to bear arms. Your only right is to have a weapon to defend yourself from the government. This does not
They
prevent you
didn't
from
say
doing it.
how. And I
Okay.
speak from the middle. I don't take both either side. I don't give a shit about fucking politics or presidents or none of that shit, bro. And I totally agree. You register everything.
But yeah,
else.
there's not a
They have
logical
GPS
reason. That's
tracker
why it's not an
on
argument I usually
everything.
have.
They know where
It's an
I am right
argument.
now.
It's an argument of emotion. I don't have an emotional investment in it, so it's not worth having, and you're not going to win over emotional appeal. But there's not
I'm not emotional. I'm
there's
just
not a
libertarian.
rational side to it.
I do have a question though. Are you talking about
Automatic
federally?
response that comes from it. You know what I
Are you-
mean? Because it's like, all right, you have to register your car. Everybody's like, okay, cool. We've been doing that our whole life.
Yeah.
But it's like you have to register your gun, and it's like,
And then there's an emotional response. There's a fear or an
that's the
anger,
that's
or
the response.
it's not a rational sort of thing.
But I'm using it to register. I'm registering my weapon that I'm supposed to have in order to go against, a tyrannistic, government.
Yes,
and they're going to
that's
know
my-
exactly
that was
what I have
my
if they
point.
commit tyranny against me.
Yeah,
and then
why
you're
are
going
you
to send a
looking at
bunch
it
of
from
people
that?
after
Oh,
me. to
let's
Way to solve this though.
Well, hold
Is
on.
our-
Let's leave imagination land. Come back to reality, where if the tyrannical government wants to end you, you're over. Drone
they-
strikes. You're
No,
done.
Not really.
You
Not
have
really.
no way to fight against the American government.
At
and
least
the other
half of the
government.
military
emotional
would break from
response.
that. They're not going to attack their own people.
They're
Half the military would be on our
What
side.
makes you think?
Well, then you've defeated your own purpose. If the government gets tyrannical and the military's on your side, it doesn't fucking matter.
Exactly.
They'll
Yeah,
botch the
overthrow it and
records
start
of
over like we
registration
did
anyway.
when this
Time
country was born.
out on a significant chunk of conversation Scheme and I have already had.
Exactly.
What I would say as somebody who does not have an emotional response, but also does not want to register my guns, I would say here's the thing. Number one, you have to understand there is no delusion that the government is not going to be able to destroy you. Period. I mean, the government, the full force of the government, even if you take away the people who break away, the amount of government force that's coming for you is going to destroy you. And
it'll be a brutal war with no real winners. That's what it would be.
Yes,
the thing,
obviously.
the thing is,
think about the Civil War. Who won? The government.
The thing is, and what I would lay now, I would argue with the Civil War. There are other factors. That
Well,
would
the
be
Civil
another
War,
factor.
it was big government versus
Yeah.
small government. Who won?
Yeah,
The side that could take the immigrants off the boat and shove them to the front line.
The side that was big government won. The
And that's
side
what
that
they've been
changed
doing
us
ever
into
since.
That's
federal
only because they had New York, and that was the main port of people coming in.
I know they had all the
It doesn't
men.
matter
You
why
know,
it
they just
happened.
kept
That's-
really, as I believe the only person in here who has
The Republicans won.
has a couple of history degrees. I will point out it was not the big government that just actually won. It was because of international influence over the slavery deal.
Well, because international
no
ties
slavery.
wanted no slavery and wanted big
Right.
government. Guess
Yes.
what? International ties would want in a gun war. They'd want the side that wants to restrict guns.
I'm defending you right now. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Let me ask a question. Do you know about the Morel tariff?
Nope, don't
Mr. History
probably
guy?
care.
Well, that was the reason that the Civil War started. Because at the time, there were no taxes.
Civil War
The only tariff on the exports of cotton, and the lower states were actually contributing more than 75% of what Washington D.C. got in money through tariffs.
I've
And then they
researched-
wanted more money, and that's why they seceded, because they were misspending the money.
I've researched this in depth. The Civil War actually started over what to do with the annexation of Texas.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Anyway, let's move back to what we were talking about.
But
I do have a question with. Are you talking about the
you guys are
national?
killing me.
No,
Hey,
this
you
is
wanted the
point.
discussion. You started this.
You
When
said
created this monster
are you
title.
talking about nationally regulating
let the
it, or are you
man
talking about
speak.
stately regulating it? Stately, they have the right to do so. Federally, it's a touchy territory. Federally, they mandate every single state that you have to register your gun. Stately, it's up to the states. They have state
Regardless,
rights.
I have one question. Why are you so against registering? That's all I want to know. What makes you against Why don't you
Who are
want
you
them to know? They
asking
know
that
about your
question
car. They
to?
know
Because
about
I
your
feel
phone.
like
Tyler.
we
Anybody.
have different answers.
To me, it's
Tyler.
because
Tyler, I'm asking you first because you haven't even spoken on this topic yet. I just want to know, like, from your standpoint, why are you against it? What
I'm
makes you
against registering guns for the same reason that if car registration were not already mandated in most states, in all states, that I would be against that. The fact is, the more we concede to the federal government, the more it takes away from individual rights. And it's not a matter of saying that, okay, well, this thing's already legal, so why don't we make that thing legal? That is a product of the problem in my mind.
What's the responsibility and role of the government?
The responsibility and role of the government should be to care for the people reasonably, but also to work for the people. At the end of the day, that is not an oversight in my mind, or I think in a lot of people's mind, that the government needs to care for the people.
And why did we start registering cars?
I don't know. I mean, that goes back to something I've not looked
Vehicular
into.
theft is the biggest reason.
Sure.
Registering cars dropped it significantly, and it's kept it lower.
Sure.
Why are we trying to register guns?
You can't make the same argument for registering
And because
guns.
it's the same concept, and we know that most deaths from gun violence, aside from individual homicide, which is going to happen with knife, gun, or whatever you have, happen
such thing as
from
gun
unregistered guns that were got usually through ghost markets.
Can we flip that though and say if there were more guns in, let's say, schools, let's say teachers were armed, that there would be less gun violence, as we just saw in Knoxville, where a guard, where somebody on the premises of the school shot the intentional perpetrator before he committed the crime.
That's a different topic entirely. I don't care.
I mean,
if
you
more
could
people
you
have
could flip
guns.
it again though. What if there was
Everybody can have guns. I don't give a fuck. You're on a different topic now. We're not talking about who can have guns or if more guns are good. I'd say in a country where guns are legal, more people should have guns.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we
That's
agree
not
on
my
that.
issue at all.
We agree on that.
There's no issue with having guns. I don't care if you have assault rifles. I'm not an idiot that thinks an AR is somehow this magical thing that's different from other things that should be banned. I am saying a very simple thing.
Yeah, but
the top reason that innocent people get killed, even when they have a gun to defend themselves, is they're not quick enough out the draw, is people who got a gun the wrong way because they knew where they were going to try to do it. You use that gun for the wrong shit.
But again, I mean, I do still disagree. I mean, that's a fundamental disagreement that you and I have. I mean, you have to empower.
Wait, what do you disagree with? The fact that these are coming from ghost markets? Because that's just a fact. Facts don't care about your feelings,
absolutely.
right?
I bought too many. I bought too many unregistered guns at gun shows to feel that way. Like, what I'm saying is, what we disagree with is where the ownership belongs. Does it belong on the government or does it belong on the individual?
Well, if you register a car, it doesn't belong to the government.
I mean,
but again, I disagree with that as well.
Yeah, but it
Even
violates your Fourth Amendment right, though.
Hang on, guys. Even if you go back to registering a car, you were saying you've looked into the topic. I haven't, but you were saying that came from car theft. Again, if you place the ownership on the individual, again, I mean, I still side with individual ownership of that issue. Defend your car better. I mean, it's not the nicest thing to say, and I'm not going to pretend the views that I would espouse would always be the nicest thing to say, but I will say that they will err on the side of the individual taking care of their things. Hi, April G.
How would you feel how would you feel instead of registering, they were to just raise the price of them so they were to make them less accessible to people? Kind of like a car is.
Who's going to do that? That's not capitalism.
They've already done that plenty of times, actually. Usually to prevent minorities from getting guns. Almost every bit of gun regulation we've had so far is targeting minorities.
The thing is like Tyler just said, I can go to a flea
market. Which is why it always comes from the Democrats,
because
Democrats like to pretend they like
$500.
minorities. Democrats like to pretend they like minorities, but their actual end game is to make them more dependent on government. which is why almost every gun restriction law we've gotten passed so far has indirectly, directly targeted minorities. So, I mean, we've done that. We've made guns harder to get from the groups that were most afraid of having guns. Democrats have been
It all
very good at
depends,
that.
too.
It's not successful. When you limit who can get guns, that's not a solution. That's the problem. If the solution is less people having guns, then the actual solution is nobody has guns, which is not a solution that works with the United States, because the Constitution is the only reason this country is a country. So you can't say the solution is to get rid of guns, and that would be the only solution as far as limiting guns. In a country where we say you have a right to defend yourself with physical arms, you shouldn't put more restraint for people being able to do that. You need to honor this idea that bearing arms and everyone having a right to that means that should be easily done. So I don't think a solution would be found in making guns harder to get or more expensive. And we've seen in places where that's the case, that gun violence goes up because then ghost markets thrive and people are getting guns the wrong way. And so what we actually see is gun violence increases not when you restrict how you can get guns, but when the way people get guns is under the table, which is why my strategy with gun control is make it no longer under the table. Don't make that feasible.
How do you get all those illegal guns registered? There's more guns than people in America.
Yeah, there's like 500 million weapons in.
No, I'm legit asking. I'm
I'm
not being argumentative. I'm just
No,
asking.
I know.
How do you
that
do
would
that?
be that's like the most fun, horrendous undertaking ever. It would have to do a lot with currently, a lot of these guns get seized in police seizures and shit like that. But honestly, it's not something you would expect to happen quickly.
Overnight. Yeah.
It's just something that would be very slow. You'd probably be 10, 20 years before 80% of guns were registered. And you would just know that other 20% is not getting registered. The biggest thing is you'd be cutting off the flow of ghost marks and stuff like that. All that would be shut down. It's just not allowed unless you're doing the right registration process. So it's not about undoing what's been done. It's, it's putting the tourniquet on it, putting the stitches on it, and moving forward. And, law-abiding people like AlphaTyler probably will begrudgingly, if he knows that he's not supposed to have these, he'll fucking do it, flipping off Uncle Sam on his way there. And then some people won't. Some people say, no, I'm not doing it. They'll never know I have these guns. And that's kind of something you just know going into it. And you're okay with that, because the point isn't to try to make people like Alpha and Doc register their guns because they're not a danger to society. That's not the point. The point is to stop a different issue.
Yeah, but
if we all work together, it could stop. That's kind of the main point of everything that goes on in this fucking god-awful place, is if people work together a little bit more. Don't you think things could change just a little bit? Like maybe we could actually get to a point where we could get to unregister them. Like
if people could work together, we would not be having this conversation.
Well, if people could work together, we'd have a better institution for mental health, which is what leads to a lot of our mass shootings, right? Which is the thing people are most afraid of, right? It's not the homicide, gun violence people care about, because otherwise people would care about all the kids in Chicago getting shot. Hi, April.
Hi, April. Can I voice?
Yeah, April G.
Yeah,
shooter survivor. I'm sure that's the perspective you're bringing.
Yeah, I am a school shooting survivor. I am for having the right to own guns, because I believe, the old corny but it's true saying, guns don't kill people, people kill people.
That's true.
And if someone has the mindset and has planned out such a catastrophe as a mass shooting, whether it be school, like the Las Vegas shooting, the whatever, we could sit here and name tons of them. They're going to find a way to carry out that act regardless of any fucking law, period.
Yep.
Sure.
They'll find a way. They'll make a bomb out of gasoline and some fucking styrofoam, make some napalm paste. Like, they'll find a way.
A little sulfuric acid and some other stuff.
Ammonia and bleach, mustard gas someplace.
they can still get guns too.
Could we agree though that the person that did have the registered firearm that did get stolen by said person that went and committed such crime didn't get in trouble, and the wrong person didn't go to jail, and they didn't waste so many resources catching the wrong person? I mean, there's always an up and down, right?
I think another thing that's important stated is when I talk about like registration, I don't have any sort of disillusion that this stops violence. The things it does is prevent some, as well as make certain investigations, like Simple was mentioning, easier. For me, the net gain of inconvenience over some will no longer die is a good net gain.
Well, if you trade, freedom for a little bit of, piece of safety, you deserve neither.
Yeah, Ben Franklin. But that's not your freedom because you still have the same fucking guns.
You still have the right to have them.
Violation of the 4th Amendment.
And this is why, like, this is a conversation I would like to have, like, one-on-one versus as a group, because there's so many nuances and everything. And really, if you're going to have the discussion, you have to be able to have it without putting your emotions into it, because your emotions will destroy this conversation.
You sound like the Jedi Master.
Well, I'm being real.
By the way, Dogecoin's at 63 cents right now.
I need to buy in
no,
now.
It's at 62 now, but
I need to buy in.
Don't buy in right now.
No, do not buy now.
No, I've trimmed off the top of the fat.
Market.
Yeah, no, I've sold a couple thousand coins today. Some of it's to buy a new computer desk. The other, I'm just sitting on cash, and then as soon as it dips, it's going back into Doge. So I'll have more coins than I started with again, which is I've done so many times with Doge. My total actual money invested in Doge is $100, and I've cashed out and spent about $2,000, and I've reinvested like another $3,000, and my current Doge holdings are at like even after my sales today, I'm still at like $4,000 of Doge value, and actually it's up to $5,000 now, all from $100. I love Doge; it's my best friend.
Yeah, there's a few more blockchains that are about to blow up too.
So,
yeah, I bought some. Ethereum's probably going to spike again, so I bought some of that sitting on that because that's stable anyway.
I like the ones that you can get for like a half a penny.
Yeah, because then like it's like penny stock trading, right? If you get it, you get it. You use the little unicorn trader is a good one for all those because they're usually not on like major market chains, but you could still.
Yeah, but I thought Doge closed out at 44 cents with a high of 60 today.
Yeah, no, it just. Well, I mean, the cryptos don't close like the stock because they're just.
So it's gone back up to 60.
Yeah, it's peaked
today.
Yeah, it's at 62 right now. It peaked at around 11.10 at 11.10 or so at.
So it went up. It went up 50% since about 5 o'clock when I last checked.
Yeah, Doge is like that. I imagined probably sometime around when Elon Musk is on SNL, it always dips during those big pushes. So I'm thinking we're going to see a dip here soon. That's why I'm trimming off some of the top of mine because I'm expecting it to be like. I hope it gets down to 30 again because I think it might drop there, and then people will keep panic selling because they'll think it's never going to go back, and then we might get back into the 20s again like we did before, and then I'm buying a shit ton of it again.
Yeah.
And then realistically, long term, I think it'll be a pretty stable blockchain based on its market share and probably hover between 80 cents and $1.15 on the long term, and it'll just be kind of one of those things that you can have for long term slight gain investment. But right now, I'm just playing the roller coaster to kind of capitalize on people who never do crypto, doing short sales and stuff like that, and just knowing when to sell it, when to buy it, and make.
Day trading style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm always watching it. Because at this point, if Doge became worthless overnight, I'm still over $2,000 in the.
But the thing is Doge. The funny, I mean, even Elon said, it was meant as a joke. And
yep, it was a meme coin.
It's actually going to become the thing that exceeds the dollar bill.
It's the number 4 crypto right now. Yeah, the joke is the number 4. Well, that's what happens when the dollar's no longer backed by anything. So the dollar's a fucking joke. It used to have a gold standard. Now it's a joke. I mean, what does the dollar have that Doge doesn't? The
Do you know of
American government
in rotation right now? Like literally of all currency that you have in dollar bills and $100 bills and all that, they've printed 50% of it in the last year.
Yep. The dollar is
hoarding it.
The dollar is nothing. So I'm just like, when people are like, "Oh, you're in crypto," I'm like, "Yeah," because that's blockchain supported by just people, random people, and whatever resources they have, which is just as good as the fucking US government at this point. Bitcoin is supported by a lot of international currencies as well when you think about it, right? Like Bitcoin and Dogecoin, those kind of become global currencies, which means they're not tethered to like the US economy. So I'm like, I would trust something like Ethereum and Bitcoin and Dogecoin before I'd trust the US dollar because it used to be on the gold standard and mean something, but
before Nixon.
Yeah, so that's been like what, 80 years, no, 50 years since the gold standard.
Yep.
Like, so it's who cares about the dollar?
Then with the petrodollar, now the petrodollar is not even doing it.
Yeah.
You know, because we had that deal with OPEC that was in order to buy oil from OPEC, which was the largest oil company at the time, you had to use the American dollar to do it, and that's why we ended up having treasury notes. You know, for like $1 million treasury note that's like $1 million bill. You know, and that's why, because nobody wants to walk in with a pallet full of $100 bills to buy oil.
What I love to see is like one of the richest men in the world and clearly one of the most brilliant minds in the world, Elon Musk, supports something like Doge both ironically and unironically and supports crypto heavily. But these professionals and these Karens on news, NBC and Fox and CNN talk about how it's like, oh, it's just as fad as this dumb thing. I'm like, look at the smartest, richest people in the world. They all say this is what you should do. But all these idiots at home say, well, the news said that, and they said Elon Musk is weird and Mark Cuban's eccentric. I'm like, okay, they're also very rich because they're smarter than the Karens on the news who don't understand how the world works.
I got a question, though. Does it make it un-American in any way to stop backing the American dollar?
No.
No, because America stopped backing the American dollar.
England.
America is the people, not the government. The government stopped backing the dollar, so the people can say fuck it to the dollar too.
I got a question. Who in here knows what government means?
It depends what you mean by that question.
It's for the people.
Government in Latin is governo mentis, which means governo is control and mentis is mind. So government is actually mind control. That's actually the literal definition of government. So, we the people are the government. The United States of America is a corporation that was, put together in 1871 by Ulysses S. Grant when he became president. And he incorporated it because he didn't want the southern states to be able to sue the newly reformed American United States. But we the people of these United States of America is, not the United States. We are from these United States of America. We are not the corporation. We are individual human beings. I won't be controlled. I'm telling you that much.
FBI is watching this stream. let me ask a change of. God bless. Stop jumping. I'm trying to clear the comment that I have highlighted, and the chat jumps. Let me ask you guys how you feel about this, because I got a comment on an artist that I've been following for a long time. She's pretty far left, but I still appreciate
Madonna.
The mindset. No, it's Aurora. I appreciate the mindset of what she says, though. Even if I don't always agree with it. I got a comment that says, I'm really surprised you and your other friends enjoy Aurora's philosophy, considering the other content you are championing on your channel, which is always interesting to me because I feel like I do a good amount of championing like individualism. I appreciate folks of different well, that was my response. And then the response was because I said, the only philosophy that I really champion is free thinking, make your own decisions, empower people, not the elites, etc. And then the response I get says, I do make my own decisions, hence why I checked out your channel, check the content. Who specifically are the elite? Also, how are you not supporting the elite by having this channel with allowing advertising? And that was the part that really got me. And especially all you guys who have monetized YouTube channels, I am interested in kind of
ignorant idiot. There's your answer. A fucking ignorant idiot. Just ignore them.
See, that's my
well. So we're talking about elites. I mean, elites are, what do you define as an elite, right?
Anybody that's in Bilderberger.
Anybody that's in what?
Anybody that's
Bilderberg.
making it big, like scheme off cryptocurrency right now.
Okay, so first of all, going back to the government thing, I had to pull out my old Latin dictionary because I took Latin in high school, and that didn't sound right at all. No, that's definitely not where it comes from. The Latin term where we get government from is gubernar, which is to direct, rule, guide, or govern. And then I decided to go from there. I found it in my Latin dictionary because I still have it. So then I decided to go into the old googly goo to find out where that went to. And apparently it went to French, which is gouverner, which goes to government, which is always meant to direct, rule, guide, or govern. It's never meant anything else. There was a Greek version that meant to pilot a ship, but that's about as skewed as it gets. But
So
aside from that,
what does your dictionary say governo means?
what?
Governo.
To direct, wait, goberno?
Governo.
How do you spell that? That doesn't sound right.
Goberno.
Govern. Oh.
Gob.
Oh, lat. I'm just gonna look at here. I'm not gonna try to find that. Oh, gobierno. Is that it? Is that what you're asking? Because gobierno also means.
Don't ask me. I'm dyslexic, so if you ask me to spell something, I'm going to spell it backwards.
Well, I'm not finding anything close to that. So I'm going to call probably not true on that. But as far as
my initials are BS, so I mean, you can call it BS. You're not going to hurt my feelings by saying.
Yeah, no, I just anytime I hear something that's really weird to me compared to like if it falls anywhere where I've had background in like Latin, I'm like, I don't think that's right.
So what is the word for control in Latin?
Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to reverse this because my Latin is Latin to English, not English to Latin. Hold on. Control in Latin. We're gonna ask Google for help.
Imperium.
So imperial. Maybe.
Yeah. I gotta get my stupid phone. I gotta look it up.
Yeah, to be imperialist.
I'll get the correct
control.
Like if you understand the Star Wars war into this, like George Lucas is inspired by like multiple Greek, Latin, and stuff like that, like imperial.
But going back to the elites, they're elites because yes, we support them every single day. Good luck not doing so. Like I don't even understand the premise of that thought. Just because you don't like the elites doesn't mean you could suddenly stop supporting them. The way you stop supporting the elites is you stop living any sorts of the benefits of the life you have, and no one will know you exist. If you don't support the elites, none of us know that you exist. Because the elites control every single. If you want to title them the elites, I don't see it as an Illuminati conspiracy. It's more just in broad daylight. You could see what people do. But the elites that are active in broad daylight control every way that you communicate with people. Every cell phone tower, all that money goes into their pockets. So if you don't live under the disillusion that you're not supporting the elites, the only way that you're not is if you're in a bunker somewhere with no modern technology.
Is if you're homeless and never use cash or.
Yeah, like otherwise you're supporting it. But that's why they're the elites. You shouldn't feel guilt over it. It's not like you're wishing this. You're just acknowledging this. Yeah, I think it's corrupt. And yes, I support them because otherwise I'd have to live like a crazy person. I choose to live like a normal person and try to hopefully find other ways to do that. Mm-hmm. But
I think the word you're looking for is in the private chat.
Yeah, that means that's to rule, to govern, whatever. If that's
that's Spanish to English. Yeah.
Oh, that's Spanish. But the word let me see if I can put it. The word I found into the private chat.
Thanks, Harlan.
I'm gonna go look it up again.
He's thinking of like gubernatorial. You have like governor. Gubernatorial is the B's. GUB would be the Latin.
Yeah, Dan.
I don't know what Erlen put in the chat is supposedly.
I think LOD, or I think Dan is confusing LOD with We Scheme. No, that
does not happen.
Dan, what the hell, man? We discussed this multiple times on this channel.
What's funny
What are
is
you talking?
there's not even like a slight similarity there. That's the weirdest part.
And that's scheme talking. I was silent for 50
You
minutes.
shouldn't have to explain it. You're being trolled.
I know, but it's fucking. What if it two
Just
drinks in?
talk about Philly cheesesteaks. The difference becomes clear.
When speaking and listening to our voices, the difference becomes clear.
Look, I have more annoying
I
voice.
agree, but I'm just saying.
This scheme has the most smoothing voice. Put it that way.
But yeah, so I don't know what that commenter was trying to get at there. I guess would be the moral of that story.
They suck.
Well, it was reacted to by multiple ha's.
What, the fact that the Lord of Darkness thing? No, I'm talking about the commenter you mentioned. The
the one that I was going
the
at,
elite
yeah.
one. I'm like, what's the point? Of course, otherwise they wouldn't be elites.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand the premise.
It's ridiculous. I mean, it what it comes down to is someone who cannot see past left and right, liberal versus conservative, and cannot see that my ultimate end game is to empower individuals over centralized governments. Whereas, they only see the narrative from two perspectives that really only care about the centralized government.
When you can take a step back and look at it all from a bigger perspective, you can definitely better appreciate the things that are going on around you.
Well, my thing is this. I mean, honestly, like Scheme and I could probably lay out an entire day of content that we disagree on. The thing is,
but there's going to be pieces from both of you that could be, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
But the
Doge is at 64 cents
opposite.
now. 64 and a half.
Play by play.
But the point that I'm getting to is like while we could probably lay out a day worth of content that we disagree on, we are still more closely aligned than probably either of us is with anybody who wants to go hard right, hard left, so on and so forth. And that's the thing that I feel like a lot of people don't understand is that neither of these major parties really represents what you believe.
Yeah, facts. That's facts right there. Seriously.
I had someone comment yesterday, and I did ignore this one, but it was like they were talking about it was on one of my older videos. They're like, "Oh, you're rallying for Joe Jorgensen." They're like, "A vote for Joe Jorgensen is a vote for Joe Biden." I'm like, "You really don't understand how voting works, dude."
And then the other side will say a vote for Joe Jorgensen is a vote for Donald Trump.
And it's like you don't know how this works.
I've given up expecting intelligence from the voters because when you see how overtly corrupt our government is, right, it's not hidden. That in a society that has as much democracy as ours does, right? It's not a true democracy because all of our founding fathers said a true democracy is idiocy because of the people. And we're seeing that in all the bits of our country that's democratic, or not democratic in a democracy sense. We have failed because our people are too stupid, and our people are too stupid because they've refused to look past what government-controlled powers have told them about the world around them. So I feel like you reap what you sow, and I think people, in the U.S. have gotten what they deserved as a mass of people. It sucks for those who have stayed informed, haven't voted the blue ticket or the red ticket, but that makes up maybe like, I don't know, when you look at it, about 8% of the voting population have not just taken a side and actually pay attention. So we've gotten what we deserve. Even though I'm not personally part of that, it's who my peers are. Haven't done enough to convince them otherwise, so here we are.
Yeah.
Might move to Costa Rica at some point. Get out of here. My brother owns a lot of land in Costa Rica. Build a house down there and get the fuck out.
Well, it's just I get sad for America when I look at this. So this is a string of comments that I had. recently. You vote for Joe and got a president with 74 executive orders. Any vote not for Trump is a vote for Biden. I'm like, first of all, this is 1 day ago, so we're past this. Like, come on now. I'm like, I'm not sure you understand how voting works. And they had the chutzpah to respond again and say, actually, I do. She was put there to divide the votes. So to take away more votes from Trump, she was never in it to win it. She's best friends with Joe's wife. They have photos together. Like, and that's the point where you lose me. Like, I don't care who's friends with who. Like we're coming in. Somebody spends the money to run for president of the United States. Like, they are actually trying to become president of the United States.
Also, there's a large amount of short-sightedness with that. I don't think there's been a third-party candidate aside from during the Clinton era that's actually been running with intent to win. They're running with intent to get enough of a percentage of popular vote in each state to secure additional funding for future runs, because elections in the United States are purchased. They're indirectly purchased, but they're purchased, right?
This kind of brings you back to
you
the
have to
elite
buy
thing.
the media time, you have to buy your place on the debate stage, you have to all of that, because the American people are too stupid to research on their own. So you have to buy their attention. So you have to spend millions and millions of dollars, and you're not going to be able to do that unless people are willing to pour that money into you. They're not going to be willing to pour that money into you if your party's not legitimate. So the way that a party establishes legitimacy is usually through several elections where they show a growth. So the Libertarian Party had been trying to show that growth with Gary Johnson, then Joe, and it was going to happen, except it was such a heated election that nobody cared about the third party candidate at all. And Joe said some stupid stuff supporting Black Lives Matter going into the election that turned off a lot of libertarians, because libertarians aren't stupid usually. That's the problem. You can't be the libertarian ticket person and be that stupid. You don't bend the knee to the SJ. She was doing it as a political ploy. I don't even think she thought it. She just didn't realize that just because you have socially left people in the Libertarian Party doesn't mean they're socially far left. But the idea that you're trying to win an election as a libertarian or a Green Party candidate or whatever else is stupid. You're not trying to win. You're trying to get 10, 11, 12% of the overall popular vote in enough states that 4 years from now, you can get conglomerates to fund you so that you can be on the debate stage and then make a shot at winning. Gary Johnson was very good about getting that message across. Joe Jorgensen was not.
Gary just tried to lick that reporter, and it kind of ruined everything.
Well, when you're a third party candidate, you have to be like a Superman, right? No, you have to be Superman.
Oh, yeah.
Because if one of the main cards do anything, nobody cares. Joe Biden practically molests people on stage. Nobody cares.
Ted Cruz
Trump
kind of got
literally
ruined
molests
during the
people
debate.
on stage. Nobody cares.
When Cruz had that piece of food fall, get on his lip, and then he sucked it back in and ate it.
Mike Pence shows that he was literally dead by having a fly swarm his corpse.
Well, the thing is, that everybody always makes a big deal out of the fly thing. I mean, there's pictures of Obama with a fly on his fucking lip.
No, it was just funny though.
I have more of an issue, honestly, with Ted Cruz being a big enough bootlicker to go from in the primary debate. You know, Donald Trump literally talks shit
about his wife
for no reason. And I'm just saying, like, a couple of months later, Ted Cruz is fully on the Trump train. I'm like, no, you talk shit about my wife.
Ted Cruz is a character. What I like Ted Cruz in, and what I want to see Ted Cruz doing, is he needs to be in some sort of FCC sort of position, because the way he talks at social media conglomerates is just music to my ears.
What I want to see,
and I need to see him doing that for his full-time job. Make him the FCC commissioner. Go Ted Cruz.
What I want to see Ted Cruz doing is exclusively smoking cigars in his Senate office. Like I don't know if you remember that when he's going through, he's like coming in, lights up the cigar. He's like, these are all these pages we haven't read. And clearly they're not pages. They're printed off sheets.
Yeah.
Ready for him there to point out what is on what. And he just pulls it up, throws it down while he's smoking a cigar in the fucking Senate, in his fucking Senate office.
There's definitely qualities that are enjoyable. But I would not vote for him for president. You know who I would vote for, who would probably run on a Republican ticket?
Rand Paul?
DeSantis.
Nah.
He's going to run. And so is I bet it's not long before
The person I would
Governor
vote for is
Abbott
not
from
going to run
Texas.
at any time.
Governor
soon.
Abbott from Texas will run eventually. Well,
I'm voting for
physically.
Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh God.
Now I'm talking just a random. He's a representative. That's it.
Okay.
Where at?
Texas.
I don't know any of them.
Oh, the military guy with the one eye?
No.
Okay. Oh, well then I like Louis Gohmert or whatever his name is.
Nah. If you guys want to know, one of the only people that flies under one of the two official parties that I would vote for president if he ever ran, his name is Chip Roy.
Oh, you like Chip Roy, huh?
Reason for this is I've watched Chip Roy talk enough. This man is not at all a Republican. This man is an incognito libertarian that does not want to get found out, and I love every minute of it. Every one of his policies is libertarian because he's way too socially left to be a Republican.
I just wish we'd get rid of the party system.
Yes.
So yeah, that'd be nice, but also difficult. But yeah, so Chip Roy, I hope he works his way up and licks the right boots. Then like 16 years from now, 20 years from now, he's worked up. He's done enough things to sell his soul to the devil, but he's still the same old Chip Roy. And I will vote for that man.
And he's got a votable name too. Chip Roy.
Chip off the old block.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Scheme, I had to look it up how to spell it. It's Gubbe RNARE.
Gubernator.
Gubernator. Hold on. Yeah, that's the word I looked up originally.
Yeah.
It's
in my dictionary. Does not mean to control.
What is it? To guide, like pilot a ship?
Yeah.
That you're controlling.
It
the
means
ship.
to steer, be at the helm of, govern, rule, command, direct. That's what it means in Latin.
I mean, there's
direct, rule, guide, govern. Govern.
Yeah.
That's so it's to be in charge of something.
To be in control of something.
Well, yeah, that's what the government typically was.
I mean,
Especially
government was set up in the Bible
to control people, to have
set up.
disorder.
Tyler, do you agree? Where is that at?
I'm clicking through chat. What?
Okay, I was saying government set up by God. It's in the Bible.
Government is set up in Genesis by God.
Right.
God is big into monarchy system. That's the government of God is monarchy. And Julius Caesar was close enough to it that it got Jesus' stamp of approval. God was definitely never into democracy in any of his teachings. He said, nah, people suck.
He also didn't want to give them kings. He didn't want to give Israel kings, and they begged for it, so he gave it to them.
Democracy doesn't work. I mean, whether you're looking at God, whether you're looking at God or you're looking at history, everyone who says America is a democracy is a fucking moron who doesn't actually understand how democracy works. But democracy does not work. Like in effect, if you look at it, it's literally the smartest thing I ever heard was in college when I had a professor say, democracy is 2 lions and a lamb deciding what's for dinner. And it really fucking is. I mean, it's literally, okay, what are we gonna eat? Well, we're gonna eat this fucking thing. Like,
well,
that's exactly what it is.
You get factions are to freedom as arrows to fire, and then you split those factions and give them each. And I think the splitting of us, because there's no such thing as a party system in the Constitution. It's not written that way. It just ended up being that way. Because all the factions want to get together, and if we keep, they're in the back room. And I guarantee you, some of these Democrats, Republicans are in the back room where there's no cameras, and they're laughing it up and going like, "Yeah, we're good friends out here." And then they go out there and they'll be in front of the cameras. They'll be worst enemies.
The funniest thing is Republicans claiming to be a conservative party. They're not even a conservative party.
When was the last time Republicans were a conservative party?
Yeah. Well, that's how it gets pitched, though. It's liberals versus conservatives. Republicans.
Well, I know I think the thing that they've done a good job of ignoring is when you think about like political polarities, there's left and right, which is what we focus on. And those are usually social and basic economic issues.
Yeah.
But the thing that people don't realize is both the left and the right of this country are politically north, which is authoritarian. Mm-hmm. South is libertarian. Yeah. So if you're a Democrat, what you're getting is a very authoritarian government with some left-leaning social views and a lot of government control and regulation. And if you're on the right, a Republican in this country, you're getting a little, almost sometimes slightly more conservative social values with just as much exuberant government regulation, control, and spending. In fact, the Republicans historically spend far more in office than the Democrats do.
In recent years, absolutely. I mean, the fact is, if you look at George W. Bush, he was friggin' he spent like money.
Junior or senior?
But Junior. Senior some issues too, but Junior, God bless. But
the Republicans have been the spend big and suck big businesses dick at the expense of the American people since Ronald Reagan.
Yeah,
it's been the Republicans' MO.
But the thing is, I got so much heat because in this last election, I said, you know what, Trump is a fascist. Like, really and truly, Trump is a fascist. I'm sorry, like he is.
Yeah, look at his red flag laws.
In most ways, yeah.
Look at the guy coming out trying to take the power of the purse away from Congress through executive action. Look at the guy coming out flexing the military against the governor in her own state in Michigan. Through executive.
The dude definitely meets the definition.
Yeah, and it's like you're fucking retarded if you don't think that both sides of this are fascist. Like the thing is, the left paints it up nicer, and they parade all their SJWs in front of them and say, I'm for this cause, all this, so on and so forth. But it's really, they're both fucking fascists.
Well, take away the left and the right for a second. Just think of Democrats and Republicans, because I think that's kind of slightly different in this country sometimes. The Democrats pander to the radical left a lot. But think about the Democratic presidents we've actually had. When did we have a radical Democratic president?
We have never had a radical Democratic.
But think of the last Republican presidents. Trump is a radical.
I would say
Bush Jr. was a radical. Clinton was not a radical. He was a moderate Democrat. The stuff he did was actually to reduce how much we spent on welfare. Clinton reduced the spending on welfare ridiculously, and then George Bush increased it again.
He spent every bit of our silver bullion reserve.
You gotta look where the Congress was at this time
for our generation.
So are we talking Democratic Party?
I'm talking Democrat. I'm
thinking about the actual Democratic definition. We have never had a Democratic president in this country who wants to dispute through democratic actions. Now, if you're going through the party lines, FDR was probably the last radical Democratic platform.
That's what I'm saying. Most of the Democratic presidents we've had in most of y'all's lifetimes are moderates.
Yeah.
Like Jimmy Carter, moderate. Clinton, moderate. Biden, moderate. Obama, moderate.
My dad
hated Republicans
Jimmy
we've
Carter's
had,
guts.
Well, he didn't do shit. The Republicans we've had have been more extreme because while the Democrats up on stages talk big talk to pander to the left, when you look at their actual actions on paper, super moderate policy. Now, if you don't like Democratic policy, you're still not going to like it, but they were not extreme. We've had far more extreme from the Republican parties.
I think that's where I would push back because using just George W. Bush as an example, the last Republican president before Trump, he was not even really a Republican. If you look at Republican values.
Well, I'm saying, what ticket did they run under, and what did we get? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
like when you look at because what they say they represent and what they represent is different. I'm just saying when you look at the parties who they've put up for president, the Democrats have put up moderates who act like they're progressives when they're not.
Yeah.
The Republicans have put up radicals who act like they're conservative when they're not.
Well,
George W. Bush Jr. gave us the biggest violation to our constitutional rights of any president of your lifetime.
Please don't say it. The war.
Are you talking about the NDAA?
No, I'm talking about the Patriot Act, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Well, I'm more worried about the NDAA than I am the Patriot Act.
No,
How
the
are you?
Patriot Act
Okay,
is terrible.
you mentioned the Fourth Amendment earlier as this badge towards registering your gun, but the Patriot Act you're not worried about?
No, I am worried about it. I'm more worried about the National Defense Acquisitions Act or whatever where it's telling the government can actually take you and put you somewhere, and they don't have to tell anybody that they've got you. So
and then we opened up what Guantanamo Bay under Bush Jr. We have not ever had like a more calmly received radical president than George Bush Jr. This man opened Guantanamo Bay and other torture elements, committed war crimes.
Look up Indiana,
and literally made it legal for the CIA to know everything you're doing. And Edward Snowden tried to expose that and had to run away.
Trust me, I'm in agreement with you, bro. I am not. We're loudly agreeing about the same point.
I guess the whole reason that I'm saying this is what I have seen from conservatives that disturbs me is loyalty to the Republican Party. And the whole reason I'm bringing this up is every Republican representative you've had for president does not support the values the Republicans claim to have when I talk to them. Republicans say they want small government, they want conservative American values, the Constitution to be respected. I have not seen that from any Republican presidents in my lifetime. I've seen that more from Democratic presidents. Even though they talk a different way in public, their actual actions lined up more with what Republicans said they care about than the Republicans I've seen in office. When you just look at it on paper. Now, their speeches, I'll give you that. The speeches of Democrats make it seem like they're socialists, they're doing all this crap, but what they actually do when you compare Republicans and Democrats, the Democrats have done more things Republicans say they like in my lifetime than the Republicans have. And that's why I'm like, I'm not saying this because I'm a Democrat.
My question, do you think that North American Free Trade Agreement was a radical thing or a mainstream thing? Because I remember I used to go into Walmart when I was a kid, and everything said "Made in the USA," "Made in the USA," and you can't see that sign anywhere no more in a Walmart.
I feel like it was a reaction to fucking NAFTA, which was Clinton's worst gaffe.
That's what I'm saying. North American Free Trade Agreement.
Yeah, wasn't that Clinton though, not Bush?
That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying you asked me who a radical, Democrat was, and you said that he was a moderate, and I thought NAFTA was an extremely, all of our jobs went overseas. Ford moved out of Detroit and went to Mexico. Everything gets made by China now. And
we should have listened to Ross Perot.
Well, if we start voting for higher prices on everything,
I mean, we don't have any manufacturing jobs for our age group.
I think
because everybody needs to make $50 a fucking hour. Nobody can take a price break. Nobody, you know what I mean? I get you.
It was what's interesting about the history of NAFTA is the pressures that pushed it were not from the Democratic Party lines. NAFTA, even though the Republicans ended up hating it, came based on no one being able to come to terms or agreements with really how to treat American workers more than the international trade issue. And a lot of businesses wanted to be able to bypass certain federal regulations for unions, wages, et cetera, and Clinton's brilliant move was to try to do what he thought would make us buddy with China rather than China just being like, we're going to abuse you, which is what we've really gotten out of it. So I don't think it was as much a radical thing as just an extremely stupid thing, because when I say radical, I usually see a lot more deliberacy and intelligence involved. With Clinton, I think it was more of like
brilliant, economists.
I think Clinton was just a really bad economist with bad people in his ear. I don't think he was an extremist. I think he went with the advice of the people around him, which was terrible advice. Maybe they were extremists. I
view the point as extreme.
Yeah, I would agree. But when I'm looking at like a president's body of work and everything else Clinton did, I wouldn't say because of NAFTA now he's an extreme president. I think that was an extreme dumb thing. It would be. I don't know where you put it as extremist on a political scale, because it really wasn't like politically left or right. It was just economically stupid.
I think one of the biggest issues that we make in the U.S. is we look at a presidency and only look at the president rather than look at the Congress behind them.
Yeah, who was there?
Because the fact is, when you look at, to Scheme's point, when you look at Bill Clinton's most memorable years where most of these things happened, Newt Gingrich was the Speaker of the House. And the fact is, Newt had a ton of power. Newt backed a lot of these things, but because Bill Clinton was president,
You got to blame it on Clinton if it didn't work.
Yeah, Republicans didn't have to own that. And the thing is, you know, we get into, oh, well, where was this president? Where was this president? The president cannot do anything. Most Americans have no basic understanding of civics to understand that really something has to pass Congress before the president executes. Again, it's the executive office. You would think that people understand execute falls into their job, but we don't.
What's interesting is when you look at, again, Clinton's presidency, Republicans loved, especially at the time, it's faded, but they loved to trash on Clinton like he was just this evil dude, more than a lot of other presidents.
Hey, can I interrupt you just for a second, Scheme?
Yeah.
Just to let you know, I am a registered Democrat because of Bill Clinton. Because when I turned 18 and signed up for selective service, they asked me, do I want to be a Republican or a Democrat? And at that point in my mind, I didn't really know. You know, I took civics enough that I knew, you know, economics a little bit and what a fiscal year was and how things work in the three branches. But I only picked the fact that I wanted to be a Democrat because Bill Clinton went on to like the night show and started playing saxophone. And I'm like, well, that guy's kind of
what a sexy man on the saxophone.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I became a Democrat because of him. Now,
I mean, Democrats have won a lot of people over by being cool, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
that's
honestly,
a party secret.
If I could have had anybody that would have been a Democrat that didn't make it to be president, I would have liked Michael Dukakis myself.
So, what's interesting, Clinton's biggest achievement was economic reform and reduction of welfare. And usually when people talk about that, they say, well, it was the Republican-held Congress, like AlphaTyler was talking about. And that's where you get into, depending on which party you're talking to, it's a lose-lose for whoever the president was. Because at the end of the day, the president does approve or deny a lot of important things that come through Congress, right? The president has influence.
Power of veto.
So it's not like the president doesn't do anything. It's just they're not making all these decisions, but they are making the final decision of almost everything. So I've always said, if you want to be earnest in how you're viewing politics and viewing a president, because I do believe whether it's a democratically held Congress or Republican held Congress, the president has a big fucking influence on how those 4 years go.
Sure.
I always just encourage people to say, whether it was good or bad, either credit it all or credit none of it to that president, if you're talking about them. I generally am the person who says, for simplicity, I credit all of it to that president because they did have the final say on pretty much everything anyway. So when we look at welfare with Clinton, the reason he approved all the stuff that did cuts for welfare was because in those bills, they increased how much welfare people could get. And they just added in what you had to do to qualify as far as checks on where you check. The Republicans got check for employment, drug checks, shit like that. When Bush came into office, Bush Jr., one of his big campaigns was he was going to make it that we weren't making people so dependent like in Clinton's administration, which was just kind of this veil over people because what was very untrue about what he says, we were spending less on things like welfare than we ever had. So what Bush did that got really popular and easy to push in Congress was he presented a spending cut. That's what Republicans love to do, right? Spending and tax cuts, because that looks great. But in that cut was the funds that were being used to police essentially welfare. So the funds that were used to keep tabs on people, he took away, which meant that immediately
overran.
Immediately speaking, welfare went way down as far as cost to the country, and everyone was
initially
happy. 2 years later, boom, we were about triple of what we were under Clinton because we didn't have the money to check on people if they should have it or not. So more people got accepted for a lower amount, which basically meant you had more people on welfare who were all living worse off with less responsibility for getting that money.
Yeah,
true.
Can I say too? I mean, that plays into what you were saying earlier about which platform puts up more moderate candidates. I mean, when you look at those factors, and that's why I always say that it is more important to understand which house or which party controlled Congress. You have to understand, even when you're going through those things, yes, there are the compromises, so on and so forth. And the president does have the final say. But if you don't understand that Republicans originated a lot of these things, you don't understand exactly how moderate or extreme the candidate in question is. Because even look at Bill Clinton, because that's who we've been talking about. Bill Clinton with a Republican Congress was smart enough to sign these things that looked good at the time, regardless of the eventual impact, versus Donald Trump fighting with his Congress.
If it came from anyone he didn't like, he fought it.
Yeah,
It didn't matter the
yeah.
idea.
It
What I wish for the Republican Party is to either go away and be replaced, or to actually have representation for the values of the people who I know are Republicans. Because I feel really bad for Republicans a lot, because no matter where you are, if you're an actual Republican, from what I understand the definition is, you don't have representation, at least not in the big stages. You could say the same of the radical left, but I don't give a fuck, because they don't really deserve representation because they're idiots. But I'm not talking about the radical right. I'm talking about just normal, moderate, conservative right. So I'm not full libertarian where it's tear it all down. I just want moderately smaller government, less regulations. I want conservative values. I want these simple things that Republicans used to believe in. You have no representation. On the left, if you're a moderate Democrat, you have representation. If you're a Democrat who says, I think social values and social progression is one of the more important things, I believe that the government should have a pretty good reign of control to stop people from being bad to each other. These are moderate democratic principles, but I don't believe in socialism or all this other crazy crap, right? That's a moderate Democrat. They have representation. They have people in high offices of power who believe and follow through with those things. I don't know why or how it happened, but true Republicans don't have representation, which is why a lot of Republicans don't even call themselves that anymore. Like Ben Shapiro calls himself like a libertarian. He's just a Republican of what they used to be.
He's just a super conservative guy with
He's
actual
what
conservative
Republicans
values.
were probably right before I was born. Because Republicans haven't been Republicans in the main stage since at least George Bush Sr.
Well, and that's the crazy thing, because you and I have talked about Ben Shapiro before, and like the nuances there. Your wife still watches Ben Shapiro. I mean, kudos there, because my wife doesn't even know who he is. But, the nuances, it is sad that we're at a point where if you have even something that is not extremely cornered by your party, you are suddenly this outcast. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I just feel bad for Republicans because
Scheme. I gotta say, dude, I like talking to you, man. You seem like you got your head, swiveled on correctly.
I try.
Yes. And if you haven't checked out We Speak, make sure that you do.
I don't have radicalized beliefs, and I can at least
I don't like fanaticism on any side.
Even when I disagree with someone, I usually can find where they're coming from and find points of agreement enough to move forward instead of move into contention. Right. The only time I'm
just trying to justify your point, then you're not actually having a conversation. All you're doing is defending yourself.
Exactly. And I usually don't find myself in like a huge confrontation with someone unless they're like just so out of stupid field that I'm just fucking.
Yeah, they're probably all up in their emotions and they're trying to defend themselves.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not a Republican by the traditional sense at all. I don't feel like I would vote a traditional Republican the way I defined a Republican leader. But I still think that that's where a good portion of the population is, which is why I think it's a damn shame you don't have representation. And I don't know how the fuck that happened, but you don't. You have the Republicans in this country are just not the Republican people. The Republican leaders are not the Republican people.
And I know that what I'm about to say is going to trigger Alpha because I've said it before, but I believe in limiting terms in Congress. And we came to the idea of 12 years. For me, that's a great idea. And then he's like, well, no. And
triggered. Nah, because I halfway agree with you. I just don't think that the House is the best place to do it.
I think every government position should have a limited term as well as a limited income based on 100% of people's.
Here's
a position of government should be a
public
position of
servant.
service, not a position
It's a public
of
servant.
Yeah.
yeah. It's a stature right now. It should never be a stature. It should be
it's not a
servitude.
career either.
If we were a monarchy, it needs to be a stature. But since we're running under a republic democracy, you need that republic to be run by people who are just people.
There to work.
You know, when our government started, you had to hold another job if you were in government. You did it because you wanted to do it.
You wanted to serve.
And again, I understand this argument. And I'm not gonna dwell on this because like I've said before, I mean, we can agree to disagree. I absolutely think that the Senate should have term limits. Obviously, the presidency already does. The House, my issue with the House comes, I do feel like we need to reinforce that the House should be a lower house of Congress. First of all, it should not be, you should not be a household name if you are a first term Congress.
What is the bonus to not having a term limit in Congress?
But the House changes out every 2 years. We have, as the people, we have enough power to change the makeup of the House every 2 years. We can literally elect new people to the House every 2 years.
Okay.
If people are not smart enough.
Our republic is founded on the idea that people are not smart enough.
True.
But
that is like a founding principle of our entire system of government is the less democracy, the more representation of the people that's authentic, the better. The best way to get more authentic representation of the people is cycling out. It used to just be that people in government cycled themselves out because there was no motivation to stay in government. So here's where I could lean with you. If you want to say we should go back to the honor system of cycling out, then give a motivation for that. And the motivation for that is don't make it glamorous to be in government.
Well, that was what I started off my statement with saying, was that the House should be the lesser house of Congress.
I mean financially glamorous.
Right. Yeah. And that is a given, like I said, in what I'm saying. But
don't give them free healthcare for life afterwards either.
No,
absolutely. Yeah, none of that shit.
If veterans don't get a pension for life, no one in government should have a pension for life. That is a personal.
All the pensions need to shut down. You make what the people you represent make, because I think that will actually solve the issue without term limits. If I'm being honest,
a good part of it would, but here's
people would actually retire.
That's a good idea. Yeah, because I can make more money in the private sector while I'm going to sit around and,
exactly. You would do it because you wanted to. Here's the thing. When you do that, what is your motive then for getting into Congress? I want to make positive change. I want to make positive change for my community. That would be your motivation. And that would be your only motivation, which is what our government's founded to be able to do. The positions that you keep and you give some prestige to are the positions that require certain skill. Your generals, your economic advisors, things like that. Congress is not in that.
What I would say here is that specifically when I make these statements, I do make them with the arrogant assumption that people understand the backing factors behind that. And so when I do say, hey, the House shouldn't have this, okay, second order effect, I do think that the House should be the lower chamber of Congress. Third order effect, no, I don't think that pensions and everything else should exist, especially not for, if you are in the House of Representatives, you should be at the lowest echelon of our federal government. I'm sorry, the stepping
we have a federal pay scale. Just put them on the low end of the federal pay scale if you don't want to go through all the rigmarole of calculating what the average man makes. Just lower them on the federal pay scale. That'll work too. We've got the pay scale already established. Lower their F code. It's pretty easy.
Exactly. But where I go with that, all of those things I do mean to be implied. But when I say term limits in the House, now that is assuming everything else there. Term limits in the House, to me, we have the power as the people, if we would take it, to literally every 2 years change the entire makeup of the House. We're all too stupid to actually change the entire makeup of the House. It will never happen.
Again, because I don't want to leave our government to the intelligence of the people.
Well, right. But,
You have to also think, why did we put term limits on presidents?
You also have to humor
Because
the tear
Roosevelt
down.
got elected for a third time, and he's
Yeah.
like,
So, but why was
he
that
made
a
it an
problem?
executive order because people wanted him to become king.
You also have to humor the tear it down side of me. And the one side, while I think some people, every time I hear Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez open her mouth, I have the mindset that, man, I wish there was some barring factor that would keep her from it. But you know what? If I'm going to be a person who is damn near an anarchist, who says, let's tear it all down, let's give the power to the people, I also have to give the people the power to represent themselves with a fucking moron.
So, but going back to we put a term limit on presidents.
Sure.
So you have to think the reason that happened was because the House and Congress felt their control slipping.
The reason that happened was Harry Truman realizing the office of the presidency as someone who never wanted the office of the presidency, saying, okay, after 2 terms, I can't imagine how my predecessor did 4 terms. No one person should ever have this much time in office, period.
But it wasn't his own fruition or
Sure.
his own desires.
Sure.
It was the desire to maintain power by the House and Congress,
which should,
while
have
not
power,
impeding
yes.
their own power. Here's the problem. I don't put trust into the people, because if I was to put trust into the people, then I would be either communist or full free market capitalist. Those are the anarchist free market capitalists. Those are the 2 viewpoints that come from trusting people. If you trust people, you usually fall somewhere near communism or extreme free market capitalism and anarchy. I don't trust people. So I don't. So I'm just giving. I'm giving you my background. I'm not trying to put an argument statement. I'm saying, so because of my basis of not trusting people, the form of government I have to abide by is one where the rules of that government protect people from their own stupidity. And one of the best ways to protect people from their own stupidity is to automatically remove the ability for any individual to have sustained power and longevity. Because the only way that any government sort of body can enact extreme control over someone takes time. So if you're constantly rotating people out, you remove that variable. No matter how stupid people are, you remove the ability for them to continue to elect someone that ruins their country. So because I don't trust people, I am a rotating door government believer. I think Congress terms should be limited to about 8 to 12 years, because there is some merit to being in there a long time. So I'd say 12 years would probably be a good number. But right now, what you have in the houses of Congress are people who don't even understand the internet.
Bro, Mitch McConnell is my
That's why we need to get
who you
these old heads in here, man.
And we have age restrictions for presidents. The age restriction should be a 2-way street. There should be a retirement age.
Yeah, but we've got old heads. I mean, like when I was trying to talk to Alpha about this last time, like, God bless Senator McCain for what he did for our country as a soldier, but he was nowhere near anything that represented who I was.
Nope.
He made a career out of it.
So yeah, that's kind of where our irreconcilable difference is going to be. There is, I don't trust the people to deserve the kind of power you want to instill in them.
And I would say that I do not, obviously, I'm not burning it all down. There's, I call myself a libertarian, not an anarchist. I'm not saying give the people the absolute power, because at the end of the day, I want to preserve what we have.
Anarchist means just a volunteer, bro.
Well, anarchy is a little bit further than
anarchy is the stepbrother of communism. They're right next to each other.
Yeah, communism has a ruler. Anarchy doesn't have a ruler. There is no ruler.
Okay, so
Everybody's
it's socialism.
fucking free will, though.
Socialism is anarchy. Then, if you want to,
I'll agree with socialism. I mean,
fair.
I've made this point before. Name me one Russian sports car.
I feel
ask a Russian for American sports.
This is why I want this conversation to be one-on-one. Damn it, because there are so many rabbit holes that you can pull off of left and right.
I agree. We're going on too many rabbit holes here.
Shut up, LOD.
I don't know. I'm
Man,
really
it's just to shut up.
My brain go.
This is
Struggle going on.
This is where my frustration with these conversations does come from, honestly. This is not an attack at anyone. It's just it is too easy to pull away from these trails when you have multiple voices coming into it, because it's like, okay, well, if you think, one person mentioned socialism in relation to anarchism, which is a totally different conversation than talking about Russian cars.
Wait,
well, the point is that socialism doesn't work, but anarchy does.
Anarchy does not work. It definitely does not work. I mean, if you
not the way it's portrayed anyway.
It works in tribalism, sure, but maybe
anarchy and socialism work under one condition. They always have, and they always will work under one condition. Very
human
small,
nature doesn't exist.
No, just very small populaces without differences.
Yeah.
Socialism and anarchy works when everyone has the same ideals.
Yeah, if you're a hippie community, socialism works.
That's what I'm saying, but the same is true of anarchy. Anarchy and socialism, they all only work if everyone in that community already shares the same values.
I just mean on a basic fundamental level. So I apologize that I didn't clarify.
And I mean, that's the same thing that I'm saying, though. If you take human nature out of the equation, if you say that all people are just good and doing things out of the kindness of their heart,
I think you can leave human nature in it. You just have to have a sect of people that are in a synchronization in their ideology. That's all you need. You need a cult-like mindset,
okay,
right?
And
you need a binder.
Let me clarify that human nature, we could all probably exist under either system because we all have the basic respect for one another. The problem is human nature is inevitably going to breed corruption over time.
I'll agree.
You will inevitably end up with that person who wants more.
If there's growth of that society.
Yeah.
Because there are societies that exist now that have for millennia that are basically socialist anarchist societies separated from the world because they don't grow.
Yeah.
So if you stay stagnant with common-minded people, you'll be fine.
Yeah. And
what's the fun in that?
we're not disagreeing on that. I mean,
the betterment of life, in my opinion.
It is about the betterment of life, but that's why it cannot grow. Because if it grows to a point where one person in control has the idea that it can go further, eventually you get someone who wants to see it go further, regardless of everyone else. The problem that you come into, that's the same problem that I have with giving more powers to the presidency, whether it's under Trump, whether it's under Biden, whether it's under Obama, whether it's whoever it's under. When you give more power to the presidency, you are enabling the same thing that conservatives argue against when they make this same argument that I'm making now, that somebody who is corruptible overpowers. You can't give power to the guy that you like without knowing that it's going to go to the guy that you won't like later.
Well, yeah.
Or even some ideals that you don't like. They don't all do everything they say they're going to do. They don't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I'd like to be able to vote for cabinet members.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's why we're supposed to have better representatives, though.
Yeah.
But people are too stupid to vote for the right ones.
Well, the problem is, I mean, we have a Senate, we have a House that votes down party lines, period.
Yep.
And
oh, yeah, it's all partisan. There's nothing that's like bipartisan or nonpartisan. Everything is complete partisan in all of our government. And it's broken. It's utterly broken.
It's like turn on the news right now and you'll hear like there's that one senator in West Virginia that occasionally votes with Republicans. He's a Democrat, but it's like everything else is like, oh, well, the House is introducing this. It's going to pass through the House because you already know all the Democrats vote one way.
Nothing matters. It's just who has more red chips or who has more blue chips.
And see that backroom deal stuff that we're talking about right there. Voting on party lines. Now, if you made terms in the House and the Senate, you're more likely not going to have those backroom deals where you're going to see, everybody voting partisan. You're actually going to have handshaking across the aisle because those people are there to work and make things work, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, to be clear, I don't disagree with party or with term limits. I disagree with taking the power of the people away. Even if that is the power of the people to shoot themselves in the foot.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck about the people.
That is
So-
where our core disagreement.
Yeah,
on this topic
that's why I
comes
said that's where we'll have our irreconcilable difference.
That's because Scheme's going to be the elite with all the cryptocurrency.
Yeah, I've seen enough of the people to know that, you know, it's kind of like when all the movies when AI gets sentience, like they'll try to protect the people from themselves. I'm the AI with sentience. I go, I've seen the people. They need protection from their own dumbass. They don't need power. And what they need is a system of government that's designed in a way that cannot essentially dominate them, but also cannot be dominated by them. That's why I like the rotating door. You have to have constant changing of people, and the motivation to be in government would have to be one of self-preservation.
You have to have a changing of the guard.
Yeah, so constant changing of the guard, and you're paid on merits that align with how well your people are doing, because what that does is it, first of all, takes away power from the people to constantly vote in the same people, but it also takes away power from the government officials to stay in power too long or to have financial motivations to get into power.
Yeah,
that's just where I don't trust people in power or out of power. I just don't trust people. So every form of government that I see as
It's a healthy way to live.
Is built on not trusting anybody involved. Not trusting the voter, not trusting the politician. Nobody is trusted, but there are ways to establish your government that you don't have to trust either party. And that's how I usually view government. My opinions on government are usually formulated that way, is in a formulation of not trusting people.
You need to run for office, brother.
You like Greco-Roman
wrestling naked
governance.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going another place with that one.
All representatives should have to sew sponsors' logos on their suits.
Bro, no, how about we just remove the sponsors? That's a better idea.
You should not. The fact that you can take money as a politician running for election, re-election,
it's ridiculous. They legalized taking bribes.
Yeah, it's stupid.
And corporations are individuals.
You look at literally these PACs and super PACs that exist to funnel money into programs so that this person, it's stupid.
And you know how those things get established, right?
Lobbyists.
People being in office for way too long and lobbying for years and years. Rotating door, baby.
Well, that goes through.
I think there should be term limits though on the Senate.
This needs to be a conversation that every American that's under the age of 50 that needs to be talking about.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that goes back to, for a long time, I was a card carrying, paid my dues to the NRA and everything. And then I realized what the NRA is. It's like,
the NRA is so fun. Every gun restriction law that we have passed in the last 50 years has been NRA sanctioned.
Yeah. Well,
every one of them.
The thing about it, this is the thing, the NRA, and this is pulling back the curtain for all of you guys who are still paying to the NRA.
Stop
the NRA pulls you in. They're like, we're for your gun rights. Go to this gun seminar. Go to this seminar. Get this free literature. Get this nice bag. We got these discounts on this stuff and that stuff. But the fact is, the NRA is only there to control your guns. They don't give a fuck if they're registered, not registered. They don't give a fuck about any of that. They just want to be the ones who have that voice in the ear of the politician who says what can happen with your guns.
Make some money.
Yep. They just want money.
Yeah.
Let's boil it down to simpler terms. They are a money-making machine, and every political move they make will be to the ends of more money. That's the NRA.
Think about it: world power, money, government power, money.
It's just so
power,
out of control
money.
here. Talking about stuff in trout with cilantro.
It doesn't matter if you're religious or not. There are human principles that exist in many religions that are universally true, and one of them exists in Judeo-Christianity, and that is the root of all evil is money.
No, the love of money.
The root of all evil is the love of money. Don't try to get me on semantics. I promise you, I know more about biblical text than everyone in this chat.
You
promise.
Sure. Yeah, just because you know it doesn't mean you follow it. But anyways,
I didn't say I follow it. I said I know it. So if you're going to try to get me on
without ever having any of it,
tree of life, baby. That's all I'm saying.
You can love money and not have any.
I
like
know.
that,
I said
I'd still
don't,
go to hell
don't
for it. It was cool.
semantics me. I understand what I said and what I meant.
Alan said he wasn't going to be confrontational, and here he is.
Well, when someone says something like that, yeah, there's going to be confrontation.
The root of all evil is the love of money.
Correct.
I would sometimes, just because
Money itself is just a tool.
I don't think Alan has talked to you at length about it. I have. I may be the only person in here who has, and I don't know if anyone else in here bothered to watch when we did so. I do know your background a little bit with religion, and so I am. I am
Going from
always
one
interested.
hot to the next hot.
It's
yeah, no joke.
Spicy.
I'm not trying to start this conversation right now, because this is a much longer conversation than the one we just had.
Probably a
But,
more fun conversation if we're being real.
I do appreciate, because I feel like you and I have had similar walks with religion. I feel like we just landed in different places. And it is always interesting to me when someone does come out, just because you don't look the same type of Christian that they do, they will initially attack, and then you come back and they don't know how to actually respond to your rebuttal.
Well,
I'm
like I said,
I'm gonna go with Mahatma Gandhi, and Mahatma Gandhi said, "I'd be a Christian if it weren't for all the Christians."
yeah, he one of my favorite quotes from that man was, "I like your Christ, but I don't like your Christians. Your Christians are so unlike your Christ."
Yeah, exactly.
Very profound and true statement.
Oh yeah,
and they all follow a leader.
Jump in, Eitri. I know you want to.
So
they all follow a leader, demand money though. Like you go and you sit in a church or something. And I'm not speaking for every single one of them, but any of the Christian churches I've been to, you sit there and they pass a plate around. People will literally look at you funny if you don't put something in that motherfucker.
Let me tell you something. At my church.
Let me tell you something.
We're commanded to pass the plate and make.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not talking about the preacher saying it simple.
And you know
God
where that money
says
goes,
it.
though? You know
The
where that money
apostles
goes,
said
though?
it.
It goes to the
by
fucking
example.
house sitting behind the fucking
No,
church.
it
You know how I
doesn't.
know?
Not
Because
in
the
mine.
dude that owns the church owns the fucking house back
Nobody
there,
owns
too.
the church
Paid
if
for
it's
by
a
the
real
fucking-
church.
I do have a question.
Christ owns
Alan.
the church.
My church
electrician owns his
has
own church.
my church has a box in the back near the door. You can discreetly tithe either during worship, on your way in, on your way out, so on and so forth. How is that
okay with that.
less?
All right.
I'm okay
I
with
was
that.
raised
That's
Southern
fine.
Baptist, and just to give you my 2 cents about tithing, it's the 3 T's. It's either your time, your tender, or your talent.
Mhm.
You know, you give your time to the church. If you don't have the tender, you don't. And if you don't have the time or the tender, you know, you can use your talent and teach Sunday school class. You know,
I
for
like
the
that.
kids. You know,
like that.
you tithe through your 3 T's. You know, time, tender, or talent. You don't always have to give 10% of your money, but you can give 10% of your time. You know, and you can give 10% of. You know, you're giving to the church as a soul. You know,
And
nobody's
10%
gonna want to know.
10% is an arbitrary number too.
No, Sam, I
Actually,
want to know. I want to know, Scheme.
It's arbitrary.
Well, the word tithe literally means 10%, so it's not arbitrary. First of all, so whoever said that is just
that was Alan.
Tithe means 10%. It's not arbitrary. So the history of tithing is a Jewish tradition. The Jews had it established. You gave 10% of your crop. You know, there wasn't as much of a financial thing. It became financial. It became rich. You gave 10% of your crop to the temple, right? And the temple
Was that
would
to help
build.
community?
It was sanctioned by God, according to the priests and prophets, to basically continue God's work, right? Because the earth has monetary needs. God understands that. God understands how the world and economics works. He's God. And if God's message is going to get out, you're going to have to put some of your blessings back in. So tithing was something that God established. It's a twofold. It's
So that's
practicality.
all nice, but where does tithing come into the New Testament? It's not.
I'm getting there. We gotta work our way there.
Not really.
So it's
a
a
whole history lesson right now.
Yeah, that's what we gotta do.
Hey, that's good, man.
Tithing is under the old law, yes.
It's a spiritual submission, because Judeo-Christianity is very much a submissive religion, right? It's very much about your purpose in existence is to be submissive and worship God, to bring glory to God. That is your purpose. That is your existence. There is no you. There is submission. Tithing is a spiritual submission as well as a practicality to push God's mission. That's where it started in Jewish tradition. Jesus came, and Jesus was very unpopular to the Jews because he basically said, well, everything in the Old Testament is technically true. You're reading it all completely wrong. So Jesus basically said all the legalism of Jewish tradition wasn't meant to be taken legalistically and literally. It was meant to be taken as spiritual guidelines, right? That's kind of a lot of what Jesus said. So it'd basically be almost the equivalent of like a Methodist today coming and saying that the Bible's not real, miracles aren't real. It's just kind of a guideline. It's almost like that is what Jesus did, was one of the reasons he got killed. It was considered blasphemy. Because he was essentially saying not only was he on the same level of God, and God was his literal father, but he was also saying that all these rules you follow don't actually matter. What matters is your heart's intent. And that was the opposite of what Judaism taught. It didn't matter what your heart intended. It mattered what the actions were. So Jesus was completely counter to what Jews had taught, because he said it's not the action, it's the heart. He taught that through a woman who gave like 2 tiny little coins. It was all she owned. And that was her tithe. And he said she tithed more than people who dropped like bank.
Yeah, she gave her 2 pence.
Because she gave what she could. And so it wasn't about. But for the Jews, that was a mind-blowing concept because it was always about the action. And Jesus said it's not about the action, it's about the intent. So Jesus follows Doc's tithing model.
Yeah, Bob gave him
intent.
$1 million. Well, Bob's a billionaire. Well, she gave $3. She only had 5.
So in Christian tradition, where you find a disconnect and a little bit of corruption, is Christianity is following Christ's teaching, supposedly. Christ's teaching on finances is very different than Jewish teaching. But when Christians talk about finances, they quote Jewish texts because those have been incorporated into Christianity. However, they quote Jewish texts that Jesus said you're getting wrong. So like a lot of churches will practice a 10% tithe and hey, 69 cents, sexy for Doge. We'll practice a 10% tithe. We'll say, it's 10. It will tell you the history of it and then kind of omit the part where Jesus said, well, that's not what it was for. So that's where a lot of church corruption and a lot of bad rap for the Christian church has come from, because their own religion teaches tithing as a mindset, not a practical action. Yeah. But most Christian churches, to finance the practicalities of their business, have made it into what the Jews had it as. And while there is obviously a practical need for a church to have finances to function, this is not usually, it's the wrong word. This is often abused. This is where you get, mega churches, super preachers, multi-million-dollar industries with no tax, is basically abusing the ignorance of the followers and using texts which the centerpiece of your religion, the person at the center, the divine person, Jesus said, no, that's not what this is for. The Jews had it wrong. And
do you believe that he learned all that when he was going through a religious ascension when he was in Kemet?
He knew it because he was the son of God.
I was like, wait, you're talking Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Are you talking about like when did Jesus get God brain, or did he get God brain, or how did that work? Is that what we're talking about? Because
he got God brain when he got baptized by John the Baptist because he got
now we're into like theology, right? There's so much disagreement. If you bring in some of the other writings on Christ, from similar eras, the Islamic teachings of Christ had that from birth, Christ was divine. If you look at Islam, they said that Jesus as an infant would cry to test Mary and was speaking by the time he was 3 months old. So that's Islam's take on Jesus, that he was divine right away.
Well, he was a prophet.
You have what?
He was a prophet like Muhammad. He was the last
he was regarded as more divine than the typical prophets, but
John the Baptist, when they were both in the womb, he leapt when he was close to Jesus in the womb. When they came together, the two mothers, John was leaping in the womb.
I wanna make a comment real quick because Itri did throw out some verses from Leviticus.
Jewish.
One thing you have to understand: if you do not separate, and this is something that we've talked about before, we've had longer religious discussions on the channel. If you don't separate the Bible into covenants, into laws, into periods, such as Leviticus being under the old law, Leviticus being a part of basically what Scheme was just talking about, the basis of Judaism, then you're not doing it justice in this conversation, because when you talk about Christianity, you are coming under a different covenant when there is a different set of laws applied.
And Jewish law, their religion and their law were very intertwined. They used religion as their method of running their governance. Right?
Just like Sharia law.
Hey,
Yeah, you have to remember, like, the Jewish historicity. There were kings, Jewish lands. So when they were making legal precedent, they always said it was God was making these laws. Now that could get you into a whole mess of hot water, depending on what you're going to consider blasphemous or what's divine in the Bible or not. But the historical fact of the matter is, whether you say it was God or not, they did. When they made laws, they said God made these laws, and that's how they got the people to follow them. So you'll find plenty of interesting laws throughout Jewish history, which, again, if you're into Christianity, it's not as problematic for Christians, because Jesus pretty much flat out says this is all wrong, right? So the Old Testament laws are more problematic for a Jewish follower to explain, so far as, was God actually just giving all these random laws? And why? A Christian doesn't necessarily have to make explanation for that, because they could say, actually, it was kind of misinterpreted. That's what Jesus said anyway, right?
Can I reply to the face that Doc made when I said that last statement? It's in Luke 1.
I'm going to get another beer.
What? Oh,
I'm going to get another beer.
So you're saying John the Baptist and
Luke 1.
Jesus were the exact same age?
Luke 1, where she entered the home of Zechariah and greeted Elizabeth. When Elizabeth heard Mary's greeting, the baby leapt in her womb, and Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Spirit. In a loud voice, she exclaimed, "Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb." They were cousins. John the Baptist, they were in the womb at the same time. John the Baptist is older. He was born.
Hey, you're schooling me on something. I'm not gonna be.
So
like,
the first, like really the first being.
I'm not one of those people.
So really the first being on Earth.
I always assumed that John the Baptist. I've read that, but I never made that connection.
Right. So yeah, he basically was worshiping Jesus in the womb.
I still have a question.
So he was God from the beginning.
Okay, I didn't get that.
Why is it when I walk into a church, like I said, and I sit down, people pass the plate, and I don't have anything to put in the motherfucker, people look at me funny? Like, what kind of fucked up shit is that?
Hey, simple. Here's a. I can't answer for them.
You know what I'm saying?
So here, I can't answer. I can't answer for them. But at where I worship, before we pass the plate, we actually make an announcement and say, if you're a visitor, you don't have to put anything in the plate. Maybe if you want to like fill out a visitor's card, so we can say hello and thank you. We don't ask for.
What if you're not a visitor? What if this is like your 15th?
Well, we say it's an obligation and a duty of those who meet here,
like
because
said,
it is.
So I can't like worship God under that church because I only get $500 a month that I literally have to spend for bills.
No.
Well,
because a church that does it that way will not ask for a tithe. They're not going to ask for 10%. They're going to say, what can you like give of your means is the language that we use. So it's like, how much can you afford to give to God?
Honestly, where I think in U.S. culture, because this doesn't apply as much globally when I've interacted with Christianity.
Oh, U.S.
globally,
culture. Oh, okay.
The disconnect in the U.S. church and money is the church doesn't serve the function of the church as outlined in biblical scripture. In the United
I don't see them taking care of many widows these days.
So
that's pretty much the only thing they can do.
When you look at churches in other countries, it functions sometimes, depending on the area, a lot more like the Church of Acts, which was the first like Christian church, which is a community that's made to support other believers as needed. So the idea of
Right.
tithing in Christianity was not the same as the Jewish tradition. The idea of tithing was to give within your community. So a church body, when they were giving, they weren't giving to the people who ran the church because the church body ran the church. So they were giving to each other. They gave as each in their own congregation needed.
Right.
This has been completely lost in the Christian church of the US. Basically, you give money to a building that you go to once a week for most people. That was never, the church was never supposed to be somewhere you went every now and then.
They met in their homes.
Home. It was their.
If two or more are together, Christ will be there.
That's true.
And the problem is, because of all this, like me personally, I've chosen to just help people that, like my neighbor. You know what I mean? Like I help everybody around me. I see somebody get stuck,
and that is a tie. That is a tie.
So agreed,
I feel
but
I don't know.
Like,
so it's very lost. Like a lot of people in religious circles will talk about the revival of the church, and they focus on the revival that the church needs because church attendance keeps dropping and dropping and dropping. So they're like, we're waiting for a revival. This revival, the millennials aren't coming. Maybe Gen Z will give us this revival in the church, and they see the revival as filling up the buildings. When I look at if I look at Christianity, whether or not I was taking a stake of claim of belief in it or not, by the theology of Christianity, the revival that the Christian church of the United States needs is that the brick and mortar church goes out of business.
True.
No.
That would be more of a revival of the body of. That would be more of a revival of the body of Christ than anything.
The body of the Christ's community in His name.
The best revival in modern Christianity, the best revival in modern Christianity, was the downfall of the Catholic Church government powers, when the Pope was basically a figurehead of government in Europe. When that broke down, what the revivals that you got was, first of all, Protestant Christianity, which a lot of people are pretty attached to because it aligns a lot more with Scripture than a lot of Catholic versions of Christianity does. Catholic just means universal church, if anyone doesn't know, so it's not like it's different from Christianity. It's just they have different sets of dogma.
They just brought it down and never replaced any. Well, if
you want to know what the replacement was, the replacement was the origination of, like the good old Christians that founded the United States only existed because of the downfall of the European religious regime. The thing about Christianity is when Christianity at its fundamentals, if you're understanding Christian theology, when it goes wrong is when it gains control. Because we talked about this earlier, Christianity is a religion of submission. And that includes in and of itself. So if you have multi-million-dollar churches, you're not in line with Christianity theology at all. So I think if, the thing that most Christians don't want to accept, that I think if from the outside looking in, because I consider myself an agnostic Christian is usually what I title myself, but I'm not a traditional Christian by any means, just because I know what Christian dogma is and I don't believe in a lot of it. But when I'm looking at what would be the best for the theology found in the New Testament Bible and how that relates to the Old Testament, the death of the brick and mortar church in the United States is the best thing that could happen to restructure actual Christianity.
Can I say too?
I think I see what you're saying.
Adding to that, I mean, that goes back to a discussion you and I have had, Alan. Personally, the church pushed me away from God. The church very really, because of people pushing their personal convictions onto me, the church that I was going to at one point in my life pushed me away from God. And I didn't reconnect my relationship with God until I was outside of that. And the thing is, I mean, I don't think that's any different than what Scheme is saying. I just think Scheme is saying that most people are at the point where really to connect with God, they need to be away from rules being set to come through the door. You know what I mean? Like,
at this point in my life, I don't need a church to walk into surrounded by fucking glass windows painted in gold and shit with some dude in some like $100,000 robe to tell me that I'm getting to God. I can just sit here and talk to him myself.
The real problem is churches don't care about themselves as a place for you to come and get help. They care about themselves as who is going to see who walks in and out of their door.
So
they care about the character of the people. They want you to be perfect if you're going to come through their doors, and that is not the intended purpose of the church under Christ.
There's such a huge disconnect, again, like we were talking about, between Christianity and Christ.
And I think that started at Septuagint.
But it's always interesting because one thing I remember when I was, because I've done a lot of volunteering at churches because I usually feel a little more control over the church message, the importance of
it's the
religion.
message you're trying to
and I've never felt comfortable in the church building setting of sit down, listen to pastor, all that, because it's just not biblical. It's not a biblical setting. I've studied the Bible enough to know that.
Yeah, but if I took you fishing on my boat and we sat here and had this same real conversation, we'd probably come to a really highly enlightened understanding.
Well, to be fair, this conversation we're having is more like church than most what you've.
Oh, you're not lying.
Oh yeah.
So here's the biggest disconnect, though, and this is one of the ways that early on I was able to help some people who are very much into brick and mortar church understand one of the issues I had. You have to think Jesus was considered a drunk, a glutton, a sexually immoral pervert. He was considered these things because of the company he kept and the fact that he wasn't afraid to drink and be merry with the company he kept, which was the worst people of the day, the lowest people, the tax collectors, the prostitutes, blah, blah. He just hung out with them, right? That was his thing. And when he asked why, he said, because the people in the church, they don't need me. They're all on their own. I'm going to look into the people that need guidance and need hope. They're going to be more likely to listen to me than all you people who think you got it figured out, right? So it's not like he was doing that to become lowly with them. It was just because he knew they needed the guidance and the help.
He was evangelizing. He was tending his flock.
So, and Christians, we get that. That's what our church does, these outreach things, this, that, and the other. I'm like, okay, good. But the U.S. church at the very least, and this is leaked from the church history ever since the popes and everything were indoctrinated, has a very, very big identity crisis when it comes to sin. Because the way that Jesus handled sin and the way the church handles sin are not the same. Jesus, yes, he preached about damnation more than any other prophet, but in the context in which he preached, it was very specific to people who were asking about what it looked like and what they needed to do. Now, so the question I usually posited to people who would try to defend brick and mortar church is, or maybe example is more, if someone is struggling with some sort of bad, sinful behavior, let's say the things that the church hyper focuses on, sex or porn addiction or something like that. Where is the last place that they're going to openly talk about that?
No idea.
It's in church.
Church. That's the
talk about
last
it all the
place you're
time
allowed
in
to talk
church.
about it. No, the church talks about it.
I don't know what you mean by the church.
I mean the brick and mortar establishments, 9 out of 10 that you walk into.
Okay. So you're not talking about us. Fine.
I'm not talking about the church as in
right now we are the church, but you're referring to
what I'm referring to is the establishment of the church in the United States.
Yeah, but there's one.
I'm just saying there's so many denominations that you can't really say that. So
that's where
I'm having a hard time. I'm just having a hard time relating to a lot of these criticisms because I haven't experienced them. Because I haven't gone to a bunch of different churches.
I normally go, like, to me personally, I was raised a diehard Lutheran in the church.
Put it this way, every church I drive past or anything, they always have these big signs outside of how much money they're trying to raise and whatever. It's like $100,000.
I never seen a Lutheran church ever do that.
Raise $100,000 for this little. Mind you, I live in a fucking I live in the smallest town. I'm telling you, bro. I live in like fields and shit.
Yeah.
Like, how are you raising $100,000
so,
for a fucking church?
I mean, just because
you need.
Hey, hang on. Because
just because you say Lord does not mean that.
That dog Stray has made a couple of comments.
He's gonna treat the church like your bride. I think this guy is thinking probably me as this guy. Well, the brick and mortar is not the church.
Yeah, the church is the body of
The
Christ.
church
You have
is
to
the body of
understand that
Christ.
first and foremost.
I have a lyric in my song Amen, where it's the most I have ever talked about religion in a song. And I talk about being a limb they wish they could remove, in reference to the body of Christ. And I actually was referencing that back in my head to Jesus himself, because the church of that day wanted nothing more than to remove Jesus.
Yeah.
Because you said the
I
things
think
that
that
they
goes
didn't
back
want
to
to
that
hear.
Gandhi quote that
So
you
I
and
got
I
a
were
question,
talking
though.
about, Scheme. I think that Gandhi quote about, I'd be a Christian and work for all the Christians. He hit the nail on the head right there. And I get the metaphor for like removing yourself and amputating yourself from the body, because you feel like, that's what the old powers that be were trying to do to Jesus from the beginning.
I have a side note after you respond to that. And then I do need to probably end the stream because we've been going for about 3 hours. It's 1 a.m. and I have to work tomorrow.
That's
All right.
He's got to work so he can pay the tithe.
Yeah. Scheme. I was in Louisville with some fancy gentlemen from Indianapolis. What can you tell me about this?
Absolutely nothing. I have no idea what that is.
Well, supposedly it is from your neck of the woods. Well, it's from
I
New
don't
Albany.
represent Indiana. I just live here.
Well,
I know more about California than Indiana. I spent more of my life in California.
This is from New Albany, and supposedly it's fantastic. So
Is it beer or root beer? What is it?
that's beer.
It's definitely not beer.
I don't drink beer either, so
Oh yeah,
I'm a liquor or soda guy.
liquor or Mike's Hards, right?
Mike's Hard is liquor. I love it.
Mike's Hard is not liquor.
It's
It is a
liquor-ish.
malt beverage.
It's liquor mixed into
it's
sweet
malt
things.
liquor.
You ever puke one of those up? It definitely don't come up like liquor.
Nah, I don't puke. I ain't like that. No, see, what's always funny is if I have something like a Mike's Hard or some like fruity tooty type of drink, everyone's like, "Oh my god!" Like acting like
No,
I'm
I
less of a
like
man. I'm
them.
like, dude, this got like 10 times the alcohol of that beer. Calm down.
I like them.
I
I like them.
Hey,
I'm
I'd
not-
take a Mike's
I'm
Hard
just
lemonade
saying.
if Mike Tyson gave it to me.
Dude, Mike's Hard lemonade is delicious, bro.
I
So
enjoy
good.
Mike's Hard, and I'm also a notorious cider drinker. So,
Now it would
you
would
tried-
be a regular occurrence of me and my Hispanic self that I add vodka to my Mike's Hard lemonade to make it a little spicy. I need a lot of alcohol to feel anything. So
Tyler, have you tried the Winter Jack?
Well-
Cider, you said you're a cider drinker.
I don't think I've had Winter Jack, no. But I will say that Eitri is definitely upset because as an Indianapolis native, he heard your response and is not
that's fine.
very.
Indiana sucks, bro. You should know it if you live here. Like,
Move out of
Indiana's crap. And we live here because the cost of living's low. Like that's why we live here. They got good schools and cheap houses. That's why you're here. Don't try to front. That's why you're here.
Jesus came for sinners, and I am one of the worst. And that's the thing. I mean, that is what we have to get down to, because we can talk about rules and doctrine and everything. If you're living under Christ, if you are truly a Christian, you truly subscribe to Christian dogma. The fact is, you
Another
accept
notification bell.
that you are not worthy to make it to heaven. You make it there through through faith, through grace. You make it there through belief in your heart, confession with your mouth, Christ is the Son of God, repentance of your sins, so on and so forth. But I mean, that is the core of Christian dogma, and the church, the Christian church, has forgotten that. We want to make it more about works, which is wrong, which goes back to what Scheme was talking about. Too many Christian churches are rooted in Judaism without realizing it. They have this image of heaven, hell, and so forth based on Dante's
Inferno.
Well,
Yo,
Divine
Can
Comedy.
I say something to like trigger everyone in
Sure.
the world ever? This is gonna be fun. Anyone who understands theology, they might get triggered by this just because there's too much truth in it and people hate it. When I used to go into like theology classes and stuff, I loved dropping this bomb because no one can refute it, but everyone hates it.
Sure, let's hear it.
So if you prescribe to the idea that eternal damnation is literal for like just your average Joe, that it's not like there's different interpretations to that, which you could find plenty of interpretations for how damnation will work, even based on Jesus working. But let's say you're taking hell is eternal damnation if you didn't accept Christ, or heaven is eternal blessing if you did. If you take that at that face value of it, and you don't have a Calvinistic view of free will, you are delusional.
Sure.
What if we live in hell right now and you have to be a good person in order to...
No, don't ruin this. I have to break
this. Then you have to fucking...
Now, for anyone that doesn't know, what I just said, Calvinism view of free will is that you don't really have it, right? In Calvinism, everything's been pretty much predetermined by God. You have a perception of it, but everything was predestined to happen.
Preordained.
Yeah. And which there's a very good biblical reasoning for this. The word predestined is in the book of Romans, I think, and other places. So you have this idea that if you're going to heaven or hell, it's already been predestined. Maybe you had a choice in that, or maybe not. Who knows? There's not really free will in Calvinism. So in that sense, God has predetermined, prejudged, and preordained people based on his infinite wisdom. In that sense, eternal glory or eternal damnation makes sense because God knows his creation well enough that these are the people deserving, these are the people not. However, if you put in free will,
my choices are mine.
Free will is existent, and you believe in eternal damnation.
I get to choose.
You've got some problems in your logic.
Can I step outside this, though, and say that if God exists outside of space and time, if that is the reason why God already knows the outcome, if God already knows,
already knowing would mean that you have free will. I'm talking you didn't have free will. I'm talking true Calvinism. Already knowing what happens does not impede your free will.
Is it really free will if he already has a
so we're not if we're not arguing if we're not at odds on this, then I'm going to nope out of that.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is in Calvinism, you don't have free will. That's what Calvinism is. Him knowing what you're going to do didn't take away your will to do it. Right. We're not trying to say anything about God's knowledge. What I'm saying is if you believe that God does not some way control your actions, Calvinistically speaking, and you also believe in eternal damnation based on the criteria in Christianity. So you're not saying that eternal damnation happens because God knows who deserves it and who doesn't. It's you either did the things you were supposed to do or you didn't is what determines it because you have free will, right? This is the difference. In free will, you either did the thing, trusted Jesus, went to heaven, or you didn't do the thing. In Calvinism, God already knew who deserved heaven or hell.
Sure.
Because he made you that way.
So, do you see the intrinsic problem with the free will conundrum of eternal damnation?
No.
I will back out of this because my views are clearly outside of the context of this.
He's saying that God made you damned.
No, I understand.
No, in Calvinism, God made you damned makes logical sense. Like,
I mean, all right, so let me make my point here, Scheme. All right, so what you're trying to say is if the illusion of the choices that I've made in my life were not really choices, it was preordained, and God knew it, and I was made in the image of God. God made me. If I was going to hell based on
in Calvinism. In Calvinism, yes, that's pretty much how it's viewed. Calvinism views it as God already knew all of the characteristics of your soul that could have been. There was no
God
version
made
of
your
you.
Soul.
That sucks to suck. That's what Calvinism teaches. I'm not arguing that. I think I need to clear up. I'm not arguing the theological merits of this. I'm taking this outside of Christianity into philosophy. If we're talking philosophy and logic, philosophically
I'm gonna go back to the tree of life right here.
Hold on. I want to hear
in the same thing.
Philosophically speaking, if we're talking about the supreme being who knows everything and choosing who goes to heaven and who doesn't, that checks out logically and philosophically. That makes sense. What does not check out from a philosophical and logical perspective is the all-supreme, all-knowing being, all-powerful being,
the omnipresent, omnipotent thing
allows people, because he gives them free will, to be able to suffer eternal damnation based on finite existence. There's not a single logical congruency you can make that says that this eternal being has any semblance of justice.
There is.
No, there's not. Your existence is less than a nanomicroscopic blip when compared in eternity.
But let me ask you a question. Would you believe that, you know, Calvinism would be the exact opposite of the multiverse theory?
Well, no, I'm not getting into most of that. What I'm saying is Calvinism makes logical, moral judgment sense.
So
free will does not under a heaven and hell Christianity. Because here's the thing. Here's the problem. If after you die, you go up to heaven, you get judged and sent to hell. There's no time in all of eternity in hell that you're allowed to repent. It was just like the you were on earth for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. You died of bone cancer. You never knew who God was. No one taught you. You died.
Well, that means you're going to paradise.
No, you're going to hell.
No, you're going to paradise.
I don't believe in original sin.
See,
I don't believe in original sin.
That is
Sorry.
not the ignorance cannot go to hell though.
Let me.
All right, so then, all right, then rewind. I was raised. I lived a whole life. I lived my whole life. So you're saying if I never hear about Jesus, I will automatically go to heaven?
If somehow
I don't agree with that either. But
no, I got this. I got this.
You're a
I got
good
this.
person,
All right.
maybe.
I got 100%. I got this.
That's what it all
Okay.
boils
All
down
right,
to.
so let me.
go, Doc.
Alan, I'm sorry. I got to cut you off, bro.
I said go, Doc.
I got to take 100% of this command of this right here. All right. So when Jesus was resurrected, and Mary Magdalene saw him, and he said, "Woman, don't touch me," and she saw him in his Shekinah glow. He said, "Do not touch me. I have yet to see the Father, but I have to go to paradise," because he told the guy on the cross that was, you know, believed in him on the cross. He said, "I'll see you in paradise." He didn't say, "I'll see you in heaven," you know, because the guy never got to know Christ. So what he's going to do, you know, when he was in his Shekinah glow, is he went to paradise and he went and saw Moses. He went and saw, you know, Muhammad. He went and saw everybody that was in paradise that never got a chance to know him. And he went to go let them know in paradise. And whether they rejected him in paradise was whether they went to hell or not.
Well, see, if you're introducing that, then we're not going to have any issue. My preface of this whole thing was believing in traditional damnation or heaven. That was my preface, right? If you believe in the black and white narrative of Jesus, you either believe in me and go to heaven or you don't and go to hell. That's the black and white narrative. That only makes logical sense without free will.
Sure.
When you say it like that, it makes me think that, you know, Jesus is like the public defender and God is the judge. And if you don't have Jesus on your side when you go see God, you're going to go straight to hell.
Which is exactly how he preached it. If you look at it at face value, right?
Now, isn't
and
that
so
the
this
most,
is
isn't that what
now
most
where
churches
I usually
teach?
fall. Where I
Yes.
usually fall in, as far as where my theology would be, that makes logical sense, is where C.S. Lewis fell, because he was a philosopher, so he knew there was something inherently wrong with the idea of free will, and then either you believe Jesus and go to heaven or you don't go to hell. He knew there was something philosophically inherently wrong with the logic there. No being with supreme knowledge, that doesn't work. That's not justice. It's not justice for someone who never had a chance to know who God is, but also you have a logical fallacy if you say, oh, if you just never knew God, you get a free pass. Well, then God would tell people, don't tell anybody about me, because then you get a free pass. So you say, well, if they were a good person or not, well, then you're going into works theology. Works and being a good person gets you to heaven, not Jesus. None of it works. It all contradicts itself.
I agree.
I agree. Why is there
something
no one
after
view?
you die has to be different than you check the box and go to heaven, or you check the didn't and go to hell. If there's nothing different there, there are irreconcilable logical fallacies to Christianity.
Go, Tyler.
I'm going to raise my hand because there's one major key that is being missed there, and that is Christ. God cannot himself look upon sin. That's why when you look in the Old Testament, he smites sin when he looks upon it. The key difference being knowing Christ, knowing that vessel, knowing that pathway to God, to heaven. That is the key that is missing from the argument that you're making.
No, it's not. I said if you know Christ, you go to heaven. If you don't, you don't.
Right, but you didn't take in the factors that play behind that. The thing about God is existent. Again, in my view, and I think in a perfectly justifiable view, God is existent throughout. He is a constant throughout. So God exists outside of time, space, all that. So God in the Old Testament is God in the New Testament. That's why I get frustrated.
Hey God, you know you're in this
Wait.
conversation. I want to see a thumbs up like on this video.
So
Yeah.
okay,
Wait,
but here's the issue with the whole
Let him
like because
finish.
I've heard this before. This idea that God cannot be around sin.
Right, Alpha.
So therefore, this has to happen. You have to go to hell or you have to go to heaven. Jesus was a necessary thing to get people to heaven, right?
Yeah,
This
he washed
is-
you.
and-
By his blood, you were washed
Yeah.
clean.
So
Everything in the Old Testament, the Lord came upon you. And then when you go into the New Testament, the Lord dwelt within.
But
No,
but the
I guess I'm
issue
gonna say
the
we're
issue that we're having here is
Jesus weren't clean.
you're
About
arguing
the-
theology. I'm arguing logic.
No, I'm
Right.
I'm
No, I'm not talking to you, Doc. I'm talking to Tyler's
Oh, I
point about
apologize.
the sin thing.
Now, why do they
Because
make it so easy to just walk
that
into a church and
that whole like the where the logic falls apart on the theology. You could say theologically I can justify God not letting anyone in heaven because he can't, right? And you
Sure.
could say that that's not really a limitation of God, but part of the character of being perfect,
Sure.
right? But that's only a theological thing.
Right.
Because logic's going to dictate that the master creator of the universe who exists in some sort of extra dimensional or spiritual space
everywhere all the time.
could not possibly exist in a way that Christ, who is this fixer, couldn't just fix it for everyone, regardless. And you have to have merit. Merit is judgment.
Yeah.
Judgment for finite time scaled to eternity is not judgment, it is injustice.
So what I would say is though, when you apply logic, because you are applying two very different schools, and while you and I may look at logic that way, yes, when you apply logic to theology, you cannot 100% apply.
You can if the theology is
it's man's
credible.
logic, and God is not man. I mean, his
Well, no.
values are
See,
higher
this
than
is
that.
where you get into cults and you get into Mormonism.
Whatever.
The only theology
I'm out.
that I will
I'm not
accept.
listening to this junk.
The only theology that's acceptable works within logic.
No,
Because-
I'm not going to be called a cult.
No, I said that mindset is what leads you to cultism.
Okay, how is that any different?
But why does there have to be so many?
You hate semantics.
Why does there have to be so many different teachings? Why can't people just believe in God?
Because
believe what the fuck
man
they
is
want?
fallible.
And
that's why. Man is fallible.
And that's what I'm saying. Though, why do you take part in a church that teaches one specific thing? You can't just reach out to God by yourself and be like, "Yo, man, I'll see you."
Because
when I
if you read the Bible, there are okay.
Later,
So
Jason.
just read it. Just read it.
Can I say too? I am also a non-denominational Christian, and so a lot of these things that fall down to specific rules, so on and so forth, are not going to trigger me in the same way.
Is that what I'm known as?
And again, the premise and everything I'm saying is I'm talking about the versions of Christianity that can exist within logic, which for someone, especially someone who's not religiously indoctrinated, will not accept any version of a theology that cannot exist within logic. And I am in that bucket very, very firmly. And so, and my premise wasn't at all about can you justify the theology. My premise, if you remember, was you cannot logically justify the alternative. You can't. You have to use fake logic, which is God logic, instead of real logic. That's my claim isn't that your theology is wrong.
Okay.
It's just it can't exist within actual traditional known logic.
That's the point where I think I disagree with you, though, and that's the point where I do want you to understand where I'm coming from in that disagreement. Is that it's not necessarily a disassociation from logic. It's just saying, understanding that God's, call it inability, whatever you want to call it in philosophical terms, God's inability to look upon sin, God's inability to look upon evil, because God is good. And that's the thing. And I know there's 1,000 memes that are probably going to be thrown in the chat, and that's fine. But God is inherently good. To be evil is to be the opposite of God. And so when God looks upon sin, he cannot help but to smite it. That is not a limitation on God so much as saying God is the antithesis of evil. And so when you take it into those terms, you have to look at it. Christ is the intercessor. And if you can't accept that God is purely good, if you can't accept that Christ is the intercessor that lets us bridge that gap between our own inability, our own inferiority, then that is a fundamental difference. But that doesn't redefine the justice of God. It doesn't make him suddenly wrong because he can't look upon his opposite.
I think you're missing the middle piece. You're viewing this in a very finite lens as a single instance.
Mm-hmm.
Eternity existing outside of time and space is what we're talking about.
Right.
Extra dimensional eternity.
Yeah.
Which has, if you are to say that you have any sort of conscious entity left after death rather than spiritual essence without self-awareness, which the Bible teaches seemingly conscious awareness.
Sure.
Right? If you have conscious awareness for eternity, and we're talking about justice and smiting and all of that, then there is no logical answer to the idea of after death, you cannot reconcile through Christ. The idea that after death, the only option is eternal damnation, which we know is not the only option, because those who counter God were not automatically eternally damned.
Is this logic, or is it just saying God's a meanie? He's a meanie head. Is it really logic, or is it just saying you don't agree?
You are defining God as perfect good and perfect judgment. There's characteristics to this that are perfectly just, perfectly good.
To define something,
there are characteristics that are objectively ungood about what you're saying. Therefore, there's the logical fallacy. Because you are saying that you go somewhere that is not good as a punishment, right?
According to man.
You're going to exactly, because logic, you have to understand the preface of everything I said requires logic. I didn't say I'm going to prove your theology wrong. I said your theology doesn't work in philosophical logic.
I get what you're saying. I mean,
realistically, none of them do, because they all have a pointed view.
Well, no, there is a version of Christianity that does. C.S. Lewis outlined it, which is why I like what C.S. Lewis wrote about. C.S. Lewis didn't write about death as the end game. He wrote about death as a continuing journey. C.S. Lewis actually justified this conundrum far better than I ever hear any other Christians justify.
Isn't that what they all say anyway, though? All churches teach you that it's a continuing journey. I mean,
well, they usually say you either go to heaven or go to hell. Right?
Is that where
C.S. Lewis deviates is his vision of hell.
Okay.
C.S. Lewis viewed hell as what hell should be in the traditional sense, more of a separation from God than fire and brimstone. He did see that some people ended up in fire and brimstone, demons and everything else. Everyone else was just separate. And he viewed it and he described it as like being kind of lost in the wilderness.
What's the name of this book, bro? I want to buy it. I'm going to go
well, C.S. Lewis got a lot of books. This one is... Fuck if I remember. If I remember, I'll bring it up.
Can we get clips of this as like a drunken history skit?
But
Purgatorio does a
here's the way that he justified.
You don't know what drunk is.
C.S. Lewis was also someone who very much believed that the religion is worthless if it doesn't match human logic. C.S. Lewis was very firm on that. And the way he justified God's judgment and God being ultimately good is he said that the people who didn't choose God in life would continue to not choose God in Christ throughout all of eternity. And they would continually push themselves further and further away from God. So when God cast them down, they kept it that way. He also, in his more popular Chronicles of Narnia series, how most people know C.S. Lewis,
Yeah.
he also, in those, established that people of other religions who chose the wrong God in the afterlife were able to switch teams when they realized they were wrong, because they were trying to follow the God that they believed and thought. When they saw it was the wrong one, in eternity, God left that bridge for them. So C.S. Lewis did not view death as the end-all be-all. He viewed death as the next step. He viewed death as at this point,
it's all
what?
Does it matter what you view God as, though?
Well, theologically,
this or that, but
logically,
who knows? Theologically, it does.
Okay.
But yeah. So C.S. Lewis, I've always appreciated that he handled Christianity in a way that would make logical sense outside of Christianity.
Is it like the grief observed, or
no?
Screw Tape Letters.
No. Screw Tape Letters is good though.
Tyler.
Four Loves.
Tyler, what about Lazarus and the Rich Man?
Problem with the pain.
So
no.
The abolishment of men.
Hold on, I'll find it for you.
He'll
Please,
put
I
it in chat or
want to
something.
buy it, man.
Great Divorce.
The Great Divorce. All right.
Great
cool.
Divorce, because that's his book about hell. Very interesting take, because again, it is something that is, you will continue to choose this because C.S. Lewis found that same problem. There's no way to justify eternal damnation for someone who, after they died and knew what the truth was, wanted to come to God, and then God says, nope, you can't. Even though Christ has that power, nope, you can't. C.S. Lewis couldn't justify that. He made very sound theological reasons that applied to logic as well, as to did not counter anything Scripture says, but also adds a layer to eternity that Scripture doesn't talk about that allows for that passage.
I mean, I'd be interested in reading it because, I mean, I do. If it doesn't challenge Scripture, then I'm definitely open to seeing what comes from it.
He's not going like, what was that guy's name? Like Bob Hall or something, who said hell doesn't exist or something. Love wins, and he said there's no such thing as hell or something.
That's a bunch of nonsense. Like,
yeah. So
too many examples of hell existing.
Although I will say there was a time in my life where I questioned that as well, because the Bible does not give a great description of hell, and most seminaries teach pastors to teach what Dante says about hell as hell.
They just want to scare the shit out of you to give them money.
So yeah,
and do
I
right.
would say if you're interested
ridiculous.
in, for anyone interested in like logical Christianity, like people, because I know a lot of people, especially non-indoctrinated, are very attracted to the idea of logical Christianity, because for a lot of people, the sticking point is if you try to tell me to sacrifice logic, I'm not buying, and I'm one of those people. C.S. Lewis is a really good transition into it. His book Mere Christianity is also very fun, because he describes what you've been talking about, how Christ is the link to God. And his descriptions of it is basically, in layman's, we don't fucking know, but it works, so get on board.
Yeah,
Like, it's pretty funny to listen. And C.S. Lewis has been renowned by Christians forever, most of whom know nothing of his work.
With my last
year, I just ordered the book and be here on the show.
Lord.
The book you were talking about was The Great Divorce, right? Where he talks about hell.
Yes.
With my last statement, here would be my question. I'm typing a book title too because I intend to read it.
The Great Divorce is a fantastic read, and like all of his books, they're easy, quick reads. Well, not easy; they're very deep, but they're quick usually.
So, with all of my questions, my question would be to you: do you consider me, when you say, indoctrinated, so on and so forth? Where do you put me in that category? Do you take me outside of that? Because
I would say you're somewhere near it. For me, indoctrination begins when you're willing to sacrifice truth for alternate truth. So, do you and I disagree on the concept of faith? Would be, I guess that would be my core. Probably not the definition, but the concept. Because I'll give you an example of what I mean by definition versus concept. Definition of faith is believing something you can't know, right?
I know what you mean. I think and that's where I'm asking, because I mean, it's just like when we're talking about guns and everything else and talking about, the belief here and there, where do you put your faith? Who do you trust? All that. I mean, there are core things that we're not going to get past in this discussion.
Yeah. I think where I separate from faith as a term, where I separate from people who I've known who are indoctrinated, is when that faith no longer is believing something without being able to prove it, and transitions into believing something that counters what they know to be true.
Sure.
That's when faith religiously is more often defined as believing something that counters what they know to be true.
Yeah.
Which is where I think that's not really faith. That's where I look at indoctrination as a better word. For me, faith is when you believe something you cannot prove or validate, but not if there's something that counters it. If something counters it, you change and adjust.
And again, I don't think that's necessarily where we disagree. I don't think there's anything that we could 100% just put a fact out there and one of us would be right. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and that's why I keep trying to avoid the theological debate of it too, because I'm like, that's a totally different topic.
And that's the point. Like, I'm willing to say, you know what, you have that view of it because of this. I'm definitely willing to read these books. I have them on my list now.
C.S. Lewis was besties with Tolkien too.
Can you give me
it's fun to watch and listen to their bromance.
I actually
Yeah.
have
Oh,
some
man.
C.S. Lewis on my bookshelf, but
C.S. Lewis, if you guys don't know, he was an atheistic philosopher who was really good friends with Tolkien, who's a devout Catholic. He wrote the Lord of the Rings, lots of Catholic Christian overtones.
Yeah.
But C.S. Lewis became a Christian through his friendship with Tolkien. He said he was driving to the zoo, and when he came back, he was a Christian. Never explains what his actual experience was, and spent the rest of his Christian life writing theological philosophy books, basically trying to fill a gap that he hadn't seen filled by Christians, because where Christians had often just said either God's logic is beyond man's, or we don't know, or accepted a paradox or a contradiction, C.S. Lewis as an intellectual would not accept that. So he pretty much spent his time in writing books in basically harmonizing Christianity with reality, which is why I really appreciate his works.
Well, and that's where I always go into too. I'm confident in my views. Like, I'm not afraid to have them challenged. That's, to me, if you have a view, if you have a belief, you should be able to justify, stand behind, all that. I don't take this personally offensive. I mean, I'm going to share my truth. You'll share yours, and we can sound like SJWs.
Nobody has truth.
I got a question though. Like, I don't believe. So the church has turned me so far away from the mainstream view of God that I believe there's a higher power out there, and I believe if I'm good enough, I'm going to get there. That's about it, though. Where does that put me?
So,
put you agnostic, just pure agnostic at that point. Which, what I would say is, I don't blame you, and I was there for a long time. What brought me into agnostic Christianity is there's too many signs in world religions and historically verifiable evidence that point back to this whole Jesus dude.
Look how many flood stories there are.
So I tend to think that this Jesus dude was important. So I take what he says very seriously. Now I'm going to go into some blasphemy really quick. So avert your.
Okay.
When I look at like the New Testament scripture, the only bits I take seriously usually are the ones that I can historically verify are things that Jesus said. Really, what anyone else said, I don't care about. I don't care what Paul had to say, because he seemed to distort Christ's views on his own and everything else. I just
really
don't care.
Stories
And
from
so-
the original stories that were told, aren't they?
Well, Paul said he had his divine revelation. John said he had his. Everyone's claiming their own divinity, but the only one of those people who I feel like has an actual claim to that based on other texts is Jesus. Now, again, it's that what I'm saying is blasphemous in the church, and that's fine. I'm not trying to make you guys agree with me if you're church folks. I'm talking to simple.
I like the
mostly
point
right
of
now.
view.
So what I've found is, when I just looked at what Christ had to say, compared it to other religions and everything else, where I found myself was, I do believe that this Jesus dude, whoever he really was, had a very big role in our connection with the extra dimensional higher power that created everything. And I think him saying to follow what I said to do and follow me to get to this other person and to be living your right way, I believe that. I believe when he said, you need to be following what I'm doing and following me to move on, I believe it because I can find enough historical validity that if I'm going to believe in some sort of higher power, it's probably connected with this guy. The rest of it, all the dogma tenets, the Holy Trinity, the other stuff that the church talks about, I don't know. I don't care. That's where the agnostic part comes in. That's why I can't really call myself a Christian, because Christians won't accept me as a Christian because I believe blasphemous things about the Bible. What I just said is blasphemy. But when I'm talking to someone else who's like an agnostic, kind of searching for a direction, I say, look at C.S. Lewis and look at what Jesus himself said. Don't worry about the noise of everything else, because Christians aren't going to like you. But it's your eternity, your soul, and those big questions that weigh on you at night that's important right now. So, the Bible makes it easy in the U.S. Usually everything Jesus says is in red. Is look at that and ignore the rest.
Go on the same team versus Lil Nas X and Satan.
A little stray, man. That's straight. No, you like Lil Nas X.
I do want to say this, and if anybody else wants to jump in with their opinion on this,
Sorry for the blasphemy. I apologize, but I was just talking to a fellow blasphemer real quick.
Well, you're welcome to speak. I mean, if I've got something to say, I'm going to say it back, and I mean, I respect you enough to
I just want to say that's probably
that's probably the most thorough definition of me being an agnostic Christian that's ever been on the internet so far.
Yeah.
What that actually means. There it is.
But to Hell's question, curious what you guys think of Einstein's quote, "Science without religion is lame. Religion without science is blind." I'll say the biggest reason that I ardently have faith in God, in Christ, so on and so forth. Number one, I've studied history enough to know that it makes sense that Jesus was real.
Well, if you try to deny the historical existence of Jesus,
Let him finish.
Now, hold on a second. What about
no?
Well, hang on now, guys.
Well, I was agreeing with him. Calm down. I was saying denying the historical existence of Jesus is dumb. You have to throw out Julius Caesar, everyone else. None of them existed if Jesus didn't.
What about the Christian Church of Science?
Alan cut you off prematurely. Now, Simple was the one that I was cutting off.
No, I was cutting off Simple.
Okay.
Oh, what was
Simple?
Simple?
Got caught in the crossfire.
Oh, okay. I was like, why are you get mad at me?
I'm not mad. I just want him to finish a thought before everybody jumps in and agrees or disagrees.
So I would say I've studied history enough to know that Jesus just makes sense. Like you can't study history and say Jesus didn't exist, whether you believe he was the Son of God or not. Like he was there. Like there were some things going on. But even further than that, it just looking at the world, looking at things, and I've studied, Thomas Paine. I've looked at who was the other guy? Freaking made the rebuttal to Thomas Paine. I can't think of his name right now. I've looked at these philosophical questions about the blind watchmaker. All of this. It makes I would have to argue with myself more to argue against God existing than to say, wait, hang on, because I phrased that way wrong. I would have to argue more with myself to say God doesn't exist than to say that he does.
Well, because mathematically life cannot exist, but here we are.
We are not monkeys. We are not monkeys writing Shakespeare. Period.
No.
Like that's what it comes down to.
It's just when you look at just DNA structure, cell structure, life itself, it doesn't exist mathematically. Also, the first and second laws of thermodynamics will show you that energy on an infinite time scale doesn't exist anymore. So the fact that the universe exists means that there is a causation. There's also life. DNA shows causation. So it doesn't necessarily scientifically automatically lead me to God, but it does automatically lead me to more than what we know now. And since we have something called God to insert into that spot, which works really, really well, and a lot of historical evidence around Christ, like you were saying, which works really, really well, that's why I find myself in that category of agnostic. Atheism takes a lot of work, just like blind religion does, because you have to deny a lot of mathematical science to believe nothing caused anything. Like it's mental gymnastics to an impressive degree.
No, what about the Christian Church of Science, though? Why do they have Christian Science churches? Like, what the fuck is that?
Somebody trying to play both sides. What I would say, I mean, at the core of that, like the thing is, you can take any kind of argument. You can say the Big Bang Theory. Well, what if the Big Bang Theory is just what God looks like, clapping everything out? You know what I'm saying? Like even if that's your argument, that makes more sense to me than saying all of a sudden there was nothing, which we can't even comprehend. And the thing is, you literally cannot even imagine nothing.
No.
Well, it was just they're labeling it as dark matter now.
Yeah,
but I mean,
dark matter is something though. That's the thing.
Well, extra dimensional forces. Who knows?
I got my hand up.
What up, Doc?
Okay, truck dog.
Yeah,
right.
What's up, Doc?
Never heard that before. No, I believe with my own understanding that I've been enlightened with, and I've learned tonight that stuff from Alan, and I appreciate it, but I do believe that when God said let there be light, he meant let there be Jesus.
Alien human hybrid.
And I think Jesus was mentioned in the Old Testament.
I missed that. Yeah, you're right.
I think Impossible said was Jesus an alien human hybrid. I mean, there we go.
If you
No,
think
but I
about
mean,
it,
he
there's
wasn't
been a
of
lot
this
of
world,
talk
was
about
he?
aliens having sex with humans.
I mean, I'm
You're talking about the
I'm
Nephilim. That's a further down the road argument than what we've been
Yeah, we're
and
not
I'm
gonna
a
go
big
into
I'm a
Nephilim
big
right
science person too. So like a lot of
That's what I'm saying,
Christianity,
like-
like they're like 7-day creation stuff like that. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense based
What
on
if life
everything
was
we know
something
about the
bigger
world.
than just one thing building it? You know what I mean? Like it seems, I don't know.
That would be polytheism.
What if the Bible is out of chronological order?
Here's
Well,
the
if
thing.
you look at like think about our creation story, right? The 7-day creation story. The Jews didn't take that literally. Christians were the first ones to take that literally. So you know, the Jews used it as kind of a metaphorical teaching. Same thing with Adam and Eve. And most things in Genesis were really their storytelling guides of general ideas. They did not and still don't take most things of Old Testament origin stories as literal. It was just establishing the hierarchy of God. Christians then took it all literally, and which is when Christianity really has started to, clash with the sciences the most, as we've discovered the, age of the universe and earth and all these other things. Christians had to fight it because they were like, no, God made it all in 7 days. The Jews never fought it because they said, well, that was never literal anyway. Right. So Christians kind of created a battle for themselves that didn't exist, because the Bible, as it was understood when it was written, was never meant to be taken literally with those things. That's a completely Christian invention.
I was always told there were supposed to be stories to kind of like follow along and learn from what the kind of like.
Yeah, it was
fairy
oral
tales
tradition in the
or-
Jewish. It was oral tradition a long time before it was written down, but none of it was.
Yeah,
this
and it
is
was never
literally
written
how
down
the world was
before they
made.
got captured and took to battle.
And even if you took it literally, right, that this was a 7-day creation, in that same Bible, it says a day to God is like 1,000 years to man. Like literally in the same Bible, it says time is not relevant to God. So Christians who hold on to this like 7-day creation and like fight with scientists over, the fact that we know the earth is old. We don't know the exact age, but we know it's a lot older than like a few thousand years. We know that factually. Christians will fight it. And it's always seemed like the dumbest fight to me, because I'm like, you realize that's a fight out of ignorance, because the people who wrote the thing you're quoting didn't say that was literal.
And I think, and just to go back to Amy Lee with her little quote about science without religion is lame, that goes to show, those ideas that time is relative. And then Einstein, became the theory of relativity. So he used religion to ask himself questions that he had to ponder and try to scientifically, disprove. Yep. And then that's why if you don't try to do that, then you're.
And I'm about to jump to bed, but I'm assuming a lot of you guys, at least 2 of you, 3 of you, all of you, maybe. I feel like I have some 7-day creationists in my midst, is all I'm saying.
Oh, I'm not.
Now, here's what I would say.
If one of those hospitals.
If you are, or if you aren't, or anything else,
I feel attacked.
I think a view that would be important to grasp, and it is such a huge missed opportunity for the church. Do you imagine if when we started learning about things like evolution and we started discovering all this, that the church wasn't rooted in theology that was never meant for the church? And I think that was one of, like, if you're going to believe in the devil as the great deceiver, that was one of the biggest W's for the devil, was making the church attached to a 7-day creation and disenfranchising everyone who understood and loved science. Because think about it, if you approached it from a perspective that the Bible left open, which is, once we discover like things like evolution and the change over time, one of the biggest things we couldn't figure out is how those mutations actually led to improvements and new species, and how would that lead from this to man? Like, that's one of the things that's kind of understood, but not really. Imagine if Christian scientists were there, not holding on to the 7-day creation, said, well, yeah, obviously as things evolved, God guided it directly. How else would mutations be beneficial for a species? When God saw a problem in an environment as he was cultivating his creation, he helped it to evolve and transition to something that would survive.
Now,
and when you look at
God,
and when you look at creation, how it's described in the Bible, it's God creating one thing, then the next thing, and then the next thing, and then man was like his big magnum opus. That fits in an evolutionary chain. All you have to do is to stay, instead of him going, I dream genie and poofing it, he actually meticulously and lovingly did it over the course of literally millions or billions of years.
He designed it that way.
Designing it and then doing things that we scientifically can't explain. Christianity could have come in and explained things that science couldn't. Instead, it rejected things based on a theology that was never meant to be taken literally. And that just makes me hit my head on the table.
Correct.
where I would say I kind of fall away from you, and it's not that I'm a short earther. I see a lot of arguments for, a 6,000-year-old Earth versus a millions of year old Earth.
They're not arguments; they're delusions. By the way, when you understand, like,
I'm saying arguments on both sides.
No. That's like arguing flat Earth. 6,000-year-old Earth is the same merit as flat Earth.
Yeah,
scientifically.
That is what I just said.
Well, that's not an argument. Like, I don't argue with a flat earther. I mock them. That just like I think sometimes there's a lot of Christians I've met who are under the disillusion that people like argue with young earthers. They don't. They just make fun of them.
You were saying
All right.
Okay.
So did you ever see that video where the
hang on, man, damn.
Hold on. I killed Alpha's thing, so
I apologize, sir.
Both of us
I yield the
apologize.
floor. I yield
Doc
the
and I
floor.
both apologize to Alpha. Please continue.
Now, I 100% accept evolution. Where I think the problem comes from is macroevolution feeds too much into the discussion that we already had. Now, if you're saying God's guiding it, sure, there is the work around to that. So I would say that would be the point where I would come off of something that I've already
what the
point.
One of the craziest theories I ever heard from a Christian scientist that actually kind of was cool to think about. The story of Adam and Eve, the first true human man and woman, right? It's a weird allegorical sort of tale from the Jews. Again, another thing not meant to be taken super literally. It was more the theological principles that were supposed to be taken literally, right? The sometimes seen as original sin or whatever else, blah, blah, blah. But someone said, what if Adam and Eve was more literal than the Jews let on? And they were the first incarnation of humans that God had evolutionarily transitioned into the humans we know now. When you think about like Cain and Abel, and there's a weird like disconnect at the one point when, Cain kills his brother and he's exiled into a fully populated earth.
Yeah.
And it mentions these people are kind of different and that he's going to be hated by them. Someone said, what if God pushed man to the next evolution in Adam and Eve, and the other people on Earth were the Neanderthals?
Well, that goes into too. Have you ever looked at the second Adam theory, where Genesis actually mentions the creation of Adam twice?
Well, and I think that kind of goes into some Gnostic theology as well with Lilith and all sorts of other stuff. I don't know if you've ever looked into Gnosticism, but it's very fascinating. Gnosticism has the other books of the Bible that were the reject books, the ones written around the same time as the other New Testament, not the Middle Ages fan fiction, but the that's pretty funny, dog. But the
Max, I believe that shit.
He made it. But the Gospel of Judas is a very fun read if you've never found it. So the Gospel of Judas describes Gnosticism perfectly. Gnosticism was a belief that was killed by the early church through force, through burning of a lot of books. Very few have survived, and just a force of submission. Gnosticism was that Christ, one of his teachings that was only available in the Gospel of Judas and a couple others that have been mostly lost due to the church stopping them, which were written again around the same time of other books like Luke, Acts, these other things, but they were rejected.
Also, the second book of Revelation, I'm just saying, which kind of adds something to the story.
What these books of Gnosticism taught was that the God that the Jews believed in, the one that told them you couldn't wear mixed linens, you had to kill gay people, all this stuff, that God was an evil God who wanted death and destruction, who was deceiving them. Jesus was divine and sent from a higher power that no one knew about yet. And
so
in Gnosticism,
from the perspective of a different God.
So Gnosticism basically says that the God of the Jews was evil, a tyrant. And the reason that the earth has so much death, sin, and destruction that seems like, how could a perfect God let this happen, is because the actual God of the universe is so separate from it, he doesn't have influence on it. And the only influence he was able to have was sending Jesus to tell people this. And so when Jesus talks about my Father...
You watched the new Sabrina, didn't you?
No, I'm telling you, this is what Gnosticism is. And when Jesus,
I'm serious too.
I don't know what Sabrina is. Like, are you talking this teenage witch that old show?
Yeah, like the new one though.
Oh no, I haven't watched the new
only one. You should.
It's
actually pretty good.
You would
But
appreciate it.
If they talk about Gnosticism, sure, I guess. But Gnosticism is like so interesting to study because historically, if it wasn't for all the book burning, it would have about the same like backbone of historical text and documentation as the rest of the New Testament. But they were like, no, that's heresy. The early church was fragile. But it is an interesting thing to think of. What if? Wouldn't that help to harmonize the Old and New Testament a little more? If the God that said, "Hey, go kill everyone," in the Old Testament, because he literally was big on that. Go kill these people, rape, pillage, leave no man, woman, or child alive. What if that was actually?
But don't touch the gold because it's mine.
Exactly. And then Jesus, when he came back and said, "Yo, that dude's messed up. My actual father, the one who sent me, I am the only way you can get to him. I am here to tell you that this dude you've been about is a fucking tyrant and he's gonna be till the end of time. I'm your link out." That's what Gnosticism believed. And honestly, even though it's blasphemy, if you're thinking about it, if you understand theology, it's not hugely out of the realm of possibility if you're understanding theology, especially with who was writing about it, even when you look at the Gospels and what Jesus actually said. Now, am I a Gnostic? No, but I do find it very interesting and a compelling theory that has definitely a bit of weight of merit to it when you look at the Old Testament God.
I'm curious if for your reaction process you would be willing to watch 4 seasons of a show without a reaction.
No.
Now I got a mind bomb though.
I will plug. Scheme has new things in stock. If you guys,
I do. Once Upon a Loser's back in stock. Hooray!
Just say.
What if the God that you said was evil, right?
Yeah.
Was evil, and he wanted all of the books to be destroyed so that.
Well, see, that's the thing. Those are the things that really put more backbone to it. The fact that Gnosticism was one of those religions that has all but faded into complete obscurity supports the tenets of the actual belief.
The thing is, and I think that's where you have to understand. That's where when you get into, going back to what we were talking about earlier, logical arguments versus theological.
Well, we're just talking about theological fun things, Bible fan fiction, cool stuff right now. I'm not.
I think that's where anyone, especially anyone looking to be offended at this point, at this point,
I've given plenty of ammunition.
Has to understand though, when you're having the conversation and you are open, which I'm very open. I think everyone to a certain extent has been open to hearing something that's on the opposite side. When you are open to having those opposite discussions, you have to be open to the fact that you are not going to hear 100% of what you believe.
Yeah,
and
accepting it that makes it
worth it. I mean, the difference is, we can have an argument about theology versus logic, and still come to the conclusion. I believe what I believe. It is theological to say that you have to have that faith, but that is, inherent in the theological view that I have is that you have that faith. I have that faith. That's not
what is it really.
But do you realize what you're saying? You can't have theological without logical.
You can.
Really matter if it gets you to the same place.
No, in the word, literally. Otherwise, it would just be Theo.
You almost.
And that's a name.
You almost have. Well, that's naming conventions. That's etymology, but you almost have to have, that theological view without the logical sense to a certain extent, or you have to, in your mind, be able to justify a muting factor to the logic, because
I think a big thing is, one of the things that could cause something like this to not be triggering and offensive is sometimes I don't think people separate ideologies and beliefs from themselves enough. Like for me, if someone believes, in a young Earth or a flat Earth, I'm going to think that everything about that belief is absolute idiocy, make fun of it, laugh at them from a logical perspective. That doesn't change my view on them as a human. Like all the disagreements that we can have in here, like I don't
Where did that
care.
come
It's
from,
not
though?
cool.
Where did a young Earth come from? Because I've never heard of that. I was never taught that in school.
Seven
None of
day
it.
The Old Testament saying
about
God made
6
the
days
earth
of
in
creation.
7 days.
So why do they teach you that?
Somebody decided that mathematically it makes sense that there was 2,000 years between Adam and Noah, and then there were 2,000 years between Noah and Christ, and then there are 2,000 years between Christ and today.
So the
They,
earth
they
is
added up the lifespans and all the.
So where did
Old
BC
Testament
and all that shit come from then? What part of religion does that fall
Well,
into? Then?
BC and AD are actually pretty commonly accepted.
That's just how we measure. That's just modern
Now, is
recorded
Is it
human history.
accepted
That's
to?
different.
Is it accepted to young Earthers though?
Yeah,
I go by the
because
you have to understand that Christ is an undeniable historical figure.
Yeah.
Even if you
When
don't
we're
believe that he is
talking
the Son of God.
to what Simple's asking, when we're talking young Earth, what Christians essentially believe is Earth before recorded human history doesn't exist. So as soon as the Earth started, there were humans. That's where the separation is. Right.
Yeah, and there's
So-
thousands and thousands and thousands of years before they figured out cuneiform.
Yeah. So that's young Earth Christianity denotes that pretty much as within a week of the Earth physically existing, humans were on it.
Now I have a question about that though. Why does it have to be humans? Why can't it be the first known?
Because
being?
the separation of man and beast is important in Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So the fact that
just
humans were created
Read the first
as a
couple of
specific
chapters
entity,
of Genesis. It talks about it.
Yeah,
Okay.
the theological attachment to it had mainly to do with the idea that humans have to be different than animals. The timeline part of it was just because, well, if humans were created on day 6, then that means the only age of the earth is what happened in recorded human history, which is about 6,000 years. Now, we have artifacts from humans who probably lived about 12, 13,000 years ago, cave dwellers.
And that just put out of existence.
Well,
in Christianity, they'll say you're
Tyler.
misdating it, but that would make it'd be.
It's also disagreements on how accurate carbon dating.
Well, it's not even just. It's usually not carbon dating they
Is it
use
considered like a
solely.
polygraph?
There's a lot of things that they use, but we found plenty of evidence of civilizations that lived before any sort of written text, which supports everything we know about written text because most things were oral tradition. Right. So we found a lot of evidence through art because art's something that seems to have always existed. Art, sculpture. We found a lot of things that based on their location and geological formations, 10, 12, 13,000 years ago, early humans have been found over and over and over again, which Christians who are young Earth have to basically say, no, those were within 6,000 years. And that's that. It doesn't matter what evidence presented against it. That's where their dogma is. It's kind of like I said, it's one of those dogma things. It's not rooted in anything scientific or factual, and that's where I go. It's a silly thing to believe, but I'm not going to dislike a person or disrespect them any more than I'm going to dislike or disrespect someone who believes the Earth is flat. I'll be like, that's a stupid thing to think, but as long as you're not harming anyone with it, go knock yourself out.
Hey Tyler, I think you probably agree with me on this that these discussions are really fun, especially like creation and stuff. But for me as a Christian, I don't find them to be all that important to my personal salvation and knowing what we're supposed to do. You know what I mean?
The thing is, and
as long as you don't,
I said this earlier, as a Christian, I don't believe that my works or anything are going to be the deciding factor. I truly believe as a Christian, faith in my heart, belief in Christ, confession in my mouth, and repentance of my sins are under the current covenant that we as humans live under, really the deciding factors. I mean, I'm not going to blaspheme. I won't go as far as to, you're not
going to go scheme on it.
I won't go scheme on it, but really and truly, I also accept to a certain degree there are things I just don't know. When it comes down to young versus old Earth, that is not something that really affects my salvation.
Yeah,
and so
what's funny is this is like I don't want this to sound the wrong way, but this is almost like you could quote word for word what you're saying from any Christian around the world when you get to this point of a discussion. Like every Christian I ever talk to says the same thing. Well, it doesn't matter for my salvation. I don't know, blah, blah. And then they move on. The problem I have with
why do you believe it?
The problem I have with that is how reverently Christians have fought against science in the name of a short earth, only to turn around and say, but it doesn't matter to my salvation. Good.
Yeah.
So stop hurting the attractiveness of your entire religion if you're trying to say we need people to come, find Christ, and be loving.
But see,
and
I agree
this
with
thing
you there.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Then don't fight for something that's counter science if it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and that's the thing I would add there is that I agree with you there. Like, to me, the worst thing that we do as Christians, I mean, and you know, anyone who watches any number of the videos that I put up where Christianity is a topic, that's one of the things that I am very vocal about as somebody who has been, you know, pushed away from Christianity because of how brutal the church can be sometimes, and came back to it on some different terms, found a church that isn't denominational, doesn't put up barriers and rules and so forth. You know, I'm a person who very much says the worst thing that we do as Christians is push people out of our doors because we want to get up on some technical difference. You know what I mean?
The denomination in the US that does the best for Christians, like the most Christ-like denomination, despite their blasphemy, are the Methodists.
Well,
I know. Other Christians hate hearing it, but oh my God, if they got it on you guys.
I don't particularly care because like I said, I mean, I'm 100. The only denomination that I will ardently rail against is the Baptist Church, because I vehemently hate the Baptist Church. I mean,
you're giving the Lutherans a pass. There's so many other ones.
Catholics.
There are, but I mean,
what is the P one?
Presbyterian.
Presbyterians, yeah. You're giving them a pass? No. I have never failed to trigger like anyone from like Orthodox Christianity when I go, the church that attracts the most people, Methodist. And the fact that it triggers you is what the problem is. Right? Like,
it doesn't trigger me. I just think it's
What do they
false.
got, fucking milk and cookies at the door?
There's a difference.
No, Methodist Church basically views the Bible a lot of the time similar way I do. They see Jesus Christ as the center of it, but they say your interpretation of the Bible, some of the parts of the historicity that might have been lost, are all the miracles all legitimate, blah blah blah. They'll say
it's a living
lot of
document kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a lot of the Bible is not infallible and perfect. It was written by men about important things.
That's what they say.
And Christ is at the center. And as long as you believe Christ gets you to God, that's what matters. That's what the Methodist Church believes. So when it comes to things like science and stuff, they're not usually on the side of fighting science or fighting progress. So usually they're the most active in getting people who otherwise wouldn't approach the church.
What I would add to that, though, is that viewing the Bible non-denominationally, stripping all that away, just viewing the Bible, you come to that conclusion as well, because there are a lot of things in the Bible that are open to individual interpretation. I mean, that is literally part of the Bible.
But then he says, do not rely on your own understanding.
Yeah. Well, I think the big separation that makes the Methodists the black sheep of the traditional denominations is they take it that step further of saying it's not the perfect ordained word of God.
So where do
that's a big difference.
Which is a big no-no for the other denomination.
Right.
Even though the Bible only a couple books of the Bible claim to be the word of God, when you look at the original authorships, like Luke, he was not writing the word of God. He got that title put on him later. He was reporting to a dude who asked about this Jesus guy, and he was reporting what he knew. He was not praying over it. He was literally writing down the facts as he knew it. So later on, they said, hey, Luke. Well, Luke never knew, but the church, when they had to make a canonized version of the Bible in the Middle Ages, because so many Bible fan fictions were getting confused for the Bible.
Yeah, Emperor Constantine, 440?
Well, no, that was before all that. Constantine was way before what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
But
what about Jehovah's Witnesses, though? They identify as Christians, don't they?
They do, and so do
No.
Mormons, Jehovah's. That's a whole different box.
Yeah,
of worms. We
we're
don't need
getting
to get
into
into that.
weeds there.
Hey, can I
That-
say something real
that's
quick?
some-
I want to say
why,
something real
though?
quick. I want to talk about Amy Lee forever. She put up theology is theos, God, and logos, which means word, not logic. What I was saying, Amy, was like theological.
Oh, shit. It's 2 a.m. I'm going to bed. Love you all. Bye.
Bye, Scheme. I need to.
Yeah,
so-
but let me finish this last point for Amy to clear up what I was meaning. Theological, ik and all are two different suffixes. All means a condition of, ik means pertaining to, the ology means the study of, and then theo means God. So it means the study of, it's a condition of the study of God, or a condition pertaining to the study of God. And all I was trying to make the point was, I wasn't trying to define the word. I'm just saying you can't have theological without logical. Just like there's no I in team, but there is a me.
What she's saying is theology, which is the study of, like you said.
Well, she didn't get what I was saying. I was just trying to clarify my point. And,
Yeah, the study of the Word of God is theology, and I mean, there is no issue having that up there. I will say,
I'm not being offended by it. I was just trying to be honest with what I was trying to say.
No, I know. No, and the thing is, I mean, I really appreciate. I have to go to bed soon, but I do.
I'm
really
retired. I ain't got to go to work no more.
Much love, bro. I'll be on the next one. I like these conversations. I like asking questions.
I enjoy these conversations too. I mean, because for me personally, like I said, I mean, and I've said several times, I know what I believe. I stand where I believe. It does not hurt me to have these conversations.
It gives you a platform to evangelize, and that's the first purpose of a Christian.
Yeah.
You can have people that agree and people that disagree. I mean, I don't know.
And the thing is, I mean, if we can study God more deeply, I mean, where's the harm? Like, who should be afraid of that?
Who is the arbiter of this discussion?
Yeah,
God is, because God is here. Jason, we're talking about.
He didn't say anything.
Jason hasn't said anything in like.
Yeah, he's the arbiter.
Jason had
my whole thing is that I would love to hear everyone complete their thoughts before people start jumping in because they hear something that they don't like or they feel the need to attack. Man, that's why I've been quiet, because I'm trying to hear all sides, all views, so I can be better educated about what we're talking about here.
Not even the attacking, not the attacking, but even to agree.
I'll tell you guys what I do. Like,
wait,
I tear away a sticker.
What?
I just tear away a sticker.
Is it like
when I'm listening to someone else say something, I tear away a sticker and just kind of.
That's why you don't make any facial movements at all. You're like stone faced the whole time.
You start steepling.
I listen.
Yeah.
I listen, and then I wait, and then I talk.
Concentrating.
And then you get interrupted. That's why I'm always like, hey man, let Tyler talk, because it's, first of all, it's his stream, and he sits there quietly waiting for his, chance. And most of us in here are directing our comments and questions to him as the host. So I want to hear what he has to say.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear what I have to say. So
I know that I'm more open-minded than most people that come to my streams. You know what I mean? Like, most of the time you are set in your ways. Like Alan. You are set.
I definitely am. Oh, I know it. I'm not afraid to say it either.
And that's 100%.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being set in your ways. That's called faith. That's called
100.
That's called dedication, Yeah. But I'm always open to hear what somebody says.
Yep.
Well, it gives you a place to.
If they can complete their full thought, that is, before someone jumps in without getting the full context. You know what I mean?
Hey, Tyler,
let the person say everything they need to say to complete their thoughts, so you have the full context. Because sometimes you may take what they're saying out of context.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you saying that I was doing that?
No. We're not talking about anybody specifically because we all did it.
I think everybody.
Yeah, we did. We did. And I apologize if I offended anybody.
No, I don't think
you offended anybody.
You offended
Tyler should
everybody.
control
What
the
you talking
mics.
about?
I agree with that dog Stray. The Bible is an instruction manual not to be worshipped. At the end of the day, I think what we can all agree on, the Bible is the word of God. It's a good manual.
Yeah.
It does not give us all the answers.
It gives us what we need to know.
Mhm.
No, all the other things that we're pondering, those will be revealed to us in the next life.
Thank you, Amy. I was just making a joke. I wasn't trying to define the word as like, that, but thank you. You know what I mean.
You cannot, and that's a fact, and that's what I will close the stream on what Hell said right there.
That's pretty much what I was saying.
Because at the end of the day, you cannot convince someone that God exists. It's a very personal thing. I've had people, even after I was saved, after I was baptized, I checked all the boxes that I was supposed to be. People trying to convince me that what they thought was faith was right turned me away from God quicker than anything else, because I began to question. If you guys don't know my story, I began to question, was I really saved? I don't feel the same way that they feel. I don't feel the same way that this person feels. Am I really here? Even though I felt like I was right, I felt like I was where I needed to be. But the fact is, someone's personal convictions, you can do more harm trying to tear someone down by saying, no, I'm right, than by just saying, you know what? Come to me with what you think. Let me hear this other thing. That's why I always try to hear, no matter how off the rails what you say may be, no matter how much in opposition to what I believe it may be.
So
I will always try to hear what you say.
How do you delicately, let's say in one of these situations, it's something that you believe 100% in your heart and your brain that you are right on, but you're not going to tell them just so that you get the glory that you're right, but that you want them to know the truth and be right on this topic. How do you delicately listen to them and then say what you just said? No, that's incorrect.
How do
you do that?
You go to Revelation 4:11.
Right.
Thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive the glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure we are and were created.
On the religious topic, Doc is right. What I would say past that, even and this is universal, I want to understand why you think differently than I do. Because if I can't understand why you think differently, it doesn't matter if we go to the most cliche thing. If you tell me that is green instead of purple, right? I can see that. I can see that. Well, that's the lot. I can see that. But if you tell me that's green instead of purple, at the end of the day, I know that's purple.
Right.
Why do you think that that's purple or that that's green?
Now does that
because God gave you a different perception?
So once you get that answer, do you just write them off, or do you again say no, you're wrong?
I'm going to explain to you how I came to the conclusion that's purple, not green, because I have been the person too many times who has said, you know what, I think this, you think that, and I found out that I'm wrong too many times to say, because it does nothing for me. If you give me the answer, if I don't know how you got there, that does nothing for me.
Yeah. Yep.
I need to know how you got there. And so tell me how you got to the conclusion that that's green instead of purple. One of us is wrong, logically. Either you're going to break yourself down in your argument, or I'm going to break myself down in mine.
The problem is it just doesn't boil down.
Or
to,
we come to an
is it
understanding that
purple or
I'm
green or-
colorblind, and that's why it looks different to me.
I mean, yeah, but that's the problem. Is it's not just that simple as just two things.
But sometimes it is.
Perception.
But sometimes
is
it
so
is.
Deep. I mean,
Sometimes
it
you
can
get the
be.
fact
That's
that
the
I
thing.
went to a school when I was in high school. One of my best friends, Jamie, dude, God love him, was colorblind as a doll. And every day I would go over to his house before he got ready for school and make sure he didn't put, a green shirt with red pants.
You know what?
Because he didn't know the difference.
But I'm just saying it doesn't boil down to just black or white in this instance. It's perception of each person, and you know, that's where it kind of falls and why there's so many splits in religion beginning in.
That's a great thing, though. I'm going to tell you how it does, Simple. Check this out. Because you might still be sitting on saying that's purple or that's green, even though all the rest of us see that as purple, right? That's okay. At some point, you're going to come to terms with, if you're colorblind, whatever the case may be, you're going to see eventually that that's a different color than what you think it is. And you're going to see that's purple, not green,
what I'm
right?
saying is, what if it's not purple, and what if we're both seeing it wrong?
We might be. Today is not the day for us.
Go with the law of averages.
Yeah.
but no, here's the thing. Today is not the day for us to find out if that's the case. That's why when Scheme says something that completely disagrees with what I see, that's fine. You know what? We're both in our different walk, in our different points in our walk. Maybe I don't believe so. Maybe someday I'm going to see that I'm wrong. Maybe someday you're going to see that you're wrong. But you know what? How many times, at least 3 points, me and Scheme both said, you know what? This is something we can't get past, right? Y'all heard it. We said it right here. And so what I'm going to say is sometimes you got to be big enough to say, you know what? This is something we don't fundamentally disagree, or we don't fundamentally see eye to eye on.
Yeah. Yep.
And so maybe this is the point where we say, you know what? Maybe you're at a different walk than I am. Maybe you're at a different point in your walk.
That's what Stray Dog was talking about too.
Hell, I kind of agree with you, but I kind of don't with the statement. Everyone has a path to God is different. Depends on your outlook of the Alpha Omega.
No,
or it does to me, because to me, I don't really think there is like one. There's something up there. It's not God. I don't know yet.
When we find out, I just hope all you guys are there so we can all find out together.
I'm Melody, I don't know if you care about, like, if you believe in the divinity of the Bible, but Ephesians 4 states there is one God and one faith and one way to Him. So
here's where I'm going to take you on walks. Us all being on our different path. I'm going to talk about Christ right now, right? I've had a few to drink. I'm probably slurring a little bit. Let's be real.
Getting an
Monks and women beer
fucking thing right now. Let's go, Tyler.
But let's be real. This is my path with God. Okay, I grew up in a family, broken home. Parents divorced when I was 11. Neither of my parents were very religious. When I was 14, I had a friend at high school one day. He was like, "Hey, come to church with me on Wednesdays. Ride the church bus." We went 2 counties away from where I live from. Now, how did this guy come into my life? I don't know, because we didn't have the same friends. We were literally at a fucking basketball game, okay? Dude wore trip pants and all that stuff. I wore trip pants and all that stuff. And so, like, we connected there. And he was like, "Hey, come to church with me. My parents drive a church bus over to this church." It was a fucking hour. I had to go to his house after school just to get there before 6 o'clock when it started, right? Now, went to church, started going there, started hearing all the things. And I'm like, you know, at one day, and I'm going to tell you when I got saved, one day I felt something over me. Another one of my friends that was in the same situation. He was just riding the church bus, going to church with us. He looked over at me. He said, "Hey, have you ever been saved?" And I said, "No." While I'm feeling all this weight on me, right? He says, "Have you ever been saved?" And I said, "No." And we're playing Amazing Grace because that was what we were doing at the end of youth group that day. He says, "Have you ever been saved?" I said, "No." He says, "You want to walk up with me?" I said, "Yeah, man, let's go." And I could not take that step until he put his arm around me and helped me take that step. I took that step. We ran, got saved. I swear, man, I can't even explain how everything felt like while everybody was praying with me.
That was Jesus, like bro. That was literally Jesus, you know, and through him,
exactly.
you met him halfway.
Exactly.
And together you went to the front of the church and you got down on your knees and you became, you know, a child of God.
Exactly.
How do you feel after?
I'm 15 in this story right now. I'm 30 right now. Okay. We got a lot more story to go. All right. So I get up there, get down, pray, all that stuff. Get up, feel great. I feel like all the weight is lifted off of me. You know, I'm not worried about things I've been worried about for a long time. go a couple weeks later, get baptized, all this stuff.
Awesome.
So my parents are split. I mentioned this. I had some issues getting to church where I wanted to be on Sundays. And so me and my dad, one of our things became going to church with my mom. They're divorced. Me and my dad started going to church with my mom's mom. Started going to the Southern Baptist Church, right? I start getting this thing pushed on to me. And I'm told, you can't listen to this music. You got to throw that CD away. I thought you were saved. I thought you were baptized. I thought you were this, that. You know, you got to throw that away. Why do you still have a beard? You know, you shouldn't have that beard. You'd be clean shaven when you're coming to church.
Really?
I thought you were saved. Why do you have long hair? You know, you're coming in, you're looking like the world. You know, you're not supposed to bring the world in. I thought you were saved. People pushing personal convictions onto me because they felt like when this person was saved, they felt like they had to get rid of their tapes and their CDs and all that stuff to be, you know, loyal to God. They had to get rid of this. And that's fine. That might be your personal conviction. You might have to give up that stuff to have a connection with God. You might have to cut off your hair to have that connection with God. You might have to shave your beard to have that connection with God. Those are not things that influence my relationship with God. You know what I'm saying? And
it is a relationship.
Yeah, it's a relationship. And that's what Christians, that's why in that Baptist church, my personal relationship with God didn't matter.
It got nothing to do with you, fool.
Yeah. And it was what people could see. And so they were pushing their personal convictions onto me. Well, my mind, because I was 17 years old, 16, 17 years old at the time, my mind went to, was I really saved when I was saved? Like, I don't feel any need to let go of this CD. I feel solid with God. I feel solid with Christ. But was I really saved if I don't feel the need to do what they said?
If you play Ozzy Osbourne backwards, you can hear the devil.
Yeah. So 17-year-old
Justin
me.
Bieber too.
Also, if you know me, I joined the army when I was 17, right? Went through basic training, went through all that stuff. When I got to the other side of that, I'm like, God didn't matter to me anymore for a while. Because I'm like, all these people right before I left home, they're ringing in my ear. Well, this is wrong. You know, you're not really saved if this and X, Y, and Z. And then I got to the other side and I'm like, who cares about God? Like, I can go party with these guys. I can go drink with these guys. I can go do this. Like, who cares about any of this stuff? Like, that stuff's some old shit. You know what I'm saying? And so I fell away for a long time. And then fast forward, I'm 19. I'm in Afghanistan. And I really started thinking about God because, I mean, real talk, when you start hearing explosions that you don't know where they're coming from, you start thinking about God. Let's be real.
Do you know Restrepo?
Huh?
In Cornwall Valley?
Yeah.
I went to AIT with him. We were in the same company.
I think in any situation where you value your life and you're worried about something that deeply,
Yeah. So you start thinking about God and everything, right? But you're in Afghanistan. You don't start going to church. Like you start thinking about that personal relationship with Christ. For me, that personal relationship with Christ was what brought me to Christ anyway. And I found a lot of things from my personal relationship with Christ that a lot of people had caused me to block out because of their convictions. Okay. Get back from Afghanistan. I'm still not like going to church every Sunday, all that stuff. I'm like, nah, man, like, you know, I believe in God. I believe in Christ. You know, I was saved when I was 15, X, Y, and Z. I had a friend who thankfully he was like, hey man, you want to go to church with me? And he was that guy. He was that guy. He was that nurturer on the outside, right? He was like, hey, you know, maybe don't stay up all night watching the basketball game on a Saturday. Maybe, you know, do something so you can wake up. Don't get pissed drunk so that you can wake up and go to church with me in the morning. And I'm like, yeah. Well, fast forward again. I tried some more churches and everything. My daughter was born 2.5 years ago, almost 3 years ago now. And fast forward again, you know, I got out of the army, still struggling on that walk, still struggling. Like we would go to churches every now and then. It's like I would never feel like I was welcomed in because I've got fucking tattoos and all this stuff. And they see the tattoos and they're like, there's no way that you know God. But one day my daughter's born. This guy from work, dude, keeps asking me, he's like, hey man, come to my church sometime. I'm like, okay, finally. My daughter's born. I'm like, whatever, man, let's go to your church sometime. Go to my church. And I say my church because it is my church. Like it's where I belong. Like I get to my church and there's no judgment. I walk in, I've got the tattoos and everything. I get hugged by every fucking body in that church. Right? A few months later, they're like, hey man, we really need somebody that can run sound. And I know you're a DJ. Like, can you run sound for our church? And I'm like, yeah.
See, that's how I ended up in the praise and worship band at my church, man.
And that's what I'm saying. A few months later, dude's like, hey, man, do you know where I can buy some good vinyl? Like, I'm looking for this Motley Crue album that I don't have, you know, all this stuff. And it's the pastor that I'm having this conversation with. And, you know, a couple of weeks later, he's like, hey, man, we'd really like to ordain you. Bro, I'm saying, like my church today, you can't see it right now because it's, I don't know what I just knocked down. You can't see it right now because it's on the other side of that speaker. Like, I've got an ordination certificate. You know, I'm an officer in my church. This guy, the guy that you guys watch live stream and do reactions and stuff. Like, do you picture me as an officer in a church?
Easily.
Probably. If you really understand.
I think you'll be a great deacon one day.
If you understand what a real Christian is, sure. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, it took me at 17, I fell away from Christ. At 19, I started asking that question. At 28, I found a church that was willing to look past all this, willing to look past everything you guys see, all the flawed human that you guys see, and say, you know what? That's going to be a fucking officer at our church. They know I've got the YouTube channel. They drop in on the stream sometime. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't.
And we're just in here talking.
And it's a church that I don't have to hide who I am from because it's a church that realizes I'm a flawed person. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy of heaven. I'm not worthy of God. But through Christ, I can make it.
So I'm gonna come down and I'll go to your church.
But that's what I'm saying, man. Tell me when I talk about, like, man, you know, Christians have fallen so far, man. Like Christians are what you have a negative image of. You know what I'm saying? It's not Christ. It's not church.
I've always held the belief. I just don't like the money polished part of. You know what I mean? That's the part that I can't do. I can't do it. It's fake to me. Tupac said it best. Why do I have to have gold ceilings to praise God? That's why half of these people out here, they can't praise God because they don't have the money to praise God. And that's not fair. You know what I mean? No. People shouldn't chastise each other upon, one, their religious beliefs because they're personal, or two, political views. You know what I mean? Those are things that are personal to you. It's something that you believe in, and that's cool. And that's why I like coming and talking with you about any of these topics. Like you said, you're open-minded to the point where, like me, I can accept what you say. You might change my opinion of it. Who knows? But you'd never know. And that's part of, like, something that I always talk about is, like, self-improvement. You can't be enlightened without, you know, testing your beliefs. Like, how do you know until, you know, it...
The thing is, if I shut you out today, if I shut out a conversation me and Scheme have, who knows, man? Maybe God put me in Scheme's path to say, you know what? Question this one thing.
Just like that kid when you were 15, man.
Yeah. Who knows what we're in these paths for?
On the
and maybe he's got something right that I don't know.
Yes, exactly. What if you know? Who knows? Who knows?
All right. You ever heard that story about the devil was talking with the demon, and the demon looks over and he sees a human man in the darkness, and he sees that the human's got a piece of light, and the demon looks over to the devil and says, "Hey, that human has a piece of the light, a piece of the truth, and God, the devil says, well, don't worry about it. It's only a piece of it, so we'll just start a religion around them.
Yeah,
because there's many pieces to truth, and if you think you've got them all, you are not. And you if you got them all, you're in heaven.
I want to
Like
share
Zelda.
something with you guys, and I know it's going to cause this whole stream to get a copyright tag while it hasn't
Here we
already.
go. Getting
You guys,
clapped.
Hey,
you
on
guys,
that note, it's time to go to bed. I'm gonna talk to you later.
all right, Doc.
I'm not gonna listen. Bye.
All right. Hey, see, brother. I want to share something with you guys, though. And it's at the heart of a lot of what I said. And y'all know that Mises is my boy. He's my boy for a lot of reasons. But he came out with this song a long time after I met him. And you guys might have reacted to it. I might have reacted. Well, I definitely reacted to it. But I'm saying, like, listen to this song in the context of everything that we have talked about tonight. And tell me it's not something moving for you.
I've reacted to it.
Yeah. And
I was planning on doing it.
I'm telling you, I don't care if you've reacted to it. Unmute. Listen to it. You can do a review later, whatever the case may be. Listen to this song and tell me it's not at the core of what we've talked about.
Come on, guys, hurry up.
All right, Mom, we're coming. Come on, baby, we're gonna go. What's that? It's a snow globe, baby. What's inside? It's a church. That's where we go to pray.
Gonna be late.
No, baby. It's
Look how we look at each other, judging books by their cover. If I told you I was Christian, how quick you think I would judge you? Damn, I'm supposed to be known by my love, huh? So what's that look like from above, dog? Well, let me go ahead and sit in the seat this high and tell all you people out there with me it's not gonna sugarcoat it. No, cussing like a sailor. Yeah, talking about a fisherman. Tell me they ain't swear. Fuck. Not a legalist. Nah. Not a homophobe. Nah. Yeah, I disagree. I do. But I ain't throwing stones. I ain't holding wrong. Look, I'm well aware I'm flawed. No better than you, just better than who I used to be back in the day, and that's all. Nah, no MD, no degree, no paper on the wall. Not a doctor, not a scientist. I'm just me, that's all. No judge, just a witness that'll give it to you raw. Whatever I talk, trust that I walk. It's all that I done, it's all that I saw. No, not a theologian, not a Bible thumper, and it don't make me a better driver with a fish upon my bumper. Not a priest, not a pastor, not really sure if I'm preaching, but I'm damn sure not the soft type to sit back and eat bleachers like feel rejection is kept my stomach and eyes, but not anymore. Not sure why I expect acceptance like I'm not in the war, but sure not my enemy. People, that's not where the battle starts. See, we need to treat the heart of the matter, cause it's a matter of heart. Not cliche, not saying I have all the answers. Hell no, I ain't okay with little kids dying from cancer. Yeah, I cry, but don't ask me why if I can't ask you to what now. Just with all due respect, definitely catch up to it somehow. Like, step off a ledge, right or not, you're gonna fall, like it or not. God doesn't need a permission, he is I am and I am I'm not. So stop with insanity, man, can I be who created the universe? Look, you don't like how he runs it, well tough shit. Truth hurts. Kinda like being crucified, but hey, it's cool if I spill lies so that you and I don't feel, cause our two views collide. So instead, continue these try dialogues about the blue and sky, what we do, not abide till we use all the time sign. Then I short little few the lives and then die. Can't do it. All this argument so damn foolish. I don't care what color Jesus was. All I know is that the man's Jewish. All I know is God became man, cause man tried to become him. Every race got red blood, that's why it's blood that covers sins. You'll never win with these conversations going back and forth about denominations. Nations rise up against nations, signs of the times got more blatant. Hey man, I'm not the one, I'm not the son, not even close. I don't love idols, I don't love titles, and I'm bound to no pope. I don't worship jewels, I don't worship jewelry. I don't worship rules, I worship the ruler. He is a name, the level of pain can never top. That's why as soon as you sing his praise, dang, your popularity drops. It's just a coincidence, you don't really know. Even though it's happened a million careers in a row. But yo, I'll leave that alone. I'm gonna put it like this, I ain't in love with the list. I just think that I'd be a little pissed if my kids live like I didn't exist, feel me? So chill with the boxes that you put me in. Why you standing on the outside looking in? Look at him, took the sin and put it all out on display. While you lock it in a closet, acting like your life is great. Okay, this is me, nothing more, nothing less. Do I love Jesus? Best believe for sure, yes. But am I still a Christian? I ain't sure. Cause if it's everything I just said that I'm not, then not no more.
Listen, that song, man.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of points that I can agree with. I don't know if I got every single bar, but you know what I mean? There's definitely a lot of points in there that I could definitely agree with.
That song brings in a ton of what we've been talking about, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's basically
Christians have hijacked the fucking term. Christians have hijacked the church. They want to push people out, man. They want you to live by a set of rules. And the fact is, I mean,
and if you're not, then
even like Scheme said, Christ himself was not a friend of the church when he came to earth. There's a reason. You know what I'm saying? What up, Holly?
I always found it suspect when some churches would have these Christ statues, right, where Christ is depicted as being crucified on the cross, and then you see him all bloodied with the stakes in him and everything. I'm like, what kind of church is this? Like, this doesn't feel like a Christian or Catholic church. Like, I feel like I'm in Satan's church.
Well, even if you go to like a Catholic church, they don't believe Jesus. They say they pray to the Mother Mary, not even Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit. And
don't hate on Catholics. That was part of my step back to Christ. I skipped over that in the story, but hey,
I'm just saying they pray to Mary more than Jesus. You know, they preach about,
and that's not entirely true. There,
you name Mary, you don't pray.
I was raised
Mary.
Catholic.
I'm just saying when I went to a Catholic church in Jersey, they did that.
You don't pray.
They also believe someone has to stand up there and read the Bible to you.
LOD prays to Mary.
You don't need anybody to translate the Bible.
Read
it yourself and get your own translation.
Turn up your mic, Kylie, a little bit.
Yeah,
All right, we can't hear you, man. You sound muddy.
You sound muffled. To be honest, Highway.
That's what we say here in Thailand.
Hey, go into the settings and change your audio input, because I think it's coming through your laptop's default instead of your headphones. Microphone.
How's that?
Yeah.
I was saying Catholic Church also believes that you need a
there you go. You got it.
Stand up in the front Bible to you, and that's not the case. Read the Bible and get your own interpretation from it. Legitimately, I've read the Bible back 4 or 5 times now, and every single time you find something new, every single time you find something that some kind of knowledge that it is that you're looking for.
That's why I like watching movies over and over again. I watch a movie 100 fucking
That's why
times.
they call it the living book, because you get so many different things from it.
Like I technically and turned away. I got at this point because at this point it's like everybody. Pretty much what happened to me is everybody's saying go to God, go to God, go to God, pray, pray, pray. Be humble, be kind, do what Jesus would do, and all it got me is blasphemy and backstabbing. Trying to live the life that Jesus told me to live.
That's the thing, though. You should be good and kind to other people. And the thing is that you're going to have people that don't appreciate it. They're too ignorant to appreciate it. And they're probably either here for that purpose, if it kind of leads back to what we were talking about before, or for another reason unbeknownst to us right now. But regardless, you know, you have to be good in order to get to where you want to go after. Period.
The final straw for me with my own.
You should always treat others how you want to be treated, regardless if you get the same respect in return or not.
Absolutely. Like there's way too much hypocrisy in a lot of churches. That's why you have to find a good church. You have to find like that right kind of church for you. Because like my old church, like there was certain ones that wouldn't let people in if you have holy clothes, or they wouldn't. Like that's not the kind of church that you want. That's not the kind of church that you're looking for. Yeah. You're not looking for like that picky, choosy, let me see who's gonna wear the best clothes on Sunday kind of church. And that's where
See, I feel like
the thing that turned me away was I went to the church on Sunday and the pastor was speaking about not objectifying women. I went to the strip club on Friday and ran into the pastor. And it's like, what in the hell?
I'll tell you the best story, and I'll brag on my church all day, right? There was a lesbian couple that came up to my pastor and asked him to marry them, right? And he said, I can't do that because that's not compatible with my views, right? He went into the explanation. He said, when we look at the Bible, like living in sin, and this is the thing for anybody who doesn't understand that piece, living in sin, we're called to get repentance from Christ. Homosexuality is a sin in the Bible, period. You get repentance by condemning the sin in your heart and truly trying to live against it. So when we're talking about living in sin, there is no difference between homosexuality and a man living with a woman. There is no difference. That's both living in sin. That's both equal sin. And so people who try to conflate that and say, well, you're okay with this, but you're not okay with that. Churches that are okay with one but not the other, you're wrong. Mm-hmm. But he said, I can't marry you guys. You guys are welcome to get married, but I can't do it. But if you guys are interested in coming to our church on Sunday, we're happy to have you. Like we will still accept you in. Come to church, worship with us, praise with us. It's not compatible with his views. You know what? Going back to what I was talking about earlier, though, you might not be in the path in your walk yet where you see the issue that's going on there. You may not understand the religion well enough to see what the problem is. Come to us. We'll pray for you. We'll talk to you. We'll teach you. We'll tell you what the Bible says. And even if you don't see it yet, even if you're not willing to walk away from that yet, even if you're, even if the whole time I never know you or I ever know you, you never are willing to move away from that. That's cool. Keep coming.
Yeah.
That's not for me to hate you in the first place. Yeah. It's not for me to judge your lifestyle, your walk with your creator, any of that. Like, you're cool, whatever you do is your life.
Yeah.
I would have still told you, I would have told the pastor just marry them because it's you love thy enemy and love thy neighbor.
If it goes against his views, that's something personal to him. Like maybe help find somebody else, cool, whatever. But at the end of the day,
I know many of the Lutheran pastors that would do that. That's what I'm saying.
That's fine. They're wrong. Here's what I'm saying. As somebody who is ordained, like I said, I can show you my ordination certificate. As somebody who is ordained, I can tell you if I sanctify a marriage under Christ that is not in line with my views of Christ, that is me saying I bless this union under God. That is me saying I bless this union under God in my name. And so why would I put my name on something that goes against my fundamental understanding of God? I'm not saying necessarily, a lesbian couple, whatever the case may be. I'm not saying that to divide people or anything, but I am saying if I'm saying in my name, I am blessing this union under God, is that not fundamentally opposed to what I'm called to do there?
No, I have a question. It might be the devil on the shoulder, but now are you opposed to the fact that, homosexual people can go to heaven too?
I don't believe that they can, but I'll explain to you why.
And no, that's a
and that's not him. Can I just say something quick? That's not him being hateful to anybody that fucking just heard Alpha the wrong way. That's not him being hateful. If you believe something, you believe it, and that's what you stick by. Like,
and that's what we're all about anyway: spreading positivity and open beliefs like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, personally, I don't care.
I'm gonna say I don't personally care. I have several friends that are gay. Like that's fine. We could be friends. That doesn't, if I interact with you well as a human, if we get along as a human, let's fucking roll. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't matter.
I will never look you in your eye though and be like, you're going to hell. No. Like if you come to me on a personal level, I'm not gonna attack you. Like if you came to me on a personal level and you said, hey, if you really like, what does the Bible say about this? I'm going to tell you the truth.
If you ask me my views, I'm going to explain them to you just like I'm explaining it right now. Exactly. I will never distance myself from you as a person because of that.
And that instantly puts it in the other person's court, though, too, to either accept it or deny it. And that's on them at that point. Because you're still, you know what I mean? That has nothing.
Mm.
Yep. And that's the thing. I'm fine with you however you end up. I'll be a good person to you however you end up, whichever side you end up on. You know what I'm saying? Here is the justification. This is what I want people to understand. If you understand, homosexuality is a sin. It is condemned in the Bible as an abomination before God, period. Just like premarital sex is condemned in the Bible as a sin before God, period. Both are sins, okay? Those are under Old Testament law. Have I had premarital sex? I had a fucking ton of it. Like let's not pretend that we're saints. You know what I'm saying?
What separates homosexuality from premarital sex?
Nothing. No, there's no such thing as a pyramid of power.
You know what I mean? Though, why is it okay to marry someone that has premarital sex, but not okay?
That's my point. Simple.
Repentance is the line. So here's the thing. If you live in sin, if you continue sin, so the key is repentance, right? Because we're talking about those things. What does Jesus call us to do? Jesus calls us to believe in our heart, confess with our mouth that he is the Son of God, died for our sins, so on and so forth. Repentance is also in there. I have to see my sin. I have to hate my sin. I have to want to get away from my sin. That is true repentance. When in my heart, I realize that something I've done is sinful before God, I no longer want to do that anymore. Even if I'm tempted to do that, I know that it's wrong and I don't want to do that thing anymore. You understand? And so that's where the next step comes. If I am married, let's say I'm a gay guy, right? If I'm married to another man, if we're having sex every night, whatever the case may be, if we're having sex once a month, am I truly repentant of my sin if I continue living in that? If I continue going back to that, if I say, you know what, I'm happy, let's have a kiss, let's go on to that. I'm still in that same environment. I'm not repentant of that sin. You understand what I'm saying?
I mean, considering what the laws stand in most states and how it is so hard for homosexual couples to get married, technically, you know, in most eyes, they'd be committing a double sin. They'd be having premarital sex and not being able to, you know what I mean? So it's like,
But no, hell, what you're not seeing though, it's repentance. It's again, yes, there are so many rules. The Old Testament laws are still in play. The God of the Old Testament is the God of the New Testament. You have to understand that first. You have to understand that the old law is in effect. Jesus comes in, is the new covenant, right? Jesus is our pathway to heaven because we're not good enough to make it. Belief in our heart, confession with our mouth, repentance of our sins. Again, remember those three things. That's the current covenant. And
no, repentance means to stop doing what you're doing. That is the sin.
To truly turn away from that sin, to hate that sin, to
now, how many times
want to repeat that.
How many times are you allowed to truly want to turn? Because I mean, there's people that go.
There's not a number of times. That's the thing.
Okay, so hold on. My next question though is sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I have a main question. What if someone is homosexual and they're questioning their own homosexuality, but they want to be homosexual? Doesn't that mean they're repenting for their sin?
Sure, but where do you die? And that's what we ultimately come down to. No, you're not repenting if you go to bed and wake up. If you're gay when you go to bed, you're gay when you wake up. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a mindset. That's not something that you turn off at some point. You don't truly repent until you turn it off. You know what I'm saying?
But what about these preachers that go to like strip clubs and stuff, and they're like Hailey
they're
said,
just as wrong. They're just as wrong. And here's the thing,
if not more.
Yeah, it's not repentance. If I say, okay, I'm sorry that I looked at this woman naked, and then tomorrow I go to a strip club again and I look at another woman naked, and I go to bed this night knowing, like if you lay in bed thinking, okay, tomorrow I'm going here back to the strip club, I'm going to see this and all that, that's not repentance. You are not truly repentant. Repentance is something where we come back. Remember, the personal relationship with Christ, that is the cornerstone of all of this. And it is, are you truly in your heart? Do you hate what you did? Do you dislike what you did? Do you want to move away from that? If you're going to bed thinking, okay, tomorrow tomorrow I'm going here. That's not repentance. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, look at what Hell brought up in there too, because the Old Testament does say that.
Well, because are you repenting each day that you are wearing clothes that aren't made from one piece of cloth? I mean, sure, like you're finding straw man arguments. It's just like when you eat shrimp. Are you repenting every day because you ate seafood?
I guess my ultimate question
And actually,
is,
there's nothing at the end of the Bible. It says that everything that was put on this earth for you to consume is good for you. So there is no shellfish and pork debate. Like it says it right there. That's my argument to that.
That is a silly argument that people make to try and get ahead. You have to understand the God of the Old Testament is the God of the New Testament. Yes, the New Testament was still written more recently. And we also have to understand, I mean, are you sorry for anything that is a sin and an abomination against God? If you're repenting for it, that is forgiveness. Do you fall short sometimes? Sure. In the world today, here's the thing. God is not impractical. In the world today that we live in, is it practical to wear something? Who even knows what their fucking clothes are made out of half the time? I couldn't tell you what the shirt's made out of.
Probably polyester.
Probably. But you know,
that can also lead to other arguments like thou shalt not kill, but in the military you go kill. Yeah, but the Bible also says thou shalt follow your freaking governments and leaders. There's so many arguments to be made for everything.
But also on that, we have to run to the original text. There's a difference between kill and murder in the original Greek. We translated it as kill. It should have been murder. Thou shalt not murder is different than thou shalt not kill.
I like that you've actually looked into the original Greek. I've looked into the original Greek translation because I was like, it's like playing telephone. How many times has this thing been told over the years from person to person and translated? You lose a lot of that original, translation.
You do.
Well, like even that point, God has created everyone in His image. So
what makes homosexuality the mortal sin that churches shun away from?
Because churches want to
out of like all of the sin.
Because churches want to focus on that one thing about what shouldn't be allowed through their doors. Really, there shouldn't be a difference between if I come with my girlfriend that I live with and I come with my boyfriend that I live with. There should be no difference between how you view me as a church. You should want me to see the truth, but you should still let me come. You know what I'm saying?
Even if I show up and you know that I'm a heroin addict, there should be no reason that you don't let me come.
But that's what I'm saying, though. How does that change your view on just marrying somebody and completing what they want to feel as complete and getting whole with their, you know what I mean? Why?
Because at the end of the day, presiding over a wedding, being a minister at a wedding, is still giving your blessing in the name of God.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're okay with it, then
it's blessing. But it's blessing something. If it goes against what you know to be wrong.
You can't officiate something in the name of God if you actually are a believer and you're ordained in that belief. It would technically be null and void, even in your own eyes.
And that's the difference. So the man and the woman that are sleeping together before marriage, they're wrong, right?
Yeah,
they're wrong if they continue whatever. You know, they're wrong.
Marriage is the one thing that changes that. Though they can sleep together up until marriage, and then they get married. But that's the thing, though. But they can't at least abolish one sin because they're not allowed to marry. So it's like they can't take that, and it's people that aren't allowing them to take that next step.
But the difference is God specifically says no to a marriage between a man and a man and a woman and a woman. He says that is an abomination before God. And so you cannot sanctify that.
Is that an interpretation to be taken? I mean, obviously we're overpopulated right now, right? We all know the world has a lot of people. Back then, whenever it may have been, there wasn't a lot of people. They might have been worried about not having enough workers, not having enough food, not having enough, you know what I mean? So you had to populate. You weren't allowed to.
Sure.
You know, so what makes it so right to carry that one
because
sin
over? God calls that specifically an abomination. I mean, and that's the distinction. If you want to get into my personal views, and if you listen to me talk about politics, we've talked about religion a lot. If you listen to me talk about politics, you'll hear, you know, kind of not different view, but a view that probably people wouldn't expect me to have, I'm all for it. If gay people want to go get civil unions with a judge that'll sign off on that, if they want to do it outside of God, fine. Because the thing is, the institution of marriage is a Christian institution. The institution of marriage,
that's very true.
That is a holy union. Don't ask me to sanctify in the name of God something that is unholy. If you want to go outside the realm of God, if you want to get a civil union and say that you guys are unionized, fine. But don't ask for it to be a marriage.
No, is that still okay in the eyes of God?
No.
To get a civil union?
No, it's still
like even if I didn't want to go to a church and get married,
the sin still exists. The sin still exists. I mean, if you're and those are two very different conversations I would have. I mean, I would say, you know, the religious side of me says it's still a sin. You got to get right with God on that. But the you know, the just purely speaking from civics and should people be allowed to get civil unions? Sure. There are gay people in our world today. Like, have at it. If you guys want to go get a civil union, if you want to be bound like that, be bound like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't control
my
that.
wife and I mean, I say my wife, we've been together 8 years. I won't go to a normal church and get married because, like I said, I don't fall into what they believe. So why would I go and be, you know what I mean? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
So like, I wear a ring. There it is. You know what I mean? It's something, but like, would it mean that I'm not closer to whatever higher power I believe because I went and got a civil union? You know what I mean?
No, and what I would say is, I would urge anybody to seek a marriage, because at the end of the day, marriage is in line with my views. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, you can marry me?
Yeah.
Man.
I kind of went
how
hose on this one because, like, my family did. My family did whatever besides some gay marriages.
Absolutely. Yes, I would say that the entire Episcopalian church is unholy. That is a personal disagreement, though. I mean, again, I will never hate somebody because they go to an Episcopalian church. I have a very good friend. I won't say his name.
Episcopalian.
I have a very good friend who is an Episcopalian. I disagree with his church still because, yes, when it comes down to it, it is an unholy marriage because of the reasons I've just stated. You cannot negate the reasons that I've just stated biblically. And so, you know, going back to that, yes, it is an unholy marriage. Do I support the gay people who have, you know, entered into a union? Have at it. I don't care what you do with your life. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're gay, do your thing.
At the same time too, Alba, there's other things that we can't agree, that we don't agree with either, like the Westboro Baptist shit. And it's not even that. It's, people pick and choose the homophobic thing, the homosexual thing to throw it in there. But there's so many things across the board that we're not okay with. Yeah. But I'm still okay with those people.
Well, that
and that's the thing. Like I think the Westboro Baptist Church, all those people are horrible people. I think that they will be sitting right beside everybody else that's condemned in hell. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry, those are not good people. When your website is godhatesfags.com and you have a kill counter on your website saying every time a U.S. soldier dies in Iraq or Afghanistan, whatever the case may be, and it's titled "Another Unholy Soul Condemned to Hell," whatever they condemn it. Fuck those people. Like, absolutely don't support them. Just because they say a couple of things that sound similar, I'm not condemning gay people. Look, listen. If you are
not
gay,
my place to condemn gay people.
No,
I'll get condemned for that shit.
Exactly.
Well,
and
now hold on a second,
is,
Tyler. I have to step in right there. Considering you're ordained, it kind. And I'm not trying to be a dick or nothing, bro.
Go ahead and say it though, because it's against the rules of his ordainment to do it.
Say it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Doesn't it make it that you're condemning? I mean, why though? I'm just
because they have free will. They have a choice to be repentant.
It is not my place. It is not my calling to judge, condemn, so on and so forth. I can teach, I can share, I can give you the knowledge. It's up to you what you do with it.
Okay.
It straight up says, for
like that
however
answer.
I judge you, I'm
like
going to be
that.
judged the same. So if I say you're going to hell,
Yeah.
guess who's going to hell? Me.
Yeah.
The thing is, and you will never catch me on this. I promise. You can watch every single thing I've ever said privately or publicly. You will never find me condemning somebody. We may disagree. I will tell you that I think you're wrong. I'll tell you why I think you're wrong. And that's fine. You know what? And if you still disagree at the end of it, that's still cool. If we still rock, if you were gay, simple, we could still hang out and chat and all this stuff. You're still just as welcome right here on the stream. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My
Absolutely.
spiritual relationship is between me and God. My personal relationship has nothing to do with my spiritual relationship.
Exactly. And that's the thing. Too many people get caught up in titles. That's why I wanted to play that Christianity song, because too many people get caught up in titles, man. Listen, am I a Christian? Yeah. But if you know I'm a Christian now and you didn't know 15 minutes ago, should that change how we interact with each other? No.
Not at all.
And then, like my pastor used to tell me, he used to say, hey, I'll baptize anybody, but I can't marry everybody.
Yeah. My thing is, like I said, my calling is to teach you, is to give you the tools. What you do with them at that point, that's on you. I can't force you to believe in God. I can't force you to accept what I'm saying. I can tell you what I'm saying. I can tell you where in the Bible it comes from. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I'm happy to do that. But
I do have a question after this for you.
The thing that everybody should take away too is, once again, it's an interpretation. It's your personal interpretation of something that was given to guide you, and that's it. Take it for what it is. Don't make it something more.
Yeah,
because you get lost.
What are your feelings on super churches and shit, Alpha? Like these mega.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
I'm not
I'll
a fan
tell
either.
I'll tell you what.
That's how it all started.
Oh, can I say I apologize for arguing with Hell earlier about being on the same side as her? I was arguing in chat with her when we were on the same page or something.
There's no reason to apologize. That's the thing. Like, speak what you believe. Like, speak what you think. Here's the thing. People have got to stop apologizing. Like, say
you have a mouth. You have beliefs for a reason. It doesn't hurt.
Mm-hmm. Here's the thing, though.
But me and her the same point, though. That was the whole thing.
But listen to me. Be open-minded enough to hear what the other person is saying, because that's what I'm leading up to. Hear what they're saying. If you guys end up in the same place, cool. Yep. If you guys are in different places and one of you guys learns something, cool. If you end up there and you say, you know what, I got this thing that negates what you said, cool. Or you can do what me and Skeen did. Say, you know what, we're different paths. We fundamentally disagree on this thing. Cool. Like, what the
it's
fuck?
Okay to agree to disagree. That's why it's there.
What the
No. We actually agree.
Seriously.
I came to realization after rereading her stuff. We're pretty much arguing the same fucking point, but at a different angle.
Cool.
I love conversations in here. I really do. It's like I don't know. I like just gathering, so many different perspectives, because I don't know what I truly believe. I don't know which path I should truly take. I have a long story that led me to where I am now, and it's kind of similar to yours, actually, Tyler. And the only difference is I haven't found a place yet, because like I said, all the places around here. And I'm just going to throw this in too. Earlier I said my electrician owns his own building that is a church, right? This motherfucker screwed me over, and then he calls me out. You know what I mean? He's like, and it's like, how can you say that? How can you willingly have people come into your church when you're going to condemn someone for something silly and act that way towards people, like, and then you just go to church and you repent? Is that, you know what I mean? Like, but that doesn't make sense to me, and that's why I can't see I don't see it as multiple paths. I see it kind of like there's so many paths of Christianity, right? But you guys all are leading towards the same fucking thing, and
but
each
you
one
can
of you
always
could
go
have
non-denominational.
But I'm gonna give you a solid example, okay? This is the most personal thing I've ever shared on my YouTube channel. Like, legit. This is going into some, like, probably a little awkward personal and stuff. I don't jack off, right? Why not? Because studying the Bible and stuff, I look at what is a woman's responsibility to a man. It's to submit herself to her husband, right? Does my wife do that? Yes. What is a man's responsibility to his wife? X, Y, and Z. You know, that's all laid out in Ephesians. I'm not going to lay it all out right here.
You're lucky.
But the thing is, here's the thing. After a couple of days, if we don't have sex, do I want to? Sure. Like, I mean, doesn't every guy after a couple of days want to go beat it? But the thing is, why don't I? Because that's not faithful to her in my heart. Like, if I'm thinking and looking at someone else, like, to me, that's not faithful. Repentance is at the core of that. Why do I do that? It's not because I don't want to come. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to beat off. I want to get it out there. Like, I want to do it and just fucking be done.
So why don't you just do it to pictures of her then? Isn't that still the same?
But see,
where does that?
Maybe.
What about for you
But that's also
personally, though?
yes, also another coin toss that it's totally up to your.
That's where you come. That's where you come. What is your personal conviction? Do you feel like it's okay? I don't personally feel like it's okay, so I'm not gonna look at pictures of her. You know what I mean? Like, to me, nah, that's not being faithful to her because I'm still doing it without her. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, and that's the thing.
Even
that's
though,
where we
even
get
though
into
in that,
that's where
in
we
that
get into
moment, she knew she was taking the pictures for that general consent. She full willing was like ready to do it up,
Listen,
and you still wouldn't.
I've got a ton of fucking pictures of my wife naked. Hey, look at them all the time. They're fucking fantastic. But the thing is, I'm sorry for anybody I'm turning off in the stream, especially.
I love you, bro.
But I mean, this is real talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where you come down to personal convictions. That's where you get into, just like I was talking about the people talking about their CDs and everything. You know, can I still listen to my music? Sure. Can you? No. Because does that get in your way of God? Sure. Does it get in my way? No. The thing is, the Bible's going to give us guidelines. It's going to give us a stepping stone. It's going to give us a pathway, right? Does it give us every single answer? Absolutely not.
Free will.
We
You
have
got to put free will into the equation.
Yeah, and that's where not enough people emphasize that personal relationship with God. What is my relationship with God? So at that point, how do I feel about it? Well, if I were to fucking knock one out, well, I feel wrong. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you don't. Maybe that's okay for you.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
feel
all
wrong.
down to your personal walk and your personal convictions. That's all it is. That's all religion is.
Yeah. No, I mean,
Simple. What I wanted to say something to Simple about your last statement. You said you just haven't found a place yet. Keep in mind that place very well might not be a church. You might not very well be looking for that assembly. Pick up the book and start reading it from the front. Let yourself dive in. There's actually some really good stories in there.
I got a long story as to how I came across, religion and all that stuff. And like I said, after having
there's so many people out there that are like, I need to find a good church. I need to find a good church. No, you just need to deepen your personal walk.
Well, like I said,
says one building is more holy than the next anywhere.
I believe there's a higher power, regardless of if people call it God or whatever. There's definitely something up there. You know what I mean?
And that's the only thing that you have to be comfortable with is what you believe and what your current status with that creator is. That's what I'll tell you right now. Like, I swear all the time. People are like, how can you be a Christian and you swear all the time? Because I've had that talk with them. I know where me and the Lord stand, and that's not for anybody else to judge.
What it comes down to, he said you were, yeah.
I don't know anything about
it. Here's what I would say, man. Most people seeking the church are seeking God. They just don't know how to find God. And you ain't gonna find God if you ain't looking for him in his word and talking to him. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, I kind of just do it through doing as many good things for people as I possibly can, and that's it. That's what makes me feel like I'm getting closer.
But what I'll tell you at the end of the day, that might help you get closer. Might help you feel like you're getting closer. But at the end of the day, works are not what get us there. It's that faith. It's that relationship, man. Build that relationship, whatever that relationship looks like. Literally, thumb through your Bible. And I'm not telling you what to do. Thumb through your Bible. Just fucking pick a
Random
couple.
open it.
Look,
Yeah.
pick a
I
couple.
mean, like
of
I said, I believe that there's something else. You know what I mean? I don't know if I call it God or whatever. I don't. It just seems like too much of a mainstream thing to just be like, God, this is what it is. It was Jesus.
But that right
this is
there
what it is.
tells
And
me
I
that
get that
you're
it was
looking,
written,
and
but
that you're meant to find it.
you know what I mean?
You're looking for it. That's the thing, man. Like, yeah, is it maybe too mainstream? Sure, but sometimes it's okay to be mainstream. Like, do you think of
Yeah.
me as a
No, it's-
mainstream guy? Like, that would be my question to you. Do you think of me as a mainstream guy?
I mean, in the eyes of what the public considers mainstream, are you on the radio as a personal DJ? You know what I'm saying?
No.
Like, if you think about it in that aspect. Now, if you think about it in the aspect of your church, you're ordained at your church, things like that. Like, are you mainstream?
My church is not mainstream. Listen, if you saw,
You know what I
my
mean?
church-
So that's what I'm saying, though. You could say that you're very underground in that aspect.
Yeah. Listen,
I
I'm
just-
not hitting those mainstream pieces. That's fine. Ride your own boat. The other thing I'm gonna
Yeah.
say, man, I was not team when I started trying to find God again. I was 28 before I found a church that I belonged at. You know what I'm saying?
And that's kind of what brings up my other point. Like, I haven't found a place. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just kind of, I mean, and that's what happened for you personally. Is you just kind of
Yeah.
fell into a place that, like, I feel like I fell into this place. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
this is the thing for me that saves me, is being able to come and conversate with like-minded individuals
And
that are
that's
open enough.
And that's
You know what I
fine.
You
mean?
know where I got
Like, no-
deeper? I got deeper in the fucking tiny little hole in Afghanistan. Is where I found more God than in any church anywhere in the world.
In a fucking jail cell, hoping for my fucking life is where I found it. I'll just
take
say that.
take what you get when you get it. Because the thing is, you're at your walk, I'm at my walk, Ollie's at his walk, Jason's at his walk. Ain't none of us in the same place. Period.
The only thing you got to make sure of is that you take care of your own house before you try to start cleaning other people's house.
Yeah,
that's my biggest thing. Is hey, if you got a lot of your own like issues with your faith going on, then you try to help someone else with their faith. Like, I know that Tyler is 100% steadfast in his faith. I've been watching him for a long time now. There's a couple other people that I know are steadfast in their faith, and that will never change. And those are the kind of people I'm looking at. I'm like, all right, this guy's who I want to look at. This guy's who I want to look at. Tyler will never be shaken. I've never seen ever seen you stray away from the things that you believe. You're right here. You say it all. But
and I won't.
At the same time, it's not always at church.
We can have
I'm saying
any
you don't
conversation.
always force it down people's throats either. And so that's another reason why I can respect you. Like, if the topic comes up, boom, we'll discuss it. We will talk about it all day long. But I'm not gonna like constantly hit you with this. Boom, boom,
We're
boom,
talking.
boom.
Well, look at tonight. We're talking about it because it came up.
Exactly.
It's not something I'm looking to show. I'm not saying simple. I'm not saying simple. Walk away from this conversation. Believe in what I believe. I'm not saying,
Yeah,
hey,
you're not trying to
let me
save
jump
you.
this. And I won't. You know what? Live your walk, man. Take your walk. Go on your path. Find how you get there, however you get there. Like, and maybe we never see eye to eye on it. Scheme's a good friend of mine. We don't see eye to eye. Does that mean I don't like Scheme? No, I love Scheme. His mask is right there. Like, I've got damn poster over here that I can't find a place for. Like, I mean, let's be real. Like, I got love for the dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, fucking walk your path. If you don't end up where I'm at, but if you ever want to talk about it, if you ever want me to give my input on it, I'm right here. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I'm going to bed, bro.
And the thing too about church doesn't have to be a building. Church can be what we're having here right now, and that's a nice little gathering of friends.
It's
anywhere where three or more are gathered, so too I will be. It says something like that.
Exactly.
Who's got their shoes off?
Hey, simple. I think Sweeney's got something to say before you hop off. I heard you say you're going to bed.
Yeah. To be honest, simple. Don't look at what you're looking at through the eyes of religion. Look at it through what Tyler was saying as a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. We were talking about not being you're not going to get into heaven, by the way, because you did good things and nice things, because you gave homeless people money, because you ran a soup kitchen. You are not going to get there by that. You are going to get there 100% based on your sole belief that Jesus Christ is your savior. And guess what? It's a beautiful thing when you get there, man. I encourage you, put it that way. I encourage you to do that for yourself, for nobody else. You come to that. If you're following that direction and you're like, look, I need something to stabilize my life, do it. That's my 100% suggestion. It helped me in a time when my dad is going through cancer and I'm watching him lose weight every day, like this kind of thing, man. It's terrible. You need to think about things, and when you get ready, everybody here will be here for you. Like,
yeah, but that's the thing, though, is like I can accept Jesus through any one of the however many paths there are, but will I ever truly be accepted because of my choices?
there's only
there's
there's only one way to accept Jesus Christ, and I can help you right now.
No, I'm not saying to accept Jesus Christ. What I'm saying, because like I said, I spent a little bit of time in jail. It was enough for me to worry about where my life was heading, and that is what changed me. I had a brain injury, so I'm not saying that I can remember everything, which is why I have a really hard time. Like you guys talking about politics and all that shit, I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You know what I mean? Because I don't remember that shit. But like I remember my path and where I picked up the Bible and started reading was, like I said, I did a pretty short stint, and it changed my outlook. And I've always believed that there was something out there, right? Growing up, whatever. Then that happened. I picked up the Bible, and now there's, and I don't keep meaning to bring up mainstream, but for me, in my eyes, it just seems like in this day and age, what Christianity has become, because there's so many branches of it, it's like, how do you choose? How do you? So that's the hardest part. Like, you could be like, do you accept Jesus Christ? And I could say yes, but it's like, okay, do I accept Jesus Christ in your faith? Do I accept Jesus Christ in my faith?
No.
Do I accept Jesus Christ in Tyler's faith? Like, I accept that there's a higher power. I accept that I'm going to whatever people want to call it. I don't give a shit with Valhalla. You can call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. I know I'm going there because of the things that I've done, like Tyler said, to repent on the things that I did previously to get me in the position where I was. You know what I mean? And that's what I know. Just for me personally, it's just me personally. That's what I know brings me to what people call God,
right?
regardless of whether I believe it.
I'm just trying to help you out, man, because
I agree.
Because here's
I
the thing:
it.
it's like you're conflating religion with Jesus Christ, and the only one true thing that can get you into heaven is accepting Jesus Christ as your personal savior, and that doesn't have to be a religion.
Wouldn't Jehovah's say something different? Because they're still Christian, but they believe Jehovah. Like they call it Jehovah. So it's like, where's
Jehovah's just another name for God, though.
Okay, so what about like?
Yeah, I mean, you're conflating religion with Jesus Christ. Like,
it's not
take
that I
religion.
am. It's that it's been conflated by public so much that there's not one specific view. Nobody can come to terms, and that's what kind of strays me away from just being like, I'll accept your Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I can't just say that. I accept the higher power.
It's the
I
one.
accept that I can get there. I do. No, that's the thing. I do have the one. It's not about the want. It's just whose views of Jesus Christ am I accepting? I'm accepting my own. So I don't need to accept it through a church or anything until I find views that I agree. Like Tyler said, he found a place that he agreed with. And that's the biggest thing for me. I haven't found a place that I can agree with, but I can agree that, you know what I mean? It's just that, like I said, it's just
the only thing, I mean, really the only thing that you can do is keep learning. I mean, keep walking and find yourself where you find yourself, you know, find yourself at that place when you get there. Like no one can push you to a belief. And that's the thing. But understand, because one of the things you're going to understand in your walk, you know, as you start peeling back the layers and learning, you know, because you were mentioning Jehovah's Witnesses and stuff.
Or just other names or other views on God. Like what? Yeah. I don't want to. I'm not trying to say like names and all of a sudden call them racist. You know what I'm saying? I know that there's a lot of different.
And I get that, and that's what I'm leading up to. You know, a lot of Christians don't understand Judaism is built into Christianity,
and that.
You know, we want to call Jews wrong. We don't understand we're Jewish with additions. You know,
and that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's right to call anybody wrong. Like you can believe in whatever the hell. Like if you want to call him Judah, you want to call him fucking holy shit, mother God. Like I don't give a fuck what you call him. As long as you believe in a higher power too, who cares? You know what I mean? And that's where I feel people need to be more open and accepting with it. It's not like you need to accept Jesus Christ. You don't, though.
Take your path. I mean, if you're going to be a Christian, yeah. Do I believe that you have to accept Jesus Christ to get to heaven? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I believe that? Do I know because of understanding that I have that Judaism is built into Christianity? Yes. Do I know that Christianity is built into Islam? Yes. You know, like there are levels, there are cycles. Just understand, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know.
So it literally just boils down to someone's like someone's interpretation. Like somebody opened a Baptist church one day and was like, "This is my interpretation of."
When you get into Christian denominations, that muddies the conversation a little bit.
Okay.
Baptist church versus Methodist versus, you know, Catholicism, whatever. I mean, that all muddies all the conversation a lot.
Yeah, that's why I'm a non-denominational. You just gotta have that relationship with Jesus Christ. That's all.
Yeah, but what church do you go to then?
A non-denominational church. And then again, like
non-denominational churches.
Really? Like highly combustible just said, like 3 or more people. Like that's 4 people on this StreamYard right now. We're in church right now.
Yep.
So you don't have
just like I mentioned.
You don't have to have a church, brother. Like again, religion and faith are 2 different things. If you can find one, man, I encourage you to find the thing called like a beginner Bible for new believers, and just read through that thing. And I'm not saying read the whole Bible, because
like I said, I've definitely read through it. I definitely have my interpretations, and I feel like a lot of the things that were in there have helped me along my path, but that doesn't get me any closer to my higher power. Like that's just my own personal interpretation of it, though.
Right. I see your conflict. I see that you are conflicted, and that's fine. Because I was too for a long time.
Well, how do we know that the people writing the Bible today aren't the, you know what I mean? Like Haile said earlier, he had to go back to the Greek because it was like telephone. You don't know what these people were actually talking about. You don't know what the original text was. It's some interpretation that's been spread over how many years into what it's formed into today to make it more streamlined for people.
Right,
And that's
brother.
the problem that I have with mainstream Christianity. That's why I
That
keep calling it
okay.
mainstream Christianity. It's not the real true belief of what that is. Like, what about the Norse gods? Everybody just X's them out.
No,
Just because it's
nobody
like
even X's out the pagan religion where all of our Christmas and all that stuff falls
I know,
on the
but
same
it's
holidays. It's very confusing, right? If you think too much, here's my point. If you think too much on it, like you will outthink this whole thing, and you keep falling back on this. To me, you keep saying like mainstream religion. Get religion out of your mind. We're not talking about
even if it's
religion.
mainstream faith. What about what Alan was saying? You know what I mean? Scheme
Oh,
was
I don't
going
know.
off on a certain topic. Well, look back for a little bit in the stream, and you'll definitely see what I was like. There were people that might have, and I'm not putting words in mouth or anything. They might have been getting triggered because they have a certain belief, a certain faith. That's what they believe, and that's okay. That's okay with me anyway. You know what I mean? I can't say that I'm going to be accepted by another person with, you know what I mean? And that's why Tyler and I click so well, is because I know that regardless of what I believe, I'm still going to be accepted by him. And that's cool with
Absolutely.
me because there's not a lot of people around me like that. But that's,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And that's why I say like what Christianity has become in the eyes of what they portray it to be. Now, earlier in the stream, I had talked about the one thing that turned me away from Christianity is every church I've gone to, and maybe they were all the same church, and I just didn't realize it because I don't know the difference. I've never dug that deep into the differences of religion because it's not something that I really care about. To me, it's someone's personal opinion and personal, like someone started the church of baptism, let's say, or somebody started this congregational non-denominational church and they said that you can do this, but these other people say that you can do this, and all these people are fighting each other, but no one's getting to the true faith and belief that if you are good people, you will get to heaven. And that's the core belief. That's the core thing of the Bible.
No.
Be a good fucking person.
Actually, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like that's not true. Being a good person will not get you to heaven.
But why?
Because you cannot get to heaven based on works alone. The one thing I'm trying to help you. And if you don't want to come to this tonight, and if you want to talk about it in future,
I mean, I'm not saying you'll ever change my mind.
No.
Definitely
But
have a
what I am going to tell you is, I thought the same thing. Simple. I thought the same thing. You be a good person. You are a good person, and you're going to get to heaven. This is not the path. You will not get to heaven that way.
But
So,
how can you say that with
because
all full willing knowledge?
It's in the Bible like 900 times.
And I get that. I totally understand that. But it still leads me to the question of how do you know? How does anyone know? How can we believe that what we're reading
that's
is real?
called faith.
Yeah, and you can have faith in that. I totally agree.
It's faith.
I agree 100%. And that's where it differs. That's where all of these, and that's my main point. The people's faith is something that is tearing them apart in this. What would it be like if you were to see eye to eye and how, like, it just doesn't make any sense to me, and why I should choose a side. It's like why
you're not choosing a side, you're choosing
there's so many different
Jesus.
Regardless, I'm choosing Jesus, regardless of if I chose a church or not. I still chose
I'm not,
Jesus.
You keep saying church and religion. I'm saying Jesus.
No, yeah, and I get that, and I told you multiple times that I've already accepted Jesus. Like, I don't understand, you know what I mean? But it still leads back to religion. These people that are...
It doesn't have to. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, then I completely agree.
It doesn't. It shouldn't, in fact, lead back to religion, and it shouldn't lead back to Baptist, any kind of denomination. Nothing about what you walk through with your life with Jesus Christ has to do with a church.
So aside from speaking to him on my own free time and doing the things that I feel are going to get me to a place of betterment, how am I supposed to get in touch with him? Like, why? You know what I mean?
Because you have a Bible.
Place.
Just talk to him.
That's what I'm saying. But that doesn't mean that I call it Jesus. That doesn't mean that I have, you know what I mean? And that's something that should be okay. Like it's not. Why does it have to be Jesus?
You're young, man. You're not there yet, and that's fine.
I totally understand. Like books were written, there was a person's name written in it. It's been carried over, whatever. But my question is how do you know that at one point when I'm probably opening a can of worms. Government was formed. State and church go together. How do you know someone didn't just write a book saying these things? Like I said, I believe in a higher power, but it doesn't have to be what people have written about, and that should be okay. It doesn't mean we believe in something different. We still believe in the same thing. We just believe in different paths to get there.
That's where faith becomes the deciding factor. I mean,
that's where my faith lies, though. That if I'm a good person and I do good things, not just like donating money and things like that. I'm talking like when you have to physically or mentally go out of your way and care about other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like maybe I haven't hit Tyler up specifically yet, or Sweeney or Jason up specifically yet, but I hit highly up. You know what I mean? There are like, I go through the list and I make sure all of my people are okay around me. And that's what makes me feel like, you know what I mean? It's not just like a homie check. Like I want to know that you people are okay because I know that you care enough about me. And you know what I mean? It's like energy like that you put out into the earth that you get back. That's what makes me know, that's my faith, that I'm closer to whatever higher power is out there, regardless of whatever name or title is put on it. And that goes with all of the religions, with all of the different names of God or whatever you want to call it. Not everybody calls it the same thing, and that should be fair. Not that I have a specific name for it.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
Hey, Simple. I was sleeping, and I woke up and Tyler's stream was on, and I heard you guys talking about God, and I was like, I want to check on Simple. So I got on here just to talk to you, but I understand that you've got to come around to your way of understanding your situation, and
go back. I don't mean to plug my channel on your stream, Tyler, but just go listen to some of my music, and you'll see, like, a lot of people don't rock with me because I wear face paint, I wear a mask and stuff like that. People don't want to see through that image. They don't believe that I can be close to God, maybe. Whatever it is. Maybe that's just something that I feel. And that's why people don't accept me, is because they think I'm like some fucking demon loving. But the things that I rap about, people kind of look sideways at, because they're like, all right, you're talking about killing and murdering and shit like that. And it's not like I'm talking about killing and murdering. I'm talking about overcoming a demon in the aspect of killing and murdering my demons. You know what I mean? And that's something that I feel like a lot of people lose out in my music personally. You know what I mean? Like my song Music Box. This is how I kind of I don't know what I was going with.
I got you. Hey, we all have demons to cover and try to we all have demons to kill, basically.
But people don't accept me in the eyes of like God and stuff like that, because like I said, I wear face paint. They don't want to.
This is where I don't know who you're talking about, because
hold on, Sweeney, hold up.
Yeah.
Sweeney, hold up. Simple. The thing you got to understand is the thing you got to understand is that, see, who cares what man thinks of you? What's important is your relationship with the higher power that you believe in. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. You know what I mean? No matter what, you're always going to have a group of people that are going to look at you sideways, but then you're always going to have a group of people that are going to rock with you as well.
And that's where I just found you guys, literally, like, what, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've been going almost 3.5 years of people looking at me sideways. So it's kind of like, it's been a very weird, rocky road, I guess. But like I said, like I don't know.
here's what I learned. Who cares what people think, man?
I
Like,
agree.
Like, I mean,
I
to
take
be
all
honest,
criticism. I take all criticism as constructive anyway, regardless of if you scream and yell it in my face. I don't give a shit. Like, I'm one of the most open people. We can conversate about stuff all day long. You know what I mean?
I've learned so much about haters
Yeah.
recently in my life, and I never knew this. I never felt that. I never experienced it until I put my face on the internet and I exposed myself to it. But screw them.
Yeah.
If somebody hates me, they can hate me. And somebody told me once a hater is just a very obsessed fan. So let them look sideways. Let them make comments. Please, put views on my videos.
Yeah.
And make your snide little remarks, or Instagram me messages that are 42 pages because you're so you don't like me, but you spent an hour and a half composing a Instagram post to tell me how much you hate me. Okay, I'll take it.
And that's something I think people should take away is, taking negative energy that comes towards you and turning it into something positive. Like, just because, all right, so I have a hard time putting up reactions to songs I don't like. But the one thing that I'm not thinking to myself, and like I said, self-improvement's a big thing, is I'm not thinking of how to look past my own personal view and really get to the core of, a particular song, let's say. Like, it's just getting past that perception to a higher plane of realization and just acceptance. And I think once more people can get there without, pushing personal views or anything like that, that's when people will really be better. People can have political views that completely differ. You don't have to be on the same side of the fence, but you also don't have to fight. You don't have to. You don't have to hurt each other. You can talk things out. Like it's
true.
This would be a perfect world, but there's so many people that are so.
There's too many different opinions out there that sway and persuade, and that's part of the biggest problem, unfortunately. But it's at what point are people going to realize this? At what point are people going to start talking about this enough to get it spread out there so that more people really start thinking about it outside of their own personal box and, like I said, that higher plane of thinking? Like, when do you step outside and go, okay, I think this way, but it's okay if you think that way? You know what I mean? Why?
That's a personal decision, and you got to get
It
there by
sucks.
yourself. And you know what? More people should be more self-aware to that point. And yeah, you're right. I mean, that's where you got to be.
Yeah.
I believe this. You can believe that, and we can still be homies.
Yeah. Exactly. And like I said, I've said it multiple times. That's why I rock with all you guys. That's why I love all you guys. Because this is the first place that I've actually come in. My fucking walls are blood splattered.
Yeah, I know, right? I was saying that. Hey, what's up, Alley-Cat?
We've noticed.
You know what I mean? Like, and you guys aren't like, all right, this guy's a fucking weirdo. You know what I mean? Like, you've heard my music and accepted it for what it was. You've looked past, oh, okay, he's talking about fucking demons with face paint on. He must be just some fucking ICP weirdo, which is a whole nother story, by itself. But it's like, I don't know. I just appreciate you guys, man. I love you guys.
Hey, man, we appreciate you, and you're killing it, by the way, on
Hey,
YouTube.
likewise, brother.
Yeah, I mean, look, 326 subscribers, something like that. Like, dude, you've been on YouTube for like 2 weeks.
I just hit 400.
400. That's amazing, brother. Like, it took me. I didn't understand YouTube at all. You're killing it. So never feel bad. Like 400 ain't a thing to be like looking at it like that ain't a big number. Like, trust me, highly combustible, very irregular. Like,
I have 3 other channels. Like I said, I've been doing YouTube for like 3 years, and I thought I knew SEO and keywords and all that. I have 2 fishing channels. One I started because I wanted to teach kids how to fish, like tournament fish better, and then one where I actually wanted a tournament fish until I realized like how much money a boat would actually be. That was a sad day. And then my music channel, and until then, like I don't think I have 400 subscribers on all 3 of my other channels put together. So I don't know. Like I said, thanks to you guys. Thanks to Hiley. Huge shout out to Hiley. Huge shout out to Hatter. Huge shout out to all you guys. Seriously, you guys are my support system.
This
Like,
is
it's
exactly why we call this a community stream, brother.
Yeah.
Jason JV helped me out. I had like 150 subscribers. He told me one person to react to. I did like 3 reactions, and all of a sudden I had 1,500 subscribers off of 3 reactions, and then I never did that artist again. I'm not going to mention his name. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah.
But then I found other ones, and guess what? The thing you said about like you don't know how to like react to songs you don't like. If you don't like the music, don't put the reaction out because people can see through.
And that's something that I don't want to condemn myself. And I'm gonna probably put my own head on a fucking stake right now. But I'm gonna come clean. No, I'm gonna come clean because I want to be as transparent as possible. Like I like my reactions to be honest, and I know a lot of people say that, but I really do want to be honest. I heard an Easy Mill song. I won't say which one it is because I'm still gonna do a reaction to it. But like I said, it's what made me think like, stop thinking about this like, okay, you just don't like the sound or you don't like whatever, like get out of your own personal headspace about it and away from your own, I guess you could say like prejudices about the song and just view it for what it is. Like this is someone's feelings literally being written down on a piece of paper and then brought to you. Like it took a lot for this artist to just give this to you. So just try to appreciate it for whatever it is, regardless. Just try to find whatever good you can out of it. Because in the end, that's what's going to help the people on the other side watching this. Not only the people watching your reactions to help appreciate music better and to stop being so closed-minded, but also to help the artist. You know what I mean? Like they know when you don't say, oh, I loved your bars. They know when you say, oh, I loved your, you know what I mean? They know when you target in on these things. And it's just, I don't know, I think it's something that we should definitely spread.
Right. But I also think this, you already said you listened to it, you really didn't like it, but you're still going to do a reaction. Don't even do it. Trash it.
No, because like I said, I want to find the good in it. Because
I know, but
to me, though, it is worth it.
So
that's
it
what
ain't
makes me.
So it ain't a reaction, is what I'm saying.
I mean,
a reaction
it's
is
not
when you never heard it.
Time.
Right.
It's not a
So don't
first
do
time
it.
playthrough. But I can still go through it and say, listen, I've heard this song once. I try to do a reaction. Like I can be honest with my viewers. You know what I mean? And that's
There you
something that I truly believe is. I don't know. I feel like it's more honest to be like, listen, I gave this a listen, and I was like, nope, and then I was like, wait, and gave it a second listen, and now you know what I mean. Now I can bring something positive to the table and it shows other people like you can do it too. You don't have to have these views about things. You don't have, and it speaks through to a lot of other things that we talk about and just a lot of viewpoints. I think that we all kind of shares. You know, you can have a different viewpoint, and that's okay. You know, but something else I want to bring to it is try to be positive. You don't always have to be critical and be like, well, I didn't like your arrangement. I didn't like how this and this and that's cool. If you do, nothing against it. Cool. It's just not me. Like I said, because I like to help better people. Bettering other people and helping me think outside the box. Those are things that I feel help better me in a way. You know, I don't know.
You guys want to know what was bothering me today bad? I woke up and my channel had 2,666. Wait, 2,006. Yeah. So 2,666.
Yeah,
subscribers.
2,666.
And I hate that number. Like I hate any form of that number. And for like 4 hours it was stuck on 666. And the minute somebody, I was begging somebody to like just please subscribe to make it, you know, like 667. Anyway, yeah, that was bothering me today pretty bad. I don't know why, but
I mean, to me, it goes into something personal for you. You know what I mean? It's something within your faith. I'll say it that way, and it's something that you truly believe in, and that's cool. You know?
yeah,
what I mean?
it was just bothering me so bad, like all day. It ruined my day. I kept every few hours I would check my phone, and I was like, man, I hate this number.
I mean, you got to think though too. In the end, is it just a number? Does it really hold that much power?
It does for me for some reason because I've had bad things associated with like that number. Like somebody's phone number that I called on the way to a job, and then when I got there, my boss called me one time and said, "Hey, we got to fire you. Bring your truck back to the shop." And I was like, that number, like there's been like 3 or 4 times when that number has been really bad news. Like I think I saw that number on the day that my dad said he had cancer. Like I have a bad association with that number, and so I hate it. Like every time I see that number on something, I'm waiting for bad news, like something terrible to happen.
Well, maybe this was the point where you got to watch yourself. I don't know if it'd be metaphorically get over it. You know what I mean? It was kind of like you were getting past it, at least in this way. I don't know.
It only happens like once every 2 or 3 years, and that's a weird thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad it's over. That number went up.
All right, guys. I'm outie. It's
Late.
4 o'clock in the morning where I am.
Same here.
All right, guys.
All right.
All right, simple.
Out. Later.
Not man.
All right, fellas.
All right.
Later.
I'm still live. Have a good night, everybody. Like, share, and subscribe. Go check out these other guys. I'm DJ AlphaTyler. Haba. I'm just going to end this. I'm not playing the video. Good night.
Yes, please don't play the video.